Hello everyone, this is movie of What If Naruto was the Knight Rider, and this video is made by Yu-Gi-Oh 5D, and I hope you guys enjoyed this video and to like, to subscribe, to see more comment down below. Now let's start the intro.
They call me a god. They call me a god. They call me a god.
Inside the village hidden in the leaf, 7-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was running away from a mob of villagers that were out to kill him for some reason he couldn't figure out. Naruto was running as fast as he could when one of the villagers threw a bottle at him that hit him in the head and sent him to the ground hard. Naruto was then beaten and stabbed with weapons the villagers had on them. "Why are you doing this to me?" shouted Naruto, crying. "You know very well why, demon," replied one of the villagers with venom, slamming his foot into Naruto's back hard. With that, the man pick him up and the other villagers follow him to an old well outside the village. The two Chunins guarding the gates let them pass as they hated the Kyuubi brat as well. Once they got there, the man lifted Naruto over his head and faced the crowd. "Today we will send this demon back to hell from where he belongs," shouted the man. The villagers let out a cheer. "You see this ancient well behind me, which was built long before the first and second Hokage came here to form the village, will be his tomb, as the well has wet and slippery walls, and even if the demon survives his fall he will not live very long, as this well absorbs chakra, and of course since the Kyuubi is a beast of chakra and is sealed in this weak form, we can throw it down there and let it die once and for all," said the man. With that, the man held Naruto over the well and said, "Now die, demon," and threw Naruto down the well. The crowd then cheered again until they heard a loud roar say, "What the hell have you done?" Everyone turned around and saw the third Hokage coming towards them with an angry look on his face, and before anyone could say anything, Sarutobi went over to the man and punched him hard in the stomach that knocked him out. "Anbu, I want you all to arrest these villagers at once and arrest the two Chunin at the gates as well and bring them to Anko to be integrated for answers as to why they allow this to happen," ordered Sarutobi to the Anbu that appeared. "As you wish, Lord Hokage," said the leader of the Anbu. With that, the Anbu arrested all the villagers and the two Chunin and left. Sarutobi then turned towards the well and fell to his knees and cried, "Naruto, I am so sorry that I couldn't protect you like I promised your parents," said Sarutobi, letting a few tears fall. With that, Sarutobi got up and headed back to his office, as there was nothing he could do for Naruto now as the well drained all chakra. As he headed towards his office, no one dared go near him, as the villagers had never seen their leader so angry before. Sarutobi had now had it with the villagers and would make sure the people who had killed Naruto would be punished severely for robbing an innocent boy of his future of being a ninja and finding acceptance. Meanwhile, Naruto had woken up and discovered he was inside a well and that all his wounds had healed, and he looked around again and saw he in what looked like a metal tunnel put into the rock, and that it continued into the darkness for some distance. "Hello, can anybody hear me?" shouted Naruto, scared. All of a sudden electric lights came on inside the tunnel and Naruto saw what looked like a door up ahead. Naruto, who was now scared but having nowhere else to go, decided to venture further down the tunnel and to the door up ahead. When Naruto got to the door, it suddenly opened up and Naruto went through it and into a large room. The door then closed behind him, and then more electric lights came on and Naruto saw that he was in a very large room that was made out of metal and looked more strange than any other place he had ever seen before. Naruto looked around the room and saw there were what looked like once white sheets covering over desks. Naruto went over to one of the desks and pulled the sheet off and saw what looked like television with strange equipment attached to it. Naruto then looked up and saw there was a huge screen in front of him on the wall. "Is there anybody in here?" asked Naruto, curious. All of a sudden Naruto saw what looked like a huge piece of black metal on wheels and had what looked like a picture of a horse on the front end of it. "Is anybody here? Because I just want to go back to the village and see old man Hokage," asked Naruto, more scared. "Who are you?" said a robotic voice. "Who said that?" asked Naruto, scared. "That would be me behind you," replied the voice. All of a sudden Naruto looked in the direction of the voice and saw it was coming from the piece of metal behind him and saw red lights flashing back and forth on the front of it. "Who or what are you?" shouted Naruto, scared. "I am Knights Industries 3000, or KITT. For short, and who are you, may I ask?" replied KITT. "I am Naruto Uzumaki of the village hidden in the leaves," said Naruto to KITT. "Wait one moment please, Naruto," said KITT. With that, Naruto watches the huge screen on the wall lit up and number started to flash to on it. What Naruto didn't know was that KITT was checking the mainframe of the Knights Industries computers that had stored all the information over the past millennia since the computer and him were shut down, but the hidden cameras had kept on recording everything that had happened during that time and had recorded all the information on every event and just to all over the elemental countries. Just because him and the main computer were down didn't mean the eyes had stopped watching. Naruto, said KITT. Yes, replied Naruto. I have much to tell you and it may be too terrible for you to hear. But I think you have been deceived long enough, said KITT. With that, KITT told Naruto the truth that the Kyuubi had been sealed inside of him. The fourth being his father and his mother Kushina, who had died during childbirth. KITT then Naruto the footage of his father and mother, how happy they were about Kushina being pregnant with him. The news of the Kyuubi attack. His father's turmoil while wrestling with the fact that there was only one way to stop the demon and how it broke his and Kushina's heart for about what they were going to do. He saw his mother Kushina holding him in her arms saying how much she loved him and his father. Naruto then saw his father the fourth Hokage appearing on the Toad boss Gamabunta's head and sealing the Kyuubi in him and saying he sorry he was for doing this to Naruto and telling Sarutobi that he wanted Naruto to be seen as a hero. The old man's meeting with the council and how they called for his death and the old man refused and made a law so Naruto could live a normal life and change his last name to his mother so his father's enemies couldn't come after him and kill him. Once it was all over, KITT saw that Naruto was crying over as he was both happy and sad that he had parents who loved him and the fact he was the Kyuubi container and that the old man had tried to protect him from evil people. KITT just waited for Naruto to speak up. All of a sudden Naruto looked at KITT with what was left of his tears. Thank you very much KITT. I know what I must do. I will become Hokage not for acceptance or love but for what my parents and the old man stood for, said Naruto. KITT was surprised at Naruto's reaction. He figured that Naruto would declare war on the village for what happened to him. But Naruto had decided to choose the path of the protector instead. He is just like you, Michael, thought KITT. Naruto, said KITT, getting Naruto full attention. Yes KITT, said Naruto. Naruto, I am a machine built by an organization called Knights Industries whose mission was to protect the world from evil people, and I had a partner whose name was Michael Knight who lose his father, the original Michael Knight, to a great evil not as bad as this Kyuubi but evil nonetheless. Like you, Michael decide to protect this world from evil and continue his father's legacy to protect the weak and innocent from evil people, said KITT. With that, KITT showed Naruto footage of a young man driving KITT and defeating many evil people and stopped them from destroying the world with strange weapons and plans to kill innocent people. After the footage was over, KITT looked over to Naruto. Naruto, I believe you should take up the duty of defending this world from evil people who threaten it and protect the weak and innocent people as I have seen your life, and I think my partner Michael Knight would be proud if you took on his legacy. So will you do it, Naruto? Will you become Michael Knight, the new Knight Rider and my partner? Asked KITT. Naruto looked thoughtful for a minute and looked at KITT and smiled. Yes, I will, KITT, replied Naruto. It now had been 3 weeks since Naruto's death, and the Hokage, true to his word, had every one of the villages that were involved in killing Naruto be put to death or put in prison for the rest of their lives. The council had tried to speak up, but Sarutobi would have no of it. The rest of the villagers were keeping quiet as not to make the Hokage angry, but all of them were glad that the demon had been killed. The only two people in the village who were sad were Itachi and Sakura, as both young girls had liked Naruto and did not care what the villagers thought about him. During those 3 weeks, KITT was training Naruto and had taught Naruto the Shadow Clone Jutsu and many other jutsu as well that were on the main computer. Naruto was now slightly taller than an average 7-year-old boy. The next step for Naruto to become the next Michael Knight was KITT had decided to give Naruto a new bloodline, as he would need it, as the people Naruto would be facing would be a lot tougher than anyone the last Michael Knight face. KITT had taken the DNA of the Uchiha clan along with another clan that could make ice and added some nanobots to it. This new bloodline would allow Naruto to have the Sharingan and able to make ice without using any hand signs, as well using the nanobots in his body to make any type of weapon using them. With that, KITT, with help from one of the robotic arms in the room, injected the new bloodline into Naruto, and before Naruto fell to sleep, KITT decided to say something. Naruto, if we are successful in giving you this new bloodline trait, then you continue to train until you're 12 years old and we can begin to search for my evil twin Karr, said KITT. You mean you have a evil twin somewhere that is like you? Asked Naruto, surprise. Yes, I do, Naruto, and it is urgent that we find out where he is before any evil ninja find him and use him to harm innocent people, replied KITT. I promise you, KITT, we will find where Karr is at, and I am thinking if we reform Night Industries then we can use the equipment here to locate him, said Naruto. Thank you very much, Naruto, for that idea. But you should get some rest as it will be a few days before you will recover and your new bloodline becomes active, said KITT. With that, Naruto laid his head on the bed and fell asleep, and KITT monitored Naruto's vital signs on the computer screens. Inside Naruto's mindscape, Naruto woke up to see he was inside a large chamber. It looked like a larger version of the main room where KITT was in, but there was large cage in front of him. Naruto then walked over to the cage and saw a young woman about 20 with long black hair with blood red and silver streaks, was tied in a ponytail that came down to her knees, and she wearing a blood red kimono. Her skin was slightly tan and her lips wore no makeup but looked slightly red. But what startled Naruto the most was that she had red slitted eyes like a fox with flecks of silver, gold, and sapphire blue, and she had 2 fox ears where her normal ears would be fold back, and had 9 long red foxtails coming out of a small hole in her kimono where her tailbone would be. The women then looked up at Naruto and tried to smile. But a lone tear came down her face and she looked away. Kyuubi? Asked Naruto. Yes, I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the 9-tailed fox demon, and she then fell to her knees and started to cry. I am so sorry, Naruto, said Kyuubi, crying. Naruto didn't know how to react. He thought the Kyuubi was male for one, and he never expected for her to cry and apologize. Naruto, not knowing what to do, made his way over through the bars and towards Kyuubi. Kyuubi, consumed with her crying, didn't notice Naruto coming over to her until she felt his arms wrap around her. Shush, it's okay, Kyuubi-chan, said Naruto, trying to calm her down. Kyuubi blushed at Naruto calling her Kyuubi-chan and clutched Naruto's shirt and cried into his chest. Why don't you hate me? I ruin your life. I killed innocent people. I am a monster. Kyuubi wailed. Because I think you're not a monster, Kyuubi-chan, as I can see it in your eyes, replied Naruto. When Naruto said that, Kyuubi calmed down and blushed a deeper shade of red. Thank you for saying that, Naruto-kun, said Kyuubi, calming down. Don't mention it, Kyuubi-chan. But can you tell me why you attacked the village in the first place? Asked Naruto. I was tricked, Naruto-kun, replied Kyuubi, knowing it to be the truth even how unlikely he would be believe her. By who? Asked Naruto. By a ninja with snake-like eyes. He tried to inject me with a curse seal and torture me with great pain until I fell in a rage and went after him and ran into the Leaf Village, and well, they attacked me and I attacked back. Tear then form into her eyes. If I was only stronger, then all those innocent people and your parents would not have died because of me, said Kyuubi, begin to cry again. All of a sudden Naruto hugged her tighter and wiped the tears from her eyes. Don't say that, Kyuubi, it wasn't your fault. It was his. I don't blame you, and neither would the Hokage if he knew, said Naruto. Thanks you for understanding me, Naruto, said Kyuubi. Don't mention it, Kyuubi. I promise you I will find a way to free you from this seal, and I hope you can help me with my training to become the new Knight Rider, and I will make sure the man who did this to you will pay for what he did, said Naruto. Thank you very much, Naruto, and I promise I will help you in your training no matter what, said Kyuubi. All of a sudden Naruto felt a pain in his arm and Kyuubi noticed it. Naruto-kun, what is wrong? Asked Kyuubi. It's that injection that KITT put into me to activate my new bloodline. Kyuubi, I need your healing powers to make it through this, replied Naruto, looking at Kyuubi. You can count on me, Naruto, replied Kyuubi. With that, Kyuubi contracted hard and her chakra wrapped around Naruto, helping him heal and integrate his new DNA. When the pain stopped, Naruto looked at Kyuubi and smiled. Kyuubi, who was tired, smiled back at Naruto. Naruto then felt himself starting to wake up. Kyuubi-chan, I am starting to wake up. But I will come back here and talk to you later, said Naruto. I will be waiting right here for you, Naruto-kun, replied Kyubi smiling. With that, Naruto faded away and Kyubi smiled, knowing that she had someone who loved her. Back in the real world, Naruto woke up in the bed and looked at Kitt. So Kitt, did everything go as planned with my new bloodline? Asked Naruto. Yes, it has, Naruto. But I think you should try to see if it is active by channeling chakra through your body and see what happens, replied Kitt. With that, Naruto did as Kitt said and channeled chakra through his body. Naruto's eyes then turned red with 3 teardrops in them. Naruto then tried making ice by channeling chakra into his hands and a small spear of ice came flying out of his hand. Finally, Naruto channeled chakra into his arms and imaged his arm turning into a sword, and he saw his arm turn into a long blade of a sword, and then Naruto thought about his arm turning back to normal and it went back to being a normal arm. Looks like it was a success, Kitt, said Naruto smiling. That is good to know, Naruto. But you should get some rest as you have more training to do for the 5 years before you return to the village and become a ninja, said Kitt. Yes, I do, Kitt. But I think I will go the name Michael Knight so I can get used to using it, said Naruto. That sounds like a logical plan to do, said Kitt. Yes, it is, Kitt, and when I return to the village and become a ninja, then me and you will start our search for Karr. Before any evil ninja can find him, and we will destroy him once and for all, said Naruto. And of course I will find a way to free Kyubi-chan from her seal no matter what, and as the new Knight Rider I will make sure no more innocent people will die by the hands of evil, thought Naruto. 5 years later, outside the gates of the Hidden Leaf village, 2 Chunin were standing guard on the lookout for intruders. When all of a sudden one of them saw something black coming towards them at a fast speed. What the hell is that thing coming towards us? Asked the first Chunin. I don't know what that thing is. But we better be prepared for a fight as it is coming towards us and it could be bad news for the village, replied the other Chunin. All of a sudden the thing came closer to them and the gate, and they could see it was on wheels, and then just before it was about to hit them it stopped right in front of them. Unknown to the Chunin, the thing that had stopped in front them was no other than Kitt, who had stopped in front of them before he could cause the 2 Chunin any harm. The 2 Chunin could make out what looked like 2 people inside of Kitt, and they decided to see who these people were that almost hit them. With that, both Chunin went over to Kitt, and the first Chunin that had saw Kitt tap on the window. Excuse me sir, can you roll down the window so we can see who you are? Asked the first Chunin. With that, the window rolled down, and sitting in the driver's seat of Kitt was a 12-year-old boy with dark dirty blonde hair, wearing a long-sleeved blue shirt, blue jeans and white sneakers with black sunglasses over his eyes. The boy then took off his sunglasses to reveal he had dark emerald green eyes, and he looked at the 2 Chunin. Is there a problem, sir? Asked the boy. Yes, there is a problem. You almost hit me and my friend here with this piece of metal, replied the other Chunin. Well, I am very sorry that I almost hit the 2 of you with my friend Kitt here, as sometimes he likes to drive fast down the roads, said the boy. Who is this Kitt? Asked the first Chunin. That would be me standing next to you, replied Kitt. Okay, I didn't just hear this piece of metal talk, said the other Chunin with eyes in shock looking at Kitt. Actually, you did hear Kitt talk, said the boy. How is that possible? Asked the first Chunin. Well, maybe it is because Kitt here happens to be a special type of summon that my boyfriend here learned to summon, said the woman next to the boy, who had black hair with blood red and silver streaks, wearing a red shirt and blue jeans and black sneakers with sunglasses over her eyes. I guess that would explain it then. But care to tell us why you 2 are doing here outside the village gates? Asked the other Chunin. Well, we are here as I need to talk to your Hokage about me becoming a ninja of your village, said the boy. Well, you 2 can't enter our village without the proper identification, said the first Chunin. We do have the right identification, said the boy, handing the Chunin 2 ID cards. With that, the Chunin looked at the ID cards and saw that they said the boy's name was Michael Knight and the woman's name was Kyubi Fuma, saying they were from the land of rain. Looks like everything is in order here, you 2. Sorry about holding the both of you up. But we had to make sure you were not here to harm the village, said the first Chunin. Well, that is okay. You 2 were just doing your job protecting the village from harm, said Michael. Yeah, we don't have a problem with the 2 of you doing your job, said Kyubi. Well, thank you too, and we both hope you enjoy you stay here in the village, said the other Chunin. With that, the Chunin opened the gates to the village. Well, it was a pleasure meeting the both of you, said Kitt. With that, Michael and QB drove Kitt through the gates into the village. Meanwhile, in the rebuilt Knight Industries, a boy in his late teens with silver hair pulled into a ponytail and wearing glasses was watching the huge screen in front of him showing the footage from the Knight Industries satellite showing that Michael and QB had driven into the village with Kitt, and he was smiling. Looks like those ID cards I gave you and QB Michael work like a charm, said the boy. What did you expect, Kabuto? You are the best at making fake IDs that can fool the best ninja, said Michael voice over the speakers. Yeah, those Chunin think we came from the land of rain and let the both of us and Kitt into the village, added QB. Well, you're forgetting that Kabuto here had some help in making those fake ID of yours, said a girl in her late teens with dark pink hair that came down to her shoulders and black eyes sitting next to Kabuto. Of course we didn't forget you, Tayuya. We couldn't inside the village without you helping Kabuto make those fake IDs, said Michael. Well, thanks for remembering me, you two, said Tayuya. Don't mention it, said QB. Are you two done talking to Michael and QB? Asked a voice. Kabuto and Tayuya turned around and saw a man with black hair and wearing a black business suit and saw he looked unhappy and had the Sharingan blazing in his eyes. We're very sorry, Mr. Madara Uchiha, replied Kabuto. Yeah, we were just making sure that Michael and QB got into the village safely with Kitt, added Tayuya. Well, it looks like to me you two were just shooting the breeze. You both know we need to contract on finding out where Karr is before anyone like the likes of Orochimaru find him and uses him to harm innocent people. Which is why the two of are working as double agents to tell us what is he up to and if he intends to find Karr, said Madara. Don't blame the two of them for slacking off, Madara. They were just making sure the three of us were all right, said Michael on the screen. Well then, I guess I can let them off this time. But they better pay attention better if we need to find out where Karr is located. Conan, what is the status of Kitt? Asked Madara, looking over to a woman in her 20s with purple hair tied in a bun with a paper flower in it. Well, everything so far shows that Kitt is at 100% operational status so far, Mr. Madara, replied Conan. That's good to know. Now, Michael, you and QB better be careful on this mission. The only reason you are in the village to become a ninja is to find out where Karr is located and destroy him before he can harm any innocent people. And make sure this time you and QB don't do anything crazy like on your last assignment, as when you both did Kitt had to be repaired for a week, not to mention I had to tell your mother Sunid about the crazy stunt you pulled with Kitt capturing those missing ninja, said Madara. Don't worry about me, Madara. I will not pull anything like that stunt again, replied Michael, smiling. All of a sudden there was a commotion in the room and a woman who appeared to be about in her 20s or early 30s with blonde hair pulled in two ponytails and brown eyes came towards Madara with her angry look on her face and was being followed by a young woman with short black hair and black eyes trying to calm her down. Madara, where the hell is my son Michael this time? Asked the woman. If you must know, Sunid, he is on assignment in the village with QB and Kitt trying to find out where Karr is, replied Madara. Then I want to talk to him right now before he ends up grounded again for not telling me he was on assignment, said Sunid, holding her fist up. Lady Sunid, please calm down. I am sure Michael is okay and probably didn't want to tell you he was assignment again, as you would try to stop him from going, said the woman next to her. She's right, Lady Sunid. Michael is all right, and if you want to talk to him he is on the screen and in contact with us right now, said Kabuto. Then let me speak to him then, Kabuto, said Sunid. With that, Kabuto moved aside from his council and Sunid went over to it and saw Michael on the screen. Michael Knight, who the hell do you think you are for not telling me you were on assignment in the village? Demanded Sunid. Well, if you must know, Mom. The reason I didn't tell you is because I figured you would try to stop me again like you try to do every time I have an assignment given to me by Madara, replied Michael. You know, Michael, that I am just worried about your well-being ever since I adopted you when you were 8 and you reform Knight Industries. So all I am asking that you just be careful on this assignment and not get hurt, said Sunid. I promise I will, Mom, said Michael. I will make sure, Sunid, that Michael comes back in one piece no matter what, said QB. Don't worry about Michael, Mrs. Senju. I will make sure that him and Kyubi are safe on this mission, said KITT. With that, Michael turned off the communication line and the screen went blank. I hope Michael doesn't get himself hurt or Sunid will take it out on me again. I swear sometimes Michael just gets himself hurt just so Sunid takes her anger out on me, thought Madara, rolling his eyes over. Meanwhile, KITT had come to a stop in front of the Hokage's tower. Michael then turned to Kyubi. Kyubi, I want you to stay here with KITT while I go talk to Old Man Hokage, said Michael. Why do I have to stay here with KITT while you go talk to Old Man Hokage? Asked Kyubi. Because when I talk to him about me releasing you from the seal, there might be Anbu around the area, and even though you are in a transformation jutsu to hide your fox ears and tails, they might arrest you and be killed by the council's orders, and I don't want that to happen as I don't want to lose the woman I love, replied Michael. I guess I can understand that, Michael-kun. But just be careful with the old man as him and the village thinks you're dead, said Kyubi. Don't worry about me, Kyubi-chan. I have faced worse enemies before and I always come out on top, replied Michael, giving Kyubi a kiss on the lips to reassure her, which made Kyubi blush a bright red. KITT. I want you to watch over Kyubi and guard her with your life while I go talk to Old Man Hokage. Is that understood? Said Michael. I understand, Michael, and you have my promise no harm will come to her, replied KITT. With that, Michael put his sunglasses on and went out the door and headed inside the Hokage's tower. Once Michael was inside, he went up the stairs and after going up a few fleets came to the outside the Hokage office and knocked on the door and heard a voice say come in, and Michael opened the door and went into the Hokage's office. At that moment the Hokage was sitting in his office filling out paperwork and thinking about how it had been 5 years since Naruto's death, when he heard a knock at his door, and he told whoever it was to come in, thinking it had to be one of his Jonin about who they would have on their squad. When the door opened, instead of one of his Jonin, a 12-year-old boy with dark dirty blonde hair wearing a long-sleeved blue shirt and blue jeans with white sneakers and sunglasses over his eyes came into the room, and Sarutobi had a feeling he had met this boy before but couldn't place where he met him. What can I do for you, young man? Asked Sarutobi. Well, I am here, Old Man Hokage, to become a ninja of this village like I plan on doing when I was younger, replied Michael, taking off his sunglasses revealing his dark emerald green eyes, smiling. How come you called Old Man Hokage? The only person who ever called me that has been dead for the last 5 years. Who are you, young man? Asked Sarutobi, confused. I have always called you that ever since I was 3, and who do you think I am, old man? I am the one who painted your robes all pink when I was 5 as a prank, replied Michael, giving Sarutobi a fox grin on his face. Naruto, is that you? But how can you be alive when you're supposed to be dead for the past 5 years? Asked Sarutobi, shocked. Well, it is a long story, Old Man Hokage, and I go the name Michael Knight now. So do you think you can sealed off this room, as what I am about to tell you may be hard to believe, replied Michael. Of course, anything for you, said Sarutobi. With that, Sarutobi made some hand signs and the room glowed a blue color. All right, now no one can hear us. So tell me where you have been and how come you did come back until now? Asked Sarutobi. With that, Michael told the Hokage about how after he was thrown down the well he ended up in the remains of Knight Industries, where he met KITT, who told him about his parents and how his father sealed Kyubi in him, and how KITT gave him a new bloodline trait and met Kyubi, who told him why she attacked the village. He also told the Hokage about KITT's evil twin Karr and how it was important they need to find him before anyone like Orochimaru found him and harm any innocent people. And finally how he reformed Knight Industries and how he and KITT were now a team like him and the last Michael Knight were, and had saved countless lives in trying to find Karr. After Michael finished his story, Sarutobi had a look of shock on his face from hearing the story. That is some story, Michael. But how come you look so different from what you used to look like 5 years ago, as I can tell this is not a transformation jutsu? Asked Sarutobi. Well, you see, Old Man Hokage, KITT decided I need to change my appearance so no one to recognize me, so KITT had the machines in the lab of Knight Industries change the color of my hair and eyes, and the reason I don't have my whisker marks anymore is because when I freed Kyubi from her seal they disappeared, replied Michael. You mean Kyubi is free from the seal? Asked Sarutobi, shocked. Yes, she is, Old Man Hokage, and she is now my girlfriend and is here with KITT outside under a transformation jutsu so no one can tell she is free. But that is not important right now. I need to become a ninja of this village so I can go missions and try to find out where Karr is located before anyone finds him before me and Kitt get to him first and destroy him once and for all, replied Michael. How evil is this Karr? Asked Sarutobi concerned. He has all the same abilities as Kitt. But instead of protecting innocent people like Kitt, he is pure evil and isn't above killing innocent lives just to get what he wants. Which is why the sooner I become a ninja of the village, the sooner me and Kitt can find Karr before anyone can get hurt or killed, replied Michael. I can understand what you want, Michael. But I can't just make you a ninja of this village without knowing if you had any training in the ninja arts, said Sarutobi. Well, it is a good thing that I have been training to be a ninja then, old man, since I was 7 with Kitt's help teaching me all the jutsu from all over the elemental countries, said Michael. You mean this Kitt train you to be a ninja? So how powerful already? Asked Sarutobi curious. Yes, Kitt trained me, and as of how powerful I am. According to Kitt and QB, I am already at the cage level already with the training I went through with them, replied Michael. That is impressive to hear. So knowing this for a fact, I can make you a ninja of this village, but you will have to work your way up the ranks, said Sarutobi. That is all I ask for, old man, and I will work hard to make you and my parents proud of me, said Michael. That is good to hear, Michael. Now take this note to the academy and show it to Ruka, and it will tell him you are to be placed on a genin team with other genin, as today is the team assignments, and this key here is to your father's estate where you, QB and Kitt will be staying, as I think you deserve to live there since you are Minato and Kushina's son, said Sarutobi, handing Michael a letter and a key with a leaf headband which Michael tied around his left arm. Thank you, old man Hokage. I promise I will make you proud of me, said Michael, bowing. With that, Michael went out the office, leaving Sarutobi with a smile on his face. He is just like his father Minato, always willing to help people in need, thought Sarutobi. Meanwhile, QB was getting worried about Michael, as was Kitt, when all of a sudden Michael came out of the tower and got inside Kitt, and QB threw her arms around Michael. Michael, I am glad you are all right. So how did everything go with the Hokage? Asked QB, letting go of Michael. Everything went great, QB. Old man Hokage made me a ninja of the village, and I have to get going to the academy right now so I can meet my teammates and my Jonin sensei, replied Michael, showing QB his leaf headband. With that, Michael put Kitt in drive and they headed towards the ninja academy. After 5 minutes of driving, Kitt came to a stop in front of the ninja academy. QB, while I am inside the academy meeting my teammates and Jonin sensei, I want you and Kitt to head over to my parents' house and relax until I come back later to meet the two of you, said Michael. You got it, Michael-kun, and good luck with meeting your teammates and sensei, said QB. Thanks, QB-chan, I will see you and Kitt later, replied Michael. Michael, before you go, I think you might need your dragon-headed katana and Excalibur as well as your ninja weapons, since you may need them, suggested Kitt. I think you may be right, Kitt. I may need them in case something bad happens, said Michael. With that, Michael got out and went Kitt's trunk and took out his dragon-headed katana that had a snow-white blade and gold dragon's head encrusted with jewels in a red sheath, and then he took out the legendary sword Excalibur that he found in an old tomb while on one of his assignments with Kitt and QB, and knew it was Excalibur as Michael had read the story of King Arthur. The blade was bright silver color and the hilt was gold and encrusted with gemstones, and scabbard was a black color, and Michael attached both swords to his left hip, and finally Michael took out his pouch full of his ninja weapons and attached it to his right hip. With that, Michael closed the trunk and headed towards the ninja academy while Kitt drove off with QB to his parents' house. Meanwhile, inside the classroom, all of the students were sitting down listening to Iruka call out the members of each squad, and in the front row was Itachi and Sakura waiting for Iruka to call the names to see if they would be placed on the same squad. Man, I hope we get put on the same squad, Sakura, said Itachi. Yeah, I know what you mean, Itachi, it would be nice, but it will be only the two of us. I just wish Naruto was here right now, as I know he would be so excited if he was on our team, replied Sakura sadly. I know what you mean, Sakura. But that can't happen since Naruto died 5 years ago and everyone in the village expect for us, and Lord Hokage were happy he died, said Itachi sadly as well. With that, both girls look at Iruka-sensei as he calling out the names of the final team. Alright, Team 7 will be Itachi Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, and your Jonin-sensei will be, started Iruka. Before Iruka could finish, the door of the classroom opened and Michael came in, and all the girls in the classroom started to go dreamy-eye looking at Michael. Sorry to interrupt you all, but do you know where I can find a Iruka-sensei? Asked Michael. That would be me, young man, and who are you and why did you just barge into my class when I am in the middle of placing these genin on teams? Replied Iruka, annoyed. The name's Michael Knight, Iruka-sensei, and the reason I interrupted is because I just became a genin of your village by your Hokage, and he sent me here with a letter to give you to tell you that I am to be placed on a team with other genin. Replied Michael, handing Iruka the Hokage's letter. After studying the letter for a minute, Iruka looked at Michael. This is definitely the Hokage handwriting here, so I guess that means you will have to be placed on a team. Ino, said Iruka. Yes, Iruka-sensei, replied a girl with long platinum blonde hair tied in a ponytail and dark blue eyes. I am going to be placing you on the same team with Itachi, Sakura, and Michael here according to the Hokage letter here, and you and the other will have two Jonin instructors who are Anko and Kurenai. Is that understood? Said Iruka. Yes, I understand you, Iruka-sensei, said Ino. Good, now Michael, go take a seat next to your new teammates, and your two Jonin instructors will be here soon to pick you all up, said Iruka. As you wish, Iruka-sensei, replied Michael. With that, Michael went over to where Ino, Sakura, and Itachi were and took a seat next to Sakura, and Iruka left the room to take a rest for the day. As they were waiting, Itachi, Sakura, and Ino were looking at Michael, each with a blush on their faces and curious looks. Sakura decided to speak up. Excuse Michael, said Sakura. Yes, what can I do for you, Sakura? Asked Michael. Me and my friends were wondering where do you come? Replied Sakura, curious. Well, if you must know, I am from the land of rain, and me and my friend Kyubi came here to live and for me to become a ninja of your village, as it was always a dream of mine to be a ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, replied Michael, taking off his sunglasses revealing his dark emerald eyes. How come you have such dark green eyes, Michael? Asked Ino, curious. Because it is part of my bloodline trait and makes any member of my clan have these color eyes, Ino, replied Michael. I guess that would explain it. But how long have you been training to become a ninja? Asked Itachi. Well, if you must know, I have been trained almost all my life to become a ninja, replied Michael, giving the three girls a killer fox grin. When Michael gave them his smile, all three girls started to blush like mad. Man, I can't believe this guy is on our team. He is so much cuter than Sasuke, thought Sakura. I wonder if Michael makes all the girls blush like he is making us do. He is definitely a hot guy, thought Itachi. I wonder if he has any girlfriends that he is not telling us. I sure hope he does not. Because I think I just fell in love, thought Ino, smiling. All of a sudden, the door of the classroom flew open and everyone turned in the direction of the door and saw two women come into the room, each wearing a leaf headband on their foreheads. The first woman had purple hair tied in a ponytail and blue eyes, wearing a fishnet shirt with a brown trench coat and a mini skirt with shin guards on her knees and ninja sandals on her feet. The other woman had long wavy black hair and crimson red eyes, wearing a dress that looked like it was made out of bandages with a red sleeve on it, and she was also wearing ninja sandals on her feet. Alright, are you for the genin we're supposed to train? Asked the first woman. Yes, we are, but who are the two of you? Replied Michael. I am Kurenai, and this woman next to me is my friend and fellow Jonin Anko, replied Kurenai. Well, in that case, you four better meet us on the roof if you don't want to go back to the academy, said Anko. With that, they both disappeared into a cloud of smoke. I guess we better go to the roof if we don't want to make our new senseis angry, said Sakura. You're probably right, Sakura. That Anko lady doesn't look like the type to wait for anybody, said Itachi. Yeah, we better hurry if we want to make a good first impression on them, said Ino. With that, the four of them left the classroom and started to head to the roof. After 5 minutes of walking, they reached the roof and saw Kurenai and Anko waiting for the four of them, and Anko looked annoyed. It's about time the four of you decide to show up here, said Anko, annoyed. Anko just cut them some slack as they are new genin. Now you four should take a seat and relax, said Kurenai. With that, the four of them took a seat on the floor of the roof. Alright, since we are all here, how about the four of you tell us more about yourself so we can get to know each other better, said Kurenai. How about you and Anko Sesne tell us about yourselves first, then we can each go after the two of you, said Sakura. Okay, then I will go first. My name is Anko and I like dango and hanging out with my friend Kurenai here, and I dislike ninja who think that they are better than everybody else, and I hate people who pick on people weaker than them. And my goal is to make the four of you into the best ninja I can, said Anko. I guess it is my turn. My name is Kurenai and I like dango as well and hanging out with my friend Anko and learning new genjutsu. My dislikes are men who are perverts and anyone who thinks they are the best ninja in the world. And my goal is to make you four into the best squad in the entire village. Now you four go, said Kurenai. My name is Sakura and my likes are hanging out with me two friends Ino and Itachi and learning new jutsu as well. My dislike is other girls thinking they are best looking girls in the village and not working hard as ninja. And my goal is to get the attention of a certain boy that I like, said Sakura looking at Michael. I guess it is my turn. The name's Itachi and my likes are hanging out with my friends Ino and Sakura and training to be the best ninja of my clan. My dislikes are people who are after power and wanting to hurt innocent people. And my goal is to become leader of my clan one day and get the attention of a boy I just met not too long ago, said Itachi blushing. Well, my name is Ino and my likes are helping my mom in our flower shop and hanging out with my two best friends Sakura and Itachi, and I dislike people being bullies to people weaker than they are and trying to tell everyone they are the best thing in the world. And my goal is to master my clan's jutsu and get the attention of the guy of my dreams, said Ino blushing as well. Now how about you new guy? Tell us about yourself, said Anko looking at Michael. Well, my name is Michael Knight and my likes are my friend and partner Kitt and hanging with my girlfriend QB. I dislike people who seek to harm other people for no reason and trying to destroy anyone who gets in their way. My goal is more like something I have to get done as it could mean the difference between life and death, said Michael. Well, that sounds very interesting. Now that we got everything covered, it is time for me and Anko to give you for the real genin exam, said Kurenai. What do you mean the real exam, Kurenai sensei? I thought the exam we did was the real thing, asked Sakura confused. No, that was just the exam to see if you four were ready to take the real exam, replied Anko. So what is the real exam we will have to take? Asked Itachi. Well, you four will have to come to training ground 7 tomorrow and find out. And if you all failed you will be all sent back to the academy for another year, replied Kurenai. And may I suggest you four don't eat breakfast tomorrow before you come, said Anko. How come we can't eat breakfast before the test, Anko sensei? Asked Ino confused. Because you will failed and it will only slow the four of you down, replied Anko. So until tomorrow go home and get some rest as you will all need it, said Kurenai. With that Kurenai and Anko got up and left in a breeze of leaves, leaving the four genin on the roof alone. I don't know about the three of you, but I am going to get something to eat before I head home and rest, said Michael getting up. Well, I have to get home before my mom gets worried about me. So I will see the three of you tomorrow, said Sakura. I have to go home too as my mom and father are probably what is taking me so long getting home. So I will see the three of you in the morning, said Itachi. Well, I would like to go with you, Michael, but I have to get home too and help my mom with the flower shop before it is too late. So I will see you in the morning, Michael, said Ino. With that the three girls left Michael and headed home. Once they were gone, Michael jumped off the roof and landed on the ground in front of the academy and saw Kitt park in front of him looking like he was waiting for Michael to show up. Kitt, what are you doing here when you should be at the house with QB? Asked Michael. Well, QB was wondering how you made out and sent me here to go pick you up and bring you back to the house where she is waiting for you, replied Kitt. Well, I should have guessed QB would worried about me, Kitt, as she always does. But since you are here, how about we go to the Ichiraka ramen stand as I could go for some ramen as I have not had any in a long time, said Michael. With that Michael got inside Kitt and drove to Ichiraka ramen. When they got there, Michael got out of Kitt and went inside the stand and took a seat inside and saw a woman with brown hair and black eyes working in the front of the stand. The woman looked up and saw Michael sitting in front of her. What can I get for you today, young man? Asked the woman. How about some of your famous barbecue pork ramen, Iami? Replied Michael, giving her a fox smile. When Ayami saw Michael gave her that smile, it reminded her of their best costumer Naruto, and something told her that this cute young guy was Naruto but was wondering how he could look so different. Naruto, is that you? Asked Ayami, blushing. I guess I can't fool you, Ayami, no matter how hard I try to hide my appearance, replied Michael. Can you wait right here while I go get my father to tell him you are here, said Ayami. With that, Ayami went over to the stove where her father Tuki was cooking ramen and told him to come over to the front of the stand to see something. After a minute, Ayami came back to the counter with her father, who looked annoyed. Ayami, why did you have to drag me all the way to the counter to meet some costumer when I have ramen to cook? Asked Tuki, annoyed. Because our favorite costumer has returned to order some ramen and I think you should see who it is, replied Ayami. With that, Tuki came to the counter and saw Michael sitting there looking at him, and something told him he met this person someplace before. Sorry about my daughter here dragging me away from my work when she should be taking your order, said Tuki. Don't worry about Tuki. I haven't seen you and her in 5 years, replied Michael, smiling. When Michael smiled, Tuki realized who he was and had a look of shock on his face. Naruto, is that you? How can you be alive when you were supposed to have died 5 years ago? Asked Tuki, shock. Well, first thing, my name is Michael Knight now, and how come I am alive is a long story that will be hard to believe, replied Michael. Well, you can tell us your story over a bowl of ramen and it is on the house, as I am glad that you are just alive and well, said Tuki. With that, Tuki went over to the stove and made a bowl of ramen and gave it to Michael, and Michael told Tuki and Ayami the same story as he told the Hokage about what happened over the past 5 years since he was supposed to be dead. After Michael finished his story, Tuki and Ayami had a look of pure shock on their faces. So Michael, where is this friend Kitt of yours? Asked Ayami. He is right outside the stand waiting for me to finish eating my ramen, replied Michael, pointing to Kitt. You mean that strange piece of black metal on wheels is your friend Kitt? Asked Tuki in disbelief. Yes, it is, replied Michael. Well, he doesn't look like much to me, said Tuki. Well, for your information, I can hear everything you just said about me, replied Kitt, annoyed. Did I just hear that piece of metal say he heard everything I just said about it? Asked Tuki, starting to freak out. Just I did, and I would like it if you stop calling me a piece of metal and call me by my name, replied Kitt, starting to get angry. You have to excuse my father for being rude to you, Kitt, it is just that we have never met anything like you before in the village, said Ayami. Then I will take that as an apology then. As long as you just call me by name from now on, replied Kitt. Well, I better get going as QB will be getting worried about me. So I will see the two of you later, said Michael. Yeah, we will see you later, Michael, and it was good to see you again after all these years, said Ayami. You are always welcome to stop by any time you feel like it, as is Kitt here, said Tuki. With that, Michael got out of his seat and got inside of Kitt and drove away back towards his parents' house. Once they reached the house, Kitt decided to speak up. You like this Ayami girl, don't Michael, as well as you 3 female teammates Sakura, Itachi, and Ino? Asked Kitt, curious. No, I don't, Kitt. Ayami is an old friend of mine and my 3 teammates are just my teammates and maybe one day my friends, replied Michael. Well, according to my readings of your heart rate and blood pressure, it seems to me you like them more than just friends and they feel the same way about you when they are near you, as they gave off the same readings that you did, said Kitt. You don't know nothing about being in love, Kitt, and you better never tell any of this to QB, said Michael. I don't have to, Michael, as something tells me she already knows about this, replied Kitt. Well, then I will handle her if she does. So I better go in and get some rest for my test tomorrow, and you are coming with me, Kitt, as I may need your help passing it, said Michael. As you wish, Michael. I will be ready to go with you by the morning, said Kitt. With that, Michael got out of Kitt and went inside the house. Once Michael got inside, QB came out of nowhere and wrapped her arms around Michael and saw that she had dropped the transformation jutsu, as her fox ears and fox tails were now visible. Michael-kun, I am glad you are back, said QB, smiling. I am glad I am back to QB-chan, as I have missed you today, and before you ask, everything went well with me teammates and my senseis, replied Michael, giving QB a kiss on the lips. That is good to hear. But before we go to bed, we have something important to discuss about, said QB. What is it we need to discuss? Asked Michael, confused. Well, since you have a bloodline now, you will need to have more than one wife to ensure it doesn't die out, said QB. QB, you the only woman I need right now, and besides, where would I find these other women to marry? Asked Michael. How about your 3 female teammates and that woman at the ramen stand? Ayami, they all seem interested in you, replied QB. How would you know that, QB? Did KITT end up telling you what happened with them when I told him to kept it a secret? Asked Michael. No, he didn't tell me. I found out on my own by watching you in a safe hiding place where you couldn't see me, and I think they will all make fine wives as they seem very nice and caring towards you. So at least think about trying to ask any of them on a date, replied QB. Fine, I will ask them when and if it is the right time, QB. But right now we need some rest as I have an exam to pass tomorrow and I need all my strength to pass it, said Michael. Of course, Michael-kun. It has been a long and tiring day, so we should get some rest for now, said QB. With that, they headed towards their bedroom to sleep for the night. The next morning, Sakura, Itachi, and Ino were waiting for Michael and their senseis to show up so they could all pass the exam. I wonder where Michael is, asked Sakura. I don't know, Sakura, but he should be here soon, replied Itachi. Yeah, he knows how important this exam is to us and he will show up on time, said Ino. As soon as Ino said that, they could see something coming towards them at a fast speed in the distance and saw it was black. All of a sudden the thing stopped in front of them in a cloud of dust, and when it cleared they saw it was KITT in front of them, and the door opened and Michael stepped out smiling. Sorry I am late, you 3. But I had to make sure KITT was all set for helping us pass this exam, said Michael. That is all okay, Michael. But who is this KITT person? Asked Sakura, confused. That would be me in front of you, replied KITT. Alright, please tell us that piece of black metal didn't just talk, said Ino, starting to freak out. Well, of course KITT talk, Ino. Right, KITT, said Michael. That would be correct, Michael, replied KITT. How can that be possible that a piece of black metal can talk like a summoned creature? Asked Itachi, confused. Because KITT is a special type of summon I found a scroll of, replied Michael, quickly making up a lie. I guess that would explain that, said Sakura. So where are Anko and Kurenai sensei? Asked Michael. We don't know where they are, Michael. They should be here any minute now, replied Itachi. When Itachi said that, there was a gust of wind, and when it passed, there in front of them stood Anko and Kurenai holding a bell in each hand. Well, it is good to see you all showed up for the exam, you 4, said Kurenai. Yeah, this will be a fun exam for you to take as it will be very hard, added Anko. Michael, is this the Anko person that is supposed to be a crazy woman? Asked KITT. Who the hell just said that about me? Demanded Anko. That would be me standing next to Michael, replied KITT. Alright, I must be going crazy. Because I could swear that piece of black metal on wheels just said something to me, said Anko, freaking out. You're not crazy, Anko sensei. KITT here is a special type of summon Michael found in a scroll, replied Itachi. Well, that kind of makes sense to me, said Kurenai. So what kind of test are you and Anko sensei going to give us? Asked Sakura. Well, the exam is that the bells in me and Anko's hand you will have to take from us if you want to pass the exam, said Kurenai. But there are only 2 bells, Kurenai sensei, and 4 of us. So how do we all pass the exam? Asked Ino. Well, only 2 of you will pass the test as there are only 2 bells and the other 2 will be sent back to the academy until next year, replied Anko. So since you know what the exam is about, you will have until noon time to get the bells from me and Anko starting now, said Kurenai. With that, Kurenai and Anko disappeared in a breeze of wind, leaving the 4 genin alone. What do we do, Itachi? None of us can fail this exam, but there are only 2 bells and 4 of us. Asked Sakura. Well, if you ask me, everything about this exam is just a test to see if we work as a team, replied Michael. What do you mean by that? Asked Ino. Think about it. We were placed on a team and there are only 2 bells for 2 of us. So why do Kurenai and Anko want us all to go after them? Replied Michael. You're right, Michael. This exam is to see if we work as a team and forget about the fact that there are only 2 bells, said Itachi. That is correct, Itachi, and good thing I have a plan that will get us the bells and we all pass this exam, said Michael. So what is your plan, Michael? Asked Sakura, curious. Well, all you need to do is listen to me and let me and KITT handle the tough part of the plan, replied Michael. With that, Michael told the three girls his plan and what to do. Meanwhile, up in the trees far away, Anko and Kurenai were waiting to see what the four genin would try first. So Anko, do you think these four have any chance of passing this test? Asked Kurenai. I don't think so, Kurenai. They will fail it just like all the other teams did, replied Anko. All of a sudden, Anko and Kurenai look up and saw KITT coming towards them at a fast speed. Looks like Michael wants to go off on his own and try to take the bells from us using his summon there, said Kurenai. Well, it is too bad it isn't going to work, said Anko. At that moment, Michael, who was inside KITT, was getting ready for the tough part of their plan. Okay, KITT, do you have a lock on Anko and Kurenai? Asked Michael. Yes, I do, Michael. They are hiding in the tree up ahead, replied KITT. Alright then, KITT, transform into attack mode, said Michael. With that, KITT's body changed into a more powerful form with a spoiler on the trunk and a engine coming out of the hood, and the cobra on the trunk changed to a silver color and the grille changed from black to silver as well. Meanwhile, Anko and Kurenai had seen what happened to KITT and decided to jump from the tree and prepare to throw a barrage of kuni at KITT to stop him from coming any further. Michael had seen Anko and Kurenai jump from the tree and was prepared for it. Alright, KITT, time to use the turbo boost and use the new EMP on Anko and Kurenai so the others can finish our plan. Alright, partner, said Michael. You got it, Michael, replied KITT. All of a sudden, Anko and Kurenai look in surprise as KITT launch into the air and headed towards them, and before he went past them they saw what looked like a wave of light come out from him, and both of them felt their bodies feel like they were hit by lightning and they fell to the ground and they couldn't move a muscle. At that moment, Sakura, Ino, and Itachi came out from the trees and took the bells from the two of them. Looks like Michael's plan worked, said Sakura. Yeah, we got the bells from Anko and Kurenai sensei like he and KITT said we would, replied Itachi, smiling. So did we pass the test, Anko and Kurenai sensei? Asked Ino, looking at the two of them. Yes, you all passed the test since you work as a team to take the bells from us, replied Kurenai. Yeah, you all did. But can any of you tell us why me and Kurenai here can't move our bodies at all? Asked Anko. That would be because of KITT, SEMP. That hit the both of you, replied Michael. What the hell is a EMP? Asked Anko, confused. It stands for electronic magnetic pulse and is usually used to stop anything that has electronics in it. But I have adjusted it to work on humans as well, making them unable to move when they are hit by it, as it messes around with the nervous system, leaving the person defenseless, replied KITT. Don't worry, the effects should wear off any minute now, as I only wanted to paralyze the two of you long enough so Sakura, Itachi, and Ino could grab the bells without the two of you putting up a fight, said Michael. As Michael said that, Anko and Kurenai could feel their bodies returning back to normal and could move again, and the both of them stood up on their feet. All I can say about this EMP of KITT's is it looks like it could come in handy, stop any enemy ninja in their tracks, as me and Anko could tell you firsthand, said Kurenai. Yeah, it is something alright. But one word of warning, don't ever use that thing ever again on me and Kurenai, or we will make you and KITT very sorry you ever use it on us. Do you understand that, Gaki? Said Anko. Of course I understand you very well, Anko sensei, as does KITT, right, partner? Replied Michael, looking at KITT. Yes, we both understand you, Anko, and you have my promise I will never use my EMP on you and Kurenai ever again as you are allies, added KITT. Good, since that is settled. I think it is time for our first mission as a team, said Kurenai. What kind of mission are we going to have, Kurenai sensei? Asked Sakura. Well, we will have to go see the Hokage to get it first, said Kurenai. Well, all I can say is that it had better be a dangerous mission, said Anko, crossing her arms across her chest. With that, they all headed towards the Hokage's tower to get their first mission as a team. As they were walking, KITT decided to say something to Michael. Michael, may I say something to you? Asked KITT. Yeah, you can say anything you want to me, partner, replied Michael. Well, from looking at your team, it looks like they could be very useful in helping us find out where KARR is if we can all work well as a team, said KITT. You could be right about that, KITT. But we should see if they can be trusted with knowing who I used to be and if they believe us about KARR and the danger he could be to the village and the world, replied Michael. And who knows, they could be helpful in helping me and KITT find out where KARR is before anything bad happens to innocent people if any evil ninja find him, thought Michael. With that, they continued on their way towards the Hokage Tower to get their first mission. It now had been a few weeks since Team 7 had passed the Bell test, and during that time they had completed a few D-rank mission, and now they were on another D-rank mission, which was to catch the Fire Lord's wife's cat, which was giving Sakura, Itachi, and Ino a hard time trying to catch it. Sakura had almost managed to catch the cat by cornering it next to a tree, but the cat managed to get away just as Sakura was about to grab it and she fell to the ground on her face. Man, I can't believe that a stupid cat can give us so much trouble trying to catch it, said Sakura angry. Yeah, I know what you mean, Sakura. Every time we get close to that cat to catch it, it manages to get away, said Ino angry. Well, we can't give up now, you two. We have to catch that cat if we want to complete this mission, said Itachi. You're right, Itachi, we can't give up. But any of you seen Michael anywhere? Asked Sakura. Well, I haven't seen Michael since this mission started, replied Ino. Well, he is around here somewhere. I just hope that cat doesn't give him a hard time trying to catch it, said Itachi. I wouldn't count on that, Itachi, said Michael's voice. The three girls turned in the direction of Michael's voice and saw him looking at the three of them wearing a long-sleeve grey shirt, blue jeans and black sneakers, and in his arms was the cat that had given him a hard time trying to catch it, purring with its eyes closed and looking peaceful. Michael, how did you end up catching the cat without it running away? Asked Sakura surprised. Well, maybe because I am kind of a cat person and didn't try cornering it and chasing it all around the forest like a crazy person, replied Michael smiling. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter how you caught the cat, Michael. All that matters is that we completed the mission in record time, said Itachi. Yeah, Itachi is right. So we better head back to Anko and Kurenai-sensei and tell them that the mission is over, said Ino. With that, they head toward where Kurenai and Anko were waiting for them. When they got there, they saw Kurenai and Anko were leaning against a tree, and Anko looked very unhappy, and Kurenai noticed the cat in Michael's arms and smiled. While it looks like you four completed the mission, said Kurenai looking at the four genin. Well, to tell the truth, Kurenai-sensei, Michael here was the one who caught the cat without no problem, replied Sakura. Yeah, Michael made it look easy. The cat didn't put up any fight when Michael caught it, added Itachi. So what do we do now, Kurenai-sensei, since the mission is over? Asked Ino curious. Well, first thing is we bring the cat over to the Hokage's tower and then we will receive our next mission from him, replied Kurenai. Well, it better not be another D-rank mission because I am getting sick of them, said Anko pouting. With that, they headed towards the Hokage's tower to get their next mission. When they got there and reached the Hokage's office, Michael handed the cat over to the Fire Lord's wife, who hugged it tightly. She then paid the Hokage and left. The Hokage then turned to Team 7. Alright, since you completed your mission, your next D-rank mission will be, started Sarutobi. Enough of these stupid D-rank mission, Lord Hokage, yelled Anko. Anko, mind your manners in front of the Hokage, said Kurenai. Well, I am sorry, Kurenai. But I had enough of these D-rank missions and I think it is about time we get a real mission that is challenging, replied Anko. I hate to admit, Kurenai-sensei. Anko-sensei has a point, we have done nothing but mission a regular person can do, said Sakura. Well, there is a reason you have been given D-rank missions so far, Sakura, said Sarutobi. What reason, Lord Hokage? Asked Itachi confused. Well, you see, you are new gen and just out of the academy, and we all need to learn to work as a team, which is why we are given D-rank missions, so we build teamwork before we get any higher ranking missions, replied Kurenai. I guess that kind of makes sense, Kurenai-sensei, said Ino. Well, since that is settled, I was going to give you all a D-rank mission, but since Anko is getting restless, how about a C-rank mission? That is if both your senseis think you are all ready for a higher rank mission, said Sarutobi. Well, I think our team is ready for a C-rank mission, Lord Hokage, as it could tell me and Anko how well the four of them work well together as a team, said Kurenai. Well, I agree to. I think they are ready for a challenge. Besides, it will give me a change of pace from doing all these stupid D-rank mission, added Anko. Well, I have a C-rank mission right here, which is a escort mission to protect a caravan of traveling merchants to a village in the land of birds. You will meet them outside the gates to the village within an hour, said Sarutobi. If I may, Lord Hokage. I would like to bring KITT along with us on this mission, said Michael. Why would you want to bring along KITT since this is just a C-rank mission and we can take care of anything that we run into? Asked Anko angry. Because me and KITT are partners and I have a feeling we may need him on this mission, and also I have my own personal reasons why I want KITT along on this mission, replied Michael. What kind of personal reasons? Asked Sakura curious. That is between me and the Hokage, and he knows why it is important KITT comes along on this mission, replied Michael. Michael's right, Sakura. His reasons for wanting KITT along on this mission are important and are a secret between me and him. So if there isn't anything else to say, just go home and get what you need for this mission and meet outside the gates of the village within an hour to meet the caravan you will be escorting on this mission, said Sarutobi. With that, they all left the tower and went to their homes to get prepared for the mission. When Michael got to his house and went inside, he saw Kyubi sitting with Ayami at the table, looking like they were waiting for him to come back from his mission. Kyubi, why is Ayami here with you in the house? Asked Michael, confused. Because Ayami stopped by to say hello and wanted to see you to tell you something important, replied Kyubi. What is it that she has to tell me? Asked Michael, confused. Well, this is hard for me to say to you, Michael. But I will cut to the chase. I came here to tell you that I have had a crush on you ever since I met you and wanted to tell you for the longest time, replied Ayami. You mean to tell me you have had a crush on me ever since we met? Asked Michael, shocked. Yes, and me and Kyubi already talk about this when I came over here, and she told me more about your bloodline trait and how you needed more than one wife in order to keep it from dying out, and we both agreed to share you if you want us to, replied Ayami. All I can say is that I am very flattered that a beautiful woman like you is interested in me. But I need time to think this over. But I will let you know what my decision is when I get back from my mission, said Michael. That is all I ask of you, Michael, said Ayami. So what kind of mission do you have this time, Michael-kun? Asked Kyubi. Well, it's a C-rank mission which is to escort a caravan of merchants to a village in the land of birds. Which is why I came here in the first place, to get my weapons and bring KITT with me, as I could get some information as to where KARR could be hidden so we can go after him and destroy him once and for all, replied Michael. Well, in that case, good luck, and I hope you can find some information on KARR while you are on this mission, said Kyubi. Thanks, because I think I will need it on this mission, said Michael. With that, Michael told Kyubi and Ayami he would see them later, and then he gathered his weapons together and got inside KITT and headed towards the gates of the village. Meanwhile, outside the gates of the village, the others were waiting with the caravan of merchants, waiting for Michael and KITT to show up. Can any of you ninja tell us why we are waiting for the last member of your team when we need to get going, as we don't want to be late getting to our next stop? Asked a man. Michael will be here any minute, as he knows how important this mission is to everyone, replied Kurenai. As soon as Kurenai said that, they saw KITT coming towards them at a fast speed and stopped right in front of Kurenai, and Michael got out with sunglasses covering his eyes. Sorry, me and KITT are late getting here, but we had to be careful not hitting anyone on our way here, said Michael. That's okay, Michael. We are just glad you and KITT could make it in time for the mission, said Sakura. Well, it's about time you showed up when we have been waiting all day for you ninja to escort us to the land of birds, said another man. Well, don't blame Michael for being late, as he had to come get me for this mission, as it would appear you need my assistance, replied KITT. Alright, please tell me that piece of metal didn't just say something. Asked the first man, freaking out from hearing KITT talk. Well, of course KITT talk. He is a special summon that Michael found a scroll of, and he could prove useful to us on this mission, replied Anko, trying to hide the smile on her face from seeing the man's reaction to KITT. Well, since we are done talking, I think we should be heading out since we have a long journey ahead of us, said Kurenai. With that, everyone headed out towards the land of birds. As they started walking, Michael had bad feeling about the woman with long purple hair in the caravan, as he felt she looked very familiar somehow, but quickly put aside as something to do with escorting the caravan to the land of birds and continued walking with Kitt traveling alongside on him at a slow speed to keep her eye out for trouble. After a few days of traveling and resting, the bad feeling that Michael had didn't go away, and it bugged him to no end as it kept on telling him this mission was of a higher rank than they had been assigned, and Michael could swear he met the woman in the caravan that was in front of him somewhere before and decide to find out who exactly she was. Kitt, I want you to do something for me, said Michael looking at Kitt. What is it you need me to do for you, Michael? Asked Kitt. See the woman in front of us with long purple hair. I want you to scan her face and run it through the database of everyone living in the elemental countries and tell me who she is when you find a match, as I can swear I know her from somewhere before and I have a very bad feeling this mission is more than what it appears, partner, replied Michael. I will do it at once, Michael. But it will take me a minute to find a match in the database, as there are countless people in the elemental countries, said Kitt. With that, Kitt used his scanners to scan the woman's face and started to cross-match it to everyone in the Night Industries database looking for a match. After 5 minutes of searching, Kitt had finally found a match and decided to tell Michael at once. Michael, I have found a match in the database and you were right thinking this mission is more than it appears, said Kitt. So who is she, Kitt? Asked Michael, curious. She is none other Princess Toki, future feudal lord of the land of birds, and from the files it appears that there are a number of missing ninja out to kill her so they can take over the land of birds for their own gain. Which is probably why she is traveling with this caravan as a disguise to protect her from these missing ninja, and we were tricked into this mission thinking it was C rank when it should be B or a rank since she is here traveling with them. But I am afraid that this trick isn't fooling the missing ninja, as my scanners are picking up what appears to be about 10 to 12 ninja, probably Chunin rank. Which means everyone here is in danger, replied Kitt. Then we better go warn the others of what we found out then before something bad happens, said Michael. With that, Michael went over to Kurenai, who was not too far ahead of him and Kitt, and decided to tell her what he and Kitt found out. Kurenai-sensei, I have something important to tell you, said Michael, trying to get her attention. What is it, Michael, that you need to tell me? Asked Kurenai, curious. We need to get everyone to safety, as this mission shouldn't even be a C rank mission but a B or a rank mission, as we have been deceived, replied Michael. What do you mean we been deceived? Asked Kurenai, getting confused. Well, maybe you should ask the woman behind me what is really going on. Isn't that right, Princess Toki? And don't even think about lying, as I had Kitt run your face through the database and bring up your file, replied Michael, looking at Toki. Is this true? Are you Princess Toki? Asked Sakura. Yes, I am, and the real reason you are on this mission is to protect me from the missing ninja who are out to kill me and take over my land, replied Toki. Well, for your information, we were given this mission to protect these merchants on their way to the land of birds, and you should have told us the truth, as you could have had better ninja to protect you too, said Anko. Well, I think that doesn't matter right now, Anko-sensei, said Michael. What do you mean? Asked Itachi. While according to Kitt, the missing ninja that are after Princess Toki here are not far away and are heading towards us right now, replied Michael. So what do we do now? Asked Ino, scared. All we can do is protect these merchants from the missing ninja, as that is our mission we were given, replied Kurenai. What about protecting me, since I am the one you should be protecting the most? Asked Toki. Well, you should have told us the truth from the start, as now you put all these innocent people in danger. But you have our word, we will try to protect you as well, Princess Toki, replied Anko. Alright, everyone, get into defense positions and protect everyone from the missing ninja whenever they decide to appear, ordered Kurenai. With that, everyone get into the defense positions and prepared to protect everyone from harm. All of a sudden, from the treetops, a barrage of kuni knives started to head towards everyone at a fast speed. When just before they hit them, they bounce off what looked like an invisible shield of some kind, and everyone but Michael was wondering what it had come from. Okay, can anyone tell me what just happened? Asked Kurenai. That would be my force field that I expanded to protect everyone from those kuni, replied Kitt. Well, thanks for the help, Kitt. But where are the ninja that threw those kuni at? Asked Anko. As soon as Anko said that they were surrounded by 12 ninja, each with a kuni arm in their hands, and standing in front of them was who appeared to be the leader of the missing ninja. The leader was man with short silver hair and black eyes with a leaf headband with a slash through it, and he was smiling. Well, what do we have? Some ninja from the Leaf Village trying to protect Princess Toki. And do my eyes deceive me? It appears that Michael Knight and his partner KITT are here as well. So how have things been for you since we last met? Said the leader, looking at Michael, smiling. Things have been going great for me, Mizuki. How about you? It appears you recovered from our last encounter, replied Michael. Yes, I have, but I haven't forgotten how you almost ruined my career as ninja by breaking both my arms. I was only here to kill Princess Toki, but having you here is even better, as I can pay you back for what you did to me, and once I kill you, then I turn your partner KITT into scrap metal, said Mizuki, smiling. That isn't going to happen, Mizuki, because I am going to make sure I finish the job this time, and you can count on that, said Michael. With that, Michael turned to his teammates. I want you guys to deal with the missing ninja while I go after Mizuki, said Michael. You got to be crazy, Michael. That guy is probably at the Jonin level. There is no way you can defeat him alone, said Sakura, concerned. I know what I am doing, Sakura, as I faced Mizuki before and beat him good, replied Michael. Michael, right, Sakura. It seems he and Mizuki have some history together, and it appears Michael knows how to beat him no problem, said Kurenai. Kurenai's right. Besides, we need to handle the other ninja before anyone here gets hurt, added Anko. So don't worry about me, as I handled worse people than Mizuki before, and I have anyways come out on top, said Michael, smiling. Well then, you better just be careful then and come back in one piece, Michael, said Itachi. I promise I will. Itachi and KITT here will protect everybody else with his force field. Right, partner, said Michael, looking at KITT. You can count on me, Michael, replied KITT. With that, Michael took after Mizuki while the others went to deal with the other ninja. Michael took out a kuni out of his pouch and threw it at Mizuki, who deflected with his own kuni. Michael then made of hand signs and made about 10 shadow clones and attacked Mizuki head on. Mizuki quickly reacted by making a series of quick hand signs and let out a trail of fire that came out of his mouth and hit all of Michael's shadow clones and himself. When the smoke cleared, Michael was on his knees trying to catch his breath and looked tired. What the matter, Michael? You losing your touch because I thought you were going to kill me? Asked Mizuki, laughing. This isn't over yet, Mizuki. Because I have one more jutsu up my sleeve, replied Naruto, smiling. All of a sudden a sphere of blue chakra appeared in his hand, and Michael ran towards Mizuki, who looked up in surprise as the sphere of blue chakra hit him in the chest and sent him flying into a tree hard. Meanwhile, Kurenai, who had managed to make some of the ninja retreat, saw what Michael had used against Mizuki and was surprised at what happened. I don't believe this. That jutsu that Michael just used on Mizuki, that was the fourth Hokage's jutsu, the Rasengan. But where did he learn a powerful jutsu like that from? Thought Kurenai, shock. Meanwhile, Michael looked towards where he sent Mizuki into the tree, and when the smoke cleared, he saw that Mizuki had disappeared and looked like he had retreated. I don't believe this. Mizuki got away again. But he probably didn't get very far. I better go see how the others made out, and then me and KITT can go after Mizuki and his ninja and finish him off once and for all so they can't harm anyone else, thought Michael. With that, Michael went back to the others to see how they made out. When he got there, he saw everyone was all okay, and it appeared the other ninja had gotten away as well. Is everyone all right? Asked Michael, concerned. Yeah, everyone is all right, and it appears we drove those ninja away, replied Kurenai. Well then, me and KITT are going to go after them before they have a chance to regroup, said Michael. You got to be crazy, Michael. We need to get these people to safety, said Itachi. I know, but I know Mizuki, and he will not give up until Princess Toki here is dead, and as long as him and his ninja are alive, we are still in danger from attack, replied Michael. Then if you are going after them, then you need backup, said Ino. No thanks, Ino. Me and KITT can handle this ourselves, and this is something me and him have to do alone, replied Michael. Well then, you better hurry up before they get too far away, and you better be careful when you go after them, said Anko. Don't worry about me, Anko. Me and KITT will be just fine, and we will be back before you know it, said Michael. With that, Michael got inside of KITT and they headed off in the direction Mizuki and his ninja took off in. Alright KITT, do you have a lock on Mizuki and his ninja? Ask Michael. Yes I do Michael. They are about 5 miles away from a position, replied KITT. Good, then change into attack mode and we can catch up to them faster, said Michael. With that KITT change into attack mode and race towards where Mizuki and his ninja were. When they got there, Michael looked in horror as in front of him and KITT were the bodies of Mizuki ninja everywhere, and it looked like there had been an explosion as there was the burnt remains of trees and there were burn marks on the ground. KITT, what the hell just happened here? Asked Michael, shocked at the scene in front of him. I don't know Michael, but from my scans it appears they were hit by a few missiles that are identical to my own, replied KITT. But how can that be possible? Asked Michael, afraid of knowing who was the one responsible for the chaos in front of him. I don't know the answer to that Michael. But my scanners are picking up a weak life sign about 20 feet in front of us, replied KITT. With that, Michael got out of KITT and headed in the direction of where KITT detected the life sign in front of them. When Michael reached the area, he saw Mizuki burnt and barely alive on the ground in front of him. Mizuki, who the hell did this to you? Asked Michael. It was you partner KITT who did this to my men, replied Mizuki. That is impossible. Me and KITT just got here, said Michael. Well, I am telling you the truth, your partner was the one who did this, as I could never mistake that piece of scrap metal for anything else. The only difference was the lights on the front were yellow instead of red. He probably thought it would hide who he was. But it didn't work, as I could tell right away it was him all along. But I guess that doesn't matter now, as my men are dead and I am about to join them, replied Mizuki. All of a sudden Mizuki fell to the ground with now lifeless eyes. Michael then went back over to KITT and get inside. KITT, contact Madara and tell him we have a code 1 emergency, said Michael. At once Michael, replied KITT. With that, KITT opened a line to Night Industries and Madara appeared on the screen. What do you want Michael? Asked Madara. Well, we have a big problem Madara, replied Michael. What kind of problem are we talking about? Asked Madara. Well, it appears that KARR has been found by someone as he just killed Mizuki and his ninja, replied Michael. Are you sure about this Michael? Asked Madara, shocked. Yes, I am very sure, as Mizuki saw KARR with his own eyes before he died in front of me, replied Michael. This is not good news then. I will have Kabuto and Tayuya find out who found KARR and set him loose at once. Until then, go on with your mission and report anything new that has to do with KARR at once, said Madara. Understood Madara. Michael out, said Michael, turning off the communication line. Alright KITT, let's head back to the others and continue on with this mission, and don't mention to anybody about KARR, alright, said Michael. Understood Michael, replied KITT. With that, they headed back towards the others. Once they met up with the others, Michael and KITT lied to them, saying that Mizuki and his ninja had been killed by one of KITT's missiles. With that, they continued on their way towards the land of birds and finally reached it the next day. Once they got there and the merchants and Princess Toki were safe, Team 7 stood in front of Toki. Thanks to you all, my kingdom is safe from those missing ninja, said Toki. Don't mention it Princess, it was our honor to protect you and these merchants, said Kurenai. Yeah, but next time don't put innocent people in danger like you did, said Anko. You have my promise that I will never do anything like that again, said Toki. Well, we better get going back to the village as my mom is worried about me, said Sakura. I know what you mean, my parents must be worried sick about me as well, said Itachi. Well, I for one am looking forward to working at my mom's flower shop when I get back, said Ino. I have to agree, we will deserve a long rest after this mission like KITT, said Michael, looking at KITT. Yes, you all deserve a long rest from this mission, said KITT. With that, they all said a final goodbye to Princess Toki and headed back towards the village. Unknown to all of them, watching them from a hilltop out of view was an identical car of KITT, only the lights on the front were yellow instead of red. This car was in fact KARR, who had followed all of them to the land of birds and was looking down at KITT and Michael. Enjoy your rest while you can, my brother. Because soon I will destroy you and your partner, the new Michael Knight, and then there will be no one to stop me from taking over this world and killing anyone who stands in my way, said Karr in an angry tone. Meanwhile, far away underground inside a huge metal room stood a red Dodge Viper with red lights flashing on the front of it, and standing not far away in a chair at a computer screen was a woman with long brown hair and brown eyes, wearing a black shirt and blue jeans and white sneakers, and staring at the screen as Karr had appear on it, looking down at Michael and Kitt and the others. This is very bad. Karr has been reactivated by that evil ninja Orochimaru, said the Viper in a robotic voice. I know what you mean, this is very bad news. Which is why me and you have to go the village hidden in the leaves at once, as Michael and Kitt could use our help, as you know Karr better than anyone else, since you and the original Michael Knight defeated him all those years ago when you used to be in your old black Trans Am's Firebird body that my father Charles Grayman built for you when he built you and Karr back when he built the two of you. But when it was decided you were to be dismantled and shut down for good, my father decided to put you into the body of the Viper Defender that he helped Julian Wilkes build, and shut you down until the day Karr was reactivated and you would be needed if Kitt need your help against him, said the woman. I know this very well, and you were put into stasis to save your life from cancer, and you would be reawakened to help me when Kitt need us to defeat Karr, said the Viper. I know that very well, and thanks to that I lose my husband Michael and our son. But something about this new Michael Knight reminds me of him and my son, and I can feel a contaction to him like he is related to me somehow. But that doesn't matter right now. How long will it take us to get to the village from here? Asked the woman. According to my scanners, it will take us about 3.5 weeks to get from where we are to the village hidden in the leaves, counting the time you need to rest up since you need to eat and sleep, replied the Viper. Well then, we better get going before Karr decides to go after Kitt and Michael and kills them, said the woman. With that, the woman get inside the Viper and they drove out of the room and headed towards the village as fast as possible, hoping to get there before Karr did and help Kitt and Michael defeat him. It now had been a little over 3 weeks since the mission to the Land of Birds, and they got back to the village. During that time, Sakura, Itachi, and Ino noticed Michael was acting differently, like something was on his mind and it was troubling him to no end, like it was making him worried about something. The three girls tried several times to ask him what was going on, but every time they asked him what was wrong, Michael just said it was nothing and not to worried about it. They even tried asking Kitt what was wrong with Michael, and all he said was Michael had a lot on his mind and he would tell the three of them when he felt it was right. Now the three of them and Michael were going to meet Kurenai and Anko, as they had something important to discuss with the four of them. As they were walking, Sakura noticed that Michael was still acting the same way he had been ever since their C-rank mission, and decided to ask Michael what was bothering him one more time. Michael, can I ask you a question? Asked Sakura, concerned. Sure, you can ask me anything, Sakura, replied Michael. Well, me and the others have noticed you are acting kind of strange, like you have something important on your mind ever since we got back from the Land of Birds, and want to know what is on your mind. Asked Sakura. It is nothing that concerns the three of you, and I feel it should stay that way, replied Michael in a low tone. What's so important that you have to keep what's on your mind a secret, Michael? Asked Itachi. Yeah, we're your teammates and friends and you can tell us anything. So why are you keeping what's on your mind a secret from us? Asked Ino. If you three must know, it is really nothing that concerns the three of you, and I would like to keep it that way. So can we please just drop the subject? Replied Michael in an angry tone. Fine, have it your way, Michael. But we just want to let you know, if you ever feel like talking about it, me, Itachi, and Ino are here for you anytime, said Sakura. Yeah, we're your friends, Michael, and nothing you do will change that, said Itachi. Thanks, and I promise when the time is right I will tell you three what is on my mind, said Michael, calming down. That is all we ask for, Michael, said Ino. With that they continued walking, with Michael walking behind the three girls and looking at the three of them. I wish I could tell the three of them the truth about who I am and about Karr. But I can't, as I care too much for the three of them like I do QB and I Army to tell them the truth, as Karr could harm the three of them if they find out the truth, as it would put them in danger and of course the village as well, thought Michael sadly. All of a sudden the four of them could hear what sounded like yelling coming from our ally, and it sounded like someone was in trouble. Michael decided to find out what was going on in the ally and ran towards the ally with Sakura, Itachi, and Ino running after him. When Michael got to where he heard the yelling, he saw a boy and a girl about 14 years old. The boy had face paint on his face and wearing all black cloths, carrying something on his back, and the girl next to him had dirty blonde hair tied in 4 pigtails, wearing some type of kimono with a large fan on her back, and both of them were wearing the Hidden Sand Village headband. And Michael saw the Hokage's grandson Konohamaru being held by the collar of his shirt by the boy with face paint yelling to Konohamaru, and Michael could make out what they were saying. "I am going to teach you a thing, punk, about bumping into people," said the boy in an angry tone. "Kankuro, I think the kid gets the points. So just let him go and let's be on our way," said the girl. "I don't think so, Temari. Because I am going to make an example out of him so other kids will know what to mess with me," replied Kankuro. "I think you should just listen to the girl and drop the boy right now," said Michael, coming out of his hiding place. "Why should I do that?" asked Kankuro. "Because he is the Hokage's grandson," replied Sakura. "Yeah, you could be in a lot of trouble if you don't drop him this second," said Itachi. "I don't think so, because I think this kid should know who he is messing with, and I don't care if he is the Hokage's grandson. I am going to teach him a lesson for bumping into me," said Kankuro. Before Kankuro could even lay a finger on Konohamaru, he was hit by what looked like a beam of red light that hit his hand and made him let go of Konohamaru, who quickly decided to get out of the area as fast as he could. "Who the hell did that?" demanded Kankuro, holding his hand, which was in a lot of pain. "That would be me that hit you with my laser on stun," replied Kitt. Kankuro looked in the direction of the voice and saw Kitt behind Michael and the others with his red light flashing back and forth. "Okay, please tell me that piece of black metal didn't just talk to me," said Kankuro, starting to freak out. "Well, I think it just did talk to you, Kankuro, as I heard it too," said Temari, freaking out as well. "You would be right, you two, that Kitt here talk, as he is a special summon that I found a scroll of. But I wouldn't worry too much about Kitt doing any harm to you, as he only use his weapons on people who seek to harm innocent people, and he decide that you didn't mean to cause any harm to Konohamaru, as you just wanted to scare him," replied Michael, smiling. "That I did, Michael. But if you decide to harm anyone else in this village, then I will use lethal force if I must, to protect the innocent people of this village," said Kitt in a threatening tone. "We understand you loud and clear," said Temari. "Yeah, we will not try harming anyone else in the village. You have our word," adding Kankuro, nervous. "Well, since that's settled, care to tell us why you two are in the village in the first place?" asked Michael. "We're here to take part in the Chunin exams," replied Temari. "That's right, this year they're being held the village," said Sakura. "Yeah, and we better hurry, as we didn't want to keep our sensei waiting on us," said Kankuro. "Yeah, our sensei gets angry if we are late. So we have to go, but maybe we will meet you later around the village," said Temari. With that, they ran off, leaving Michael and the others alone. "Well, that sure went well," said Itachi. "Yeah, and it is a good thing Kitt here showed up when he did, because I don't think we could have handled those two by ourselves," said Ino. "Well, I think we could have, right, Kitt," said Michael, looking at Kitt. "You are right, Michael, as you four work well together as a team," said Kitt. "Well, we better get going if we don't want to be late meeting Kurenai and Anko sensei," said Sakura. "Yeah, I know Anko sensei will be angry if we are late," said Itachi. "Well, you four go on ahead, as I have to go back to Michael house Sakubi as someone to keep her company," said Kitt. With that, the four of them headed towards where they were supposed to meet Kurenai and Anko, while Kitt headed back towards the house. After a few more minutes of walking, they finally got to the meeting place and saw Kurenai and Anko waiting for them, and Anko didn't look too happy. "Well, it is about time you four finally decided to show up," said Anko, annoyed. "Well, we're sorry we are late, Anko sensei. But we kind of ran into some trouble on the way getting here," said Sakura. "Well, that doesn't matter right now, as me and Anko have something important to tell the four of you," said Kurenai. "What is it you have to tell us, Kurenai sensei?" asked Itachi, curious. "Well, you see, me and Kurenai have entered you four into the Chunin exams this year," replied Anko. "But why us, since we are just new genin?" asked Ino, surprised. "Because you four have proven you can work well together as a team and have what it takes to take part in the Chunin exams," replied Kurenai. "Well, I fell honor that you two have chosen us to enter the Chunin exams," said Michael. "Well, that is good to hear from you, Michael. Here are your registration forms. Fill them out and bring them to the room listed on them tomorrow morning," said Anko, given the four of them a form. And don't worry too much about the exams, as me and Anko know you have what it takes to pass them, said Kurenai. With that the two of them vanish in breeze of leaves, leaving the four genin alone. I don't know about the three of you, but I have to get home before my mom worries where I am, said Ino. Yeah, I have the feeling that my parents are worried as well about me. So I will see the three of you in the morning, said Sakura. Yeah, I have to get going too, as my father promised to teach me a new jutsu when I got home. So I will see you in the morning as well, Michael, said Itachi. With that, three girls headed towards their homes, leaving Michael alone by himself. Michael decided to take a walk in the forest by himself to clear his head and to think about what Karr had planned. As he was walking, Michael had a feeling he was being watched from somewhere and decided to keep a lookout for trouble. All of a sudden a barrage of kuni came from out of the trees and headed towards him. Michael quickly ducked out of the way and looked up to see if threw the kuni at him. When he looked up, Michael saw a ninja in front of him wearing a cloak and a straw hat with a strange headband on his head and a kuni in his hand. What do you want? Demanded Michael. All I want is to kill you, since I am in the Chunin exams and decided to take out the compilation, replied the ninja. Well, I hate to break it to you, but you just mess with the wrong ninja today, said Michael. I think you are wrong and I will prove it by killing you right now, said the ninja. With that the ninja charged at Michael with the intent to kill him. The ninja went to strike Michael with his kuni when all of a sudden he looked in shock as Michael blocked it with his arm that had turned into a sword and sent the ninja flying backwards a couple of feet. How is it possible you can turn your arm into a sword? Asked the ninja, nervous. Because it is part of my bloodline trait, as this next attack is too, replied Michael. With that Michael's arm turned back to normal, and to the ninja's surprise a big spear made out of ice came from Michael's arm and headed straight towards him. The ninja barely avoided the attack and saw Michael coming towards him with a Rasengan and Chidori in each hand with the intent to kill on Michael's face. Before the ninja knew what hit him, he was struck by both attacks and there was a big cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, Michael looked at the kata he made in the ground and saw instead of the ninja's body there was only a wooden log in his place. I don't believe this. He got away using a replacement jutsu to avoid my attacks. Well, I hope he learn his lesson not to mess with me, and I hope for his sake I don't meet him again, as I plan to kill him the next time we meet, thought Michael. With that Michael headed home. Later that night Kurenai and Anko were waiting on a roof of a building waiting for someone to show up. All of a sudden the ninja that attacked Ninja appeared on the roof behind the two of them, bowing. So Iruka, did they all pass your test? Asked Kurenai to the ninja. Yes, they did, Kurenai. But Michael had me worried, as if I didn't use that replacement jutsu I would have been dead from his attack. And you were right about him knowing the Rasengan, but he also used Kakashi Chidori, replied Iruka, dropping the transformation jutsu. Well, what do you expect, Iruka? You did attack him and he only defended himself. Think you were enemy ninja. But what you just told us is making me wonder where Michael learned such powerful jutsu from. As I know that Kakashi only taught Sasuke that jutsu and to no one else, said Anko. Well, that doesn't matter now, Anko. All that matters is that they all passed the test and are ready for the Chunin exams tomorrow, said Kurenai, looking at the full moon. The next morning Michael and the rest of Team 7 had reached the building where the Chunin exams were to be held and now were starting head towards the room that was the from when all of a sudden they were stopped by boy their age with a bowl haircut and bushy eyebrows in green spandex, and he was looking at Sakura. Hi miss, my name is Rock Lee and I was wondering if you would to be my girlfriend. Asked Lee. I don't think you are my type, said Sakura, scared, hiding behind Michael. And who are you, sir? This girl boyfriend? Asked Lee, angry, looking at Michael. No, I am not, and I think you should just get lost as you are scaring Sakura here, replied Michael, taking off his sunglasses. Well, how about we have a spar to see who wins the heart of this young lady? Asked Lee. Lee, what the hell do you think you are doing? Asked a female voice. Michael looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl with black hair tied in two buns and wearing a pink Chinese silk shirt and black pants, and a boy next to her with long black hair pulled into a ponytail with lavender eyes and wearing a grey shirt and black pants, and the girl didn't look very happy. Well, Tenten, I was just asking this young man if he wanted to spar, replied Lee. Well, from the looks of it you were looking for a fight and bothering these four. Sorry about my teammate Lee here bothering you four. My name is Tenten and this boy next to me is Neji, said Tenten, pointing to the boy next to her. Well, it is okay. I think you friendly here was just got overexcited. By the way, the name's Michael Knight and these are my teammates Sakura, Ino, and Itachi, said Michael pointing to his 3 teammates. Well, it is nice to meet all of you, said Neji. So are you 3 to take the Chunin exams as well? Asked Itachi. Yes, we are, and we need to get going if we don't want to be late. Right, Lee, said Tenten. With that, Tenten grabbed Lee by the ear and dragged him away from Michael and the others. Well, that was weird, said Ino. Yeah, that Lee is crazy, but Tenten and Neji seem to be nice people, said Sakura. Well, we better hurry if we don't want to be late for the exams, said Michael. With that, they headed up the fleet of stairs leading up to the next level when all of a sudden Lee appeared behind them. Michael Knight, said Lee. Yes, what do you want now, Lee? Asked Michael. I want you to fight me right now, replied Lee. Why should I agree to that? Asked Michael. Because I want to prove to my teammate Neji that I can win by only using taijutsu, replied Lee. Well, since you appear to be in our way of going to the Chunin exams, I agree to your challenge and I will beat you just so I can shut you up, said Michael. Michael, are you sure you can beat this guy? Asked Sakura. Oh, course I can, Sakura. All he is just a big pushover who thinks he is the best, replied Michael. Well, just be careful fighting him and make it fast as we need to get going to the Chunin exam, said Itachi. I promise I will, Itachi, said Michael. With that, Michael turned towards Lee and activated his Sharingan, which was hidden thanks to his sunglasses. With that, Lee and Michael charge at each other. Lee quickly went for a roundhouse kick that Michael dodged thanks to the Sharingan and kicked Lee in the stomach, sending him flying backwards. Lee quickly got back on his feet only to see a ball of solid ice coming at him that was sent by Michael that hit him hard in the heart and sent him to the floor out cold. Looks like you lost this match, Lee, said Michael to the now knockout Lee, even though Lee couldn't hear what he was saying. With that, Michael and the others went on their way up the stairs to the exam room, leaving Lee on the floor still out cold from the ball of ice. When they got to the top of the stairs, they saw the door to the exam room down the short hallway and headed towards it. But before they could go inside, there was cloud of smoke, and when it cleared, standing in front of them were Anko and Kurenai smiling. Anko and Kurenai sensei, what are you two doing here? Asked Ino. Well, we're here to wish you 4 good luck with the Chunin exams, replied Kurenai. Yeah, and it is a good thing you all showed up together, said Anko. What do you mean by that? Asked Itachi, confused. Well, you see, all had to show up together as the Chunin exams required you all to all take it as a team, and if one of you didn't show, then the others couldn't take it, replied Kurenai. So how did you know we would all show up here? Asked Sakura. Well, you see, you were all given a test to see if you were ready to take the Chunin exams and you all pass with flying colors, replied Anko. So you mean to tell me that the ninja that attacked me yesterday was just some test? Asked Michael. Yes, it was, and it was a good thing Iruka used a replacement jutsu to escape, or you would have killed him with your attacks, said Kurenai. But since you didn't and you pass, you can take the Chunin exmas with the rest of your team, added Anko. Well, we better get going as we need to go talk to the Hokage. But good luck with the Chunin exmas, as me and Anko know you will pass them no problem, said Kurenai. With that, they disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Once they were gone, Michael and the others went inside the room and looked in shock at all the ninja in the room looking at them. Are all these ninja here to take the Chunin exams? Asked Sakura, shock. I think they are, Sakura, replied Michael. Well, what do we have here, Akamaru? Said a voice. Michael and the others turned around and saw 6 kids their age looking at them. So what are you doing here, Kiba, with Hinata and Shino? Asked Ino. What does it look like we're doing here, Ino? We're here to take the Chunin exams like Choji, Shikamaru, and Sasuke, replied Kiba. So who this guy with the 4 of you? Asked Shino. This is Michael Knight from the Land of Rain, replied Itachi. Well, he doesn't look tough to me, sis, said Sasuke looking at Michael. Well, you would be wrong, Sasuke, as Michael here took on a Jonin rank missing ninja and won, said Sakura. I heard about that from Kakashi sensei. He told us all about Michael and his strange metal summon KITT, said Hinata. So you heard about KITT? Asked Michael, curious. Well, me and Choji here saw you and him around the village a few times, and I can say he looks very powerful to me, said Shikamaru. Yeah, he is and looks cool too from what I saw of him. But I didn't know there was such a thing as a metal summon, said Choji eating a bag of chips. Well then you would be wrong. Choji as me, Sakura, and Itachi have seen KITT in action and he has been very useful on the missions he went on with us, said Ino. Well I say that piece of metal does not look so tough to me, said Sasuke. Well maybe you should try fighting against him brother, as I know KITT can kick your sorry ass all around this village by using his EMP, said Itachi smiling. Well it looks like you two need to calm down, said a voice. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice and saw Kabuto looking at them wearing a leaf headband. Who are you? Asked Kiba. The name's Kabuto and this is my 7th time taking the Chunin Xmas as I failed them 6 times before, replied Kabuto. So they are that tough? Asked Sakura. Yes they are, and believe me some of these ninja in here have taken more times than me before, replied Kabuto. Man that is tough, said Itachi. Can you guys excuse me for a second as I have something to talk to Kabuto about as it is important, said Michael. Why do you want to talk to this guy alone, Michael? Asked Ino. Because it is important and it doesn't concern any of you, all right, replied Michael. Sure, but please make it quick, said Sakura. Oh course I will, Sakura, replied Michael. With that Michael went with Kabuto to a corner of the room out of earshot of everyone else. So Kabuto, have you and Tayuya found out where Karr is and who reactivated him? Asked Michael. Well we don't know where Karr is right now. But I do know who found him, replied Kabuto. So who found him? Asked Michael, fearing who it was. It was Orochimaru who found Karr and reactivated him, as I heard Orochimaru myself talking to someone with a robotic voice and I saw a yellow light in the darkness before Orochimaru made me leave the room. It seems Karr told Orochimaru he knew a way to get him immortality if he worked with him, replied Kabuto. Well we know for a fact that Karr is just using Orochimaru as a pawn by lying to him saying he knows a way of giving him immortality, said Michael. I know, Michael. But there is a bigger problem we have to deal with right now, said Kabuto. What do you mean by that? Asked Michael. Well Orochimaru plans on attacking the village in the finals of the Chunin exams and has tricked the Sand Village into helping him. But Orochimaru does not know me and Tayuya are not loyal to him anymore, which gives us the advantage since we know what he is planning and we can tell the Hokage and prepare for his attack. But we need to be careful as Orochimaru is here in the room disguised a ninja from the grass village, replied Kabuto. Well then I will watch out for him, and when you are alone and away from Orochimaru, tell the Hokage what he is planning and to make sure the village is prepared for his attack, said Michael. Oh course Michael, but you have better be careful or else Lady Tsunade will take her anger on you for getting hurt, said Kabuto. Oh course I will be careful as always, Kabuto, replied Michael. With that they went their separate ways and Michael went back over to his teammates who looked very worried. Michael, what took you so long getting back from talking to Kabuto? Asked Sakura worried. Well you see me and Kabuto were talking about something important and I guess I lost track of time, replied Michael. Well we are just glad you made it back here. So where is the person who will be giving us the Chunin exams? Asked Itachi. As soon as Itachi said that a man with scars over his face on his face and wearing a leaf headband came into the room and everyone looked at him. Alright everyone, my name is Ibiki and I will be your proctor for the first part of the Chunin exams. Now take your seats and we will begin the first part of the exams, which is a written test, said Ibiki. With that everyone took their seats and looked at Ibiki as the Chunin in the rooms handed all of them paper and pencils. Alright, now I will explain the rules of the exams. You will each be given 10 questions. The first 9 are on the paper in front of you and I will give out the final question at the last 5 minutes and will count as the rest of your score, and if you get the final question wrong then the other 9 become invalid and you and your team will fail the exam. And one more thing, if you are caught cheating 5 times then you and your team will be flunked and kicked out of the exam room. Now that is done you may begin the exam, said Ibiki. With that everyone turned the paper over and started the exam. When Michael looked at the questions he planned on cheating since he knew that the point of the exam was to gather information. KITT, can you hear me? Asked Michael talking into the watch on his wrist. Yes I can hear you Michael and see you with scanners since I am outside the building, replied KITT. Good. I want you to scan everyone papers and tell me who has all the correct answers at once, said Michael. As you wish Michael, said KITT. With that, KITT scanned the papers of the other ninja from outside and found one ninja who had all the right answers and told Michael through the watch, and Michael wrote them down and decided to relax until the 10th question came up. After 2 hours it was time for the final question. Alright everyone, put down your pencils as it is time for the final question. But before I give it out I have something to say. Have a choice if you want to answer this question or not. If you do and get it wrong you will failed and you and your teammates will never be able to take the Chunin exams again. But you chose not to answer it, then you and your team fail, but you can take the Chunin exams another time, said Ibiki. Michael, who had listened to what Ibiki had said, know what he was up to. I don't believe this guy. He is using the oldest trick in the book, a classic buff. Well, he isn't fooling me, as I know better than to fall for it, thought Michael, smiling. Meanwhile, Sakura, Itachi, and Ino were watching Michael and saw him raise his hand thinking he was giving up, when all of a sudden Michael slammed his hand on the desk and said, "Bring on the question, old man. I am not afraid of failing, as it will not stop me from becoming the next Hokage." Ibiki was shocked at Michael's reaction. Looks like this kid figured out my buff, and telling from the others' reaction they pick up on his courage, thought Ibiki, smiling. Alright, since none of you are going to leave, the final question is that you all pass, said Ibiki. What do you mean we pass? Asked Sasuke, confused. Well, you see, the final question was a bluff to see if you would give up, and you pass it with flying colors, and the first 9 questions were a test to see if you could gather information with being caught by the observers in the room, and you all pass it too, said Ibiki, smiling. All of a sudden the window broke into pieces, there was a cloud of smoke, and when it cleared there was Anko standing in the room with a banner behind her with her name on it. Alright, listen up your maggots, the name's Anko and I will be your proctor for the second part of the Chunin exams, said Anko. Anko then saw all the ninjas still in the room and turned to Ibiki. Am I early again, Ibiki? Asked Anko. No, you're not, Anko. All these people test the first part of the Chunin exams, replied Ibiki. Well then you must be losing your touch, Ibiki, said Anko. Anko then turned to the ninja in the room. Alright you maggots. I want you to meet me tomorrow at the Forest of Death, where you will be given the second part of the Chunin exams, said Anko. With that she vanished in a cloud of smoke. I don't believe this. Anko-sensei is our proctor for the second part of the Chunin exams. Knowing her, it will be something dangerous, and something tells me I better bring KITT along with me tomorrow, as I have a bad feeling about this, thought Michael. The next morning outside the Forest of Death, Michael and KITT were with Sakura, Itachi, and Ino waiting for Anko to show herself so they could find out what the second part of the Chunin exams were. So Michael, what do you think Anko-sensei going to have everyone do for the second part of the Chunin exams? Asked Sakura, curious. I don't know, Sakura, but knowing Anko-sensei, it probably will be something dangerous, which is why I brought KITT here just in case we need his help, replied Michael. Well, you're probably right, Michael, we might need KITT's help with this part of the Chunin exams, said Itachi. Yeah, KITT was very useful when we were on the mission to the land of birds when we need his help, added Ino. Well, I am sure KITT like you saying that about him. Right, KITT, said Michael, looking at KITT. Yes, I do, and don't worry, me and Michael will make sure nothing bad happens to any you when we go into the forest, said KITT. So you three have nothing to worry about since you have me and KITT here watching your backs, added Michael. And since me and KITT know Orochimaru is here taking the Chunin exams disguised as a grass ninja. I know KARR isn't too far away watching us, and since I brought KITT along with me, I know for sure KARR will come out of hiding just to get a chance to destroy KITT, since KARR hates KITT with all his guts. I only hope nothing bad happens to Sakura, Itachi, and Ino when KARR shows up and they are not around when he does, as I don't want to tell them the truth just yet about me and KITT, thought Michael, nervous. All of a sudden there was cloud of smoke that appeared in front of everyone waiting, and when it cleared, Anko stood facing them with a smile on her face. Well, I am glad you all decided to show up today for the second part of the Chunin exams. Now, before I explain the rules of the second part, I want you to all sign a form that these Chunin are going to be handing out, said Anko, smiling. With that, the 3 Chunin that were there with Anko started to pass out a form to everyone, and Sakura decided to ask a question. Anko-sensei, what is this form we have to sign about? Asked Sakura, curious. Well, that is to tell your parents that we are not responsible for your death, which most likely will happen in this part of the exam, replied Anko. You got to be kidding us, right, Anko-sensei? Asked Ino, scared. I don't think she is lying to us. But I don't care, as nothing is going to scare me away from this exam, said Michael with a smile. Well, looks like we have someone who thinks they are tough, said Anko. All of a sudden Anko took out a kuni and threw at Michael at a fast speed, looking like she meant to kill him. Michael quickly grabbed the kuni in his hand and threw it into a nearby tree, to the surprise to everyone watching. Michael then saw Anko standing in front of him with a smile on her face. Well, looks like you were pretty tough if you managed to catch my kuni without paying attention to me, said Anko with a lustful look on her face. Well, I have practiced all my life to listen to my surroundings and watch out for any trouble, replied Michael, smiling. All of a sudden, to the surprise of Michael, Anko kissed him right on the lips in front of everyone watching. All the boys look at Michael and couldn't figure out what made a pretty woman like Anko want to kiss someone like Michael. All the girls look at them and thought to themselves, Michael must be a very good kisser by the way he was returning Anko kiss. Sakura, Itachi, and Ino look on in surprise at Anko and Michael kissing and were thinking the same thing. I can't believe Anko-sensei just kissed Michael. I wonder if he is a good kisser from the way he is kissing her back, thought Sakura, Itachi, and Ino all at the same time with a blush on their faces. Once Anko and Michael broke apart, Michael had a huge blush on his face. Anko-sensei, why did you just kiss me for? Asked Michael, trying to get over the shock. Well, 1, you are definitely cute and the type of person I like. And 2, I kind of falling in love with you since you were placed on my team, replied Anko with a blush on her face. I kind of flatter that a pretty woman like you is interested in me. But I think we should discuss this after the exams are over, as you still have to explain the rules of the second part, said Michael. With that, Anko quickly went away from Michael back to her former position, looking at everyone else. Alright, since that little show is over, I think we should forget about what happened and I will explain the second part of the Chunin exams. The rules are that each of you will be given a heaven or earth scroll and your team will each go to a gate that you will be assigned to. Once your gate is open and you go into the forest, you must get the other scroll you need from another team using any method necessary and head to the tower in the middle of the forest. You must get there within 3 days and with all the members of your team alive. One each team will report to that tent over next to me and receive their scroll and report to the gate that they are told to wait at until it is time to begin, said Anko. With that, each team was called one by one until it was Team 7's turn and they receive a heaven scroll and went to the gate and waited for the signal. After waiting for 10 minutes, the gates open and they ran into the forest full speed, leaping from tree to tree while KITT followed them on the ground, keeping up with them at a fast speed. So how do we find out which team has a earth scroll? Asked Sakura. I already have something that will help us find out who has the scroll we need, replied Michael. What is it? Asked Itachi, curious. Well, KITT's scanners can scan all the teams here in the forest and tell us which team closest to us has a earth scroll. Right, KITT, replied Michael, looking down at KITT. Yes, I can, Michael, said KITT. Well, that sounds like a good plan to me, said Ino. Yeah, and since KITT can tell us what team has a earth scroll, then we can sneak up on them and take them by surprise and take their scroll, said Sakura. With that, they continued on their way while KITT used his scanners to keep a lookout for a team close to them with a earth scroll. After 20 minutes, KITT got a hit on his scanners and decided to tell Michael and the others what had shown up. Michael, I have found someone carrying a earth scroll, said KITT. That's good news, KITT. So where are they? Asked Michael. They are not far away and they seems to be coming towards us at a fast speed. Which means they must know we are carrying a heaven scroll and it would seem they are looking for a fight, replied KITT. That is not very good news to hear. You 3 ready for fight since this person is coming towards us? Asked Michael, looking at Sakura, Itachi, and Ino. Yeah, I am ready whenever you are, Michael, replied Sakura. Yeah, if they're looking for a fight, then they mess with the wrong team, said Itachi. So let's show these jerks who's boss, said Ino. That's good to hear. So keep your eyes and ears open since we don't know where they will strike from up here, said Michael. With that, they stopped and waited to see who it was that was going to attack them. All of a sudden from out of nowhere, instead of ninja coming from the trees, it was a giant snake, and it was heading straight towards Sakura with its mouth open. Sakura was frozen in fear at the sight of the giant snake coming at her with its mouth wide open, and she couldn't move a muscle. Before the snake could come any closer, Michael showed up and cut the snake in two using his dragon head katana. Michael then grabbed Sakura and brought her to the ground. Michael then turned to Sakura. "Are you alright, Sakura?" asked Michael. "Yeah, thanks to you," replied Sakura. "Michael, Sakura, are you two alright?" asked Itachi, running over to Michael and Sakura with Ino. "Yeah, we are both alright thanks to Michael using his sword on that snake," replied Sakura. "Well, that is good to hear. But who sent that snake after us?" asked Ino. "I don't know, Ino. But something tells me he isn't too far away from here," replied Michael. "You are so right, Michael Knight," said a voice. Everyone turned in the direction of the voice and saw a ninja with long black hair and wearing a grass headband. "Who are you?" asked Sakura. "I am just ninja after your scroll," replied the ninja. "You are lying, and I know who you are. You're the legendary Sanin Orochimaru. So why don't you just take off your mask and show your real face?" said Michael, angry. With that, the ninja grabbed his face and peeled it off like a mask to reveal a face that was ghost white and with yellow snake-like eyes. "Well, I guess I can't hide myself from someone like you, Michael Knight," said Orochimaru with a smile. To the surprise to everyone except Orochimaru, a kuni came from out of nowhere and landed right in front of Orochimaru, and when he looked up, he saw Anko standing next to Michael and Sakura with a look of pure hate on her face. "Well, looks like you decided to show up, Anko," said Orochimaru. "Of course I did, Orochimaru, since the Anbu showed me the body of the grass ninja you killed and took his face. I knew you must be after something here in the forest. So I decided to come in after you, and what do I find but you attacking my students," replied Anko. "Well, I guess I shouldn't expect anything less from my former student," said Orochimaru, smiling. "Enough talking, Orochimaru. Where is your partner?" asked Michael. "What do you mean, partner?" replied Orochimaru in a mock voice. "You know who I mean, Orochimaru. As me and Kitt know who you are working with. So where he is right now?" demanded Michael in an angry tone. All of a sudden, out of the corner of his eye, Michael saw a yellow laser come out from the bushes and headed straight towards Anko and Sakura. Michael quickly pushed the both of them to the ground just as the laser came flying over them. Anko and Sakura looked at Michael, saw that his right shoulder looked slightly burned. "Michael, are you alright?" asked Anko Conan. "Yeah, I am just a little burned, but otherwise I am okay." "But are you two alright?" replied Michael. "Yeah, we are fine, Michael, thanks to you. But where did that beam of light come from?" asked Sakura, confused. "That would be me, human," said a robotic voice. Everyone turned in the direction the voice and saw an identical car like a Kitt standing beside Orochimaru, but instead of the light on the front being red, it was amber yellow. "Who are you?" asked Itachi, confused. "I am the Night Automated Roving Robot, or KARR if you prefer," replied KARR. "But there can't be another summon like Kitt, as Michael found a scroll containing him," said Ino, confused. "So that is what Michael here told you, what Kitt was, a summon like those creatures you ninja summon. Well, the truth is that me and Kitt were created by Night Industries over 1,000 years ago, until Michael here found Kitt and Orochimaru here found me and reactivated me," replied KARR. "Enough talk, KARR, what is it you want from us?" demanded Kitt. "What I want is to destroy you and your new partner and take over this world once I am through with the both of you," replied KARR. "That is never going to happen, KARR, as you are going to be destroyed, as I promised Kitt. I would do it when I met him 5 years ago," said Michael. "Then go ahead and try, Michael Knight, as you will fail like the last 2 Michael Knights did before you. Orochimaru, I want you to step aside and let me take care of these weak fools," said KARR. "No, I will not, KARR, as I have plans for the Uchiha girl and you will not get in my way," said Orochimaru. All of a sudden, a beam of lighting came out of KARR and struck Orochimaru and sent him to the ground on his knees in a lot of pain. "You fool. Don't you ever dare question me. If you ever want your immortality like I promise you, then you have better do as I say, or else I will keep turning up the voltage of lighting and give you pain like you never felt before in your life. The only reason you aren't dead right now is because you are still useful to me. But if you ever question my orders again, then I will kill you outright." Do I make myself clear? Said Karr in an angry voice. Yes, I understand you very clear, Karr, replied Orochimaru in a low tone. Now since that is settled, now I think I will destroy you and Kitt, then I will kill the people you most care about, said Karr, turning his attention to Michael and Kitt. That is never going to happen, Karr, as you will be stopped right here and now. Right, Kitt, said Michael, turning to Kitt. I agree with you, Michael. I think it is time we put end to Karr now, replied Kitt. Michael then turned to Sakura, Ino, Itachi, and Anko. I want you four to stay here while me and Kitt go after Karr and finish him once and for all, said Michael. You got to be kidding us. Your right shoulder is burned and Karr just easily made Orochimaru fall to his knees, no problem, said Anko. I know what I am doing, Anko. I know what Karr is capable of, as does Kitt, and I don't want to see the people precious to me get hurt, and I promise once this is over then I will tell you for the truth about me and Kitt, said Michael. Fine, but please be careful, Michael, said Sakura. I promise I will, Sakura. Believe it, said Michael. With that, Michael got inside Kitt and they headed towards Karr as Karr decided to charge them as well. The first thing Michael did was fired a missile right at Karr that he avoided and fired his laser that hit Kitt, causing him damage. Michael quickly reacted by trying to fire Kitt's laser at Karr, who ended up using his turbo boost to go up and over Kitt. Karr then transformed into attack mode and fired a few missiles at Kitt, who avoided two of them but ended up getting hit by the other two that caused Kitt more damage, and Michael was trying to get Kitt's repair systems online. Kitt, how are we looking? Asked Michael, concerned. My repair system is offline for the next 5 minutes and I have lost most of my weapons and the turbo boost. I am afraid Karr is more powerful than we first thought, and I am afraid we might not make it through this, replied Kitt in a worried tone. Looks like you and your partner have failed to stop me, Kitt. Now I think it is time I finish you both off, said Karr. With that, Karr prepared to deliver the final blow when all of a sudden he was hit by a few missiles that came out of nowhere and sent him backwards a couple of feet. Who dares infer with me? Demanded Karr. That would be me, Karr, replied a robotic voice. Michael and Kitt looked in the direction of the voice and saw a red Dodge Viper heading towards Karr and saw it transform into a silver color with a roof and a rocket launcher coming out of its side aim at Karr. I thought you were dismantled and shut down for good, said Karr angry. You would be wrong there, Karr. Charles Grayman, our creator, saved my personality chip and put it into the Viper Defender that he helped build and shut me down until the day you were reactivated, and I would be needed to help Kitt and Michael Knight destroy you once and for all, replied the Viper. Kitt, who is that car? Asked Michael, looking at the Viper. That would be the Knight Industries 2000, the original Kitt that Charles Grayman created for the first Michael Knight along with Karr. Charles Grayman was supposed to have dismantled him but ended up putting his personality chip into the Viper Defender that he helped built a long time ago and shut him down until the day Karr was reactivated, and we needed his help in defeating Karr, replied Kitt. So if the first Kitt has been reactivated, then who is driving him? Asked Michael, confused. I don't have no idea, Michael, replied Kitt. Meanwhile, Karr had gotten over the shock at seeing the original Kitt and was prepared to battle him. You may have survived being dismantled, but I will destroy you once and for all, as now I can destroy both the original Kitt and the new Kitt together and prove to everyone that I am superior to the two of you, said Karr. With that, Karr charged the original Kitt in his attack mode and fired some missiles at him, with the first Kitt avoided by firing his own. The first Kitt then fired his own missiles and rockets at Karr that hit him and sent him backwards. When Karr came to a stop, he was ready to finish the first Kitt off with a laser when all of a sudden he was hit by a laser from out of nowhere and looked to see that Kitt was now repaired and coming at him in attack mode, and saw that the first Kitt had joined him as well. Well, look like both Kitts have decided to join forces to take me down, said Karr. Face it Karr, you have no chance of defeating both of us, said the first KITT. So just give up as you have no hope of winning against the two of us, added KITT. I might not have expected for the original KITT to show up. But I will tell you this right now, the next time we meet I will be ready for the both of you, and that is a promise I will make to the both of you, said Karr. With that Karr fired a barrage of missiles at the ground and there was a cloud of smoke, and when it cleared Karr had vanished as had Orochimaru. Looks like Karr got away this time, said Michael. Yes, but next time will be different, Michael, said KITT. With that Michael got out of KITT and saw Anko, Itachi, Sakura, and Ino running over to him and tackle him to the ground. Michael, are we glad you and KITT are all right, said Anko. Yeah, we were all worried about you, said Sakura. Well, you can see me and KITT are all right. So do you think you can let me up? Said Michael. With that they got off of Michael and he got to his feet and look at the original KITT. Michael, care to tell us the truth about you and KITT and who this Karr is? Asked Itachi, curious. Well, before I tell you the truth about me and KITT, I would like to know who is behind the wheel of the original KITT that saved me and KITT from Karr, replied Michael. That would be me, said a female voice. Everyone turned around to see a woman with long brown hair and eyes wearing a red shirt, blue jeans and black sneaker that had gotten out of the original KITT and looking at them. Who are you? Asked Ino, curious. Her name is Sarah Grayman, the daughter of the late Charles Grayman, the man who built me in the original KITT along with Karr. But you supposed to have died 1,000 years ago, Sarah. So how can you still be alive? Replied KITT, confused. Well, you see, KITT, the reason I am still alive is because Knight Industries decided to put me into states when I was suffering from cancer until the machine could cure me, which would be a long time. So it was decided by Knight Industries that I would be put with the first KITT when he was shut down until the day Karr was reactivated, and you and Michael here needed us to help you with Karr and destroy him once and for all. But unfortunately Karr managed to escape before we had a chance to destroy him for good. But I have a feeling we have not seen the last of him, replied Sarah sadly. You're probably right, Sarah. Karr will not rest until me and both KITTs are destroyed and he tries to complete his plans, whatever they are, said Michael. Okay, can someone please explain what you two are talking about, as the four of us want to know right now, said Anko, getting confused. Of course, you see, my father Charles Grayman built Karr and the original KITT over 1,000 years ago for Knight Industries, whose job it was to protect the world from evil people. But Karr ended up reprogramming himself to only think of self-preservation and viewed humans as not worth protecting and decided they needed to be wiped out and he should rule as ruler of the world. So it was decided that he would be put into storage until the problem could be fixed. But of course two thieves broke into the warehouse where Karr was. They ended up releasing him and the original KITT, and the first Michael Knight managed to defeat him twice after Karr was reactivated, and it was presumed he was destroyed. But of course Karr was then rebuilt. Alex Torres and my late Hughes, the second Michael Knight was to be the driver. But of course Karr ended up going berserk and ended up killing 7 people, and Michael's memory of that incident was wiped out. But a few years later, after Michael and KITT were working as a team, Alex Torres decided to take out KITT's personality chip and put it in Karr as he thought it would allow him to control him, which my father knew before he died wouldn't work. But my father sent me and Michael a message saying that Alex Torres was trying to restart the Karr program, and thanks to the help of our friends Billy and Zoe we managed to reactivate KITT, and he and Michael went after Karr to destroy him once and for all. Once they got to the location, Karr showed up and attacked them, but ultimately was defeated once again, and we presume he had been destroyed for good. But of course some people thought Karr was still worth to rebuild and thought they could control him. So after they rebuilt Karr, they shut him down and put him into storage until they could finally find a way to control him. But they could never find a way to do it, and Karr was quickly forgotten until Orochimaru found Karr and reactivated him, and Karr promised to help Orochimaru immortality if Orochimaru agreed to help Karr destroy KITT and Michael here once and for all. After me and the original KITT learn of this using the computer in the lab where we were stored. We decided to come to the village as we knew Karr would be after Kitt here to destroy him once and for all, replied Sarah. I can understand that story. But where does Michael here fit into all of this? Asked Sakura confused. Well, you see, Sakura, I managed to come across the remains of Night Industries 5 years ago where I met Kitt and I trained to become a ninja and the next Michael Knight. I managed to reform Night Industries to find out where Karr was hidden and destroy him once and for all. But of course I was too late, as me and Kitt found out when we came across the remains of Mizuki and his ninja and found out Karr had killed them using some of his missiles, and the reason me and Kitt didn't tell you was because we didn't want to worry you about him and worry you would not believe our story, replied Michael. We can understand you wanting to protect us, Michael. But we have to believe you now since we saw Karr with our own eyes. But we do have now more question to ask about you, said Ino. What is it you want to know? Asked Michael, knowing what the question would be. If your name isn't really Michael Knight, then what is your real name? Asked Sakura, curious. If you must know, I wish to be known as Naruto Uzumaki, and the reason I changed my appearance is because I wanted the village to think I was still dead after all these years, as they would try to attack me for being the container to Kyuubi, replied Michael. Well, you should have told us you were alive as me, Sakura, and Ino thought you were dead all these years, and the three of us were in love with you ever since you saved us from those bullies when we were 5, said Itachi in an angry tone. You mean you three have been in love with me ever since we were 5, said Michael, shocked. Yes, we were. But that doesn't change the fact you lied to the three of us about being alive, said Ino, mad. I am very sorry I had to do that to the three of you, as if I had known how you felt about me then I would have told you three the truth sooner. And the only reason I did not tell you is because I didn't want to see Karr hurt you if you three were close to me, said Michael in a sad voice. You mean to tell us you care about the three of us? Asked Sakura, shocked. Yes, I do, very much, as I care the same about Kyuubi, Ayami and Anko-sensei here. So just tell me what I can do to make it up to the three of you, replied Michael. Well, there is one way you can make it up to the three of us, said Itachi in a sneaky smile. What would that be? Asked Michael, confused. You have to kiss the three of us like you kiss Anko-sensei, and then we will forget about the fact you hid the fact you were still alive from the three of us, replied Ino. I think I can do that, said Michael. With that, Michael went to each girl and gave them a kiss on the lips. After he gave each of them a kiss, they all had a huge blush on their faces. Well, it looks like everything is settled here. But I do have a question that has been bugging me, Michael, said Anko. What would that be, Anko-sensei? Asked Michael, confused. Well, if the woman you are living with is named Kyuubi, does she happen to be the same Kyuubi that the fourth Hokage sealed in you 12 years ago? Asked Anko, curious. Yes, she is, and I ended up freeing her from the seal when I was 9, and the reason she attacked the village was because Orochimaru tricked her by trying to put a curse seal mark on her, which drove her berserk and went after him and ended up in the village where the ninja attacked her, and she tried to defend herself the best she could without trying to kill them. I promised myself after I freed her that I would hunt down Orochimaru and killed him for tricking Kyuubi by hurting her, and that is a promise that I attained to keep this time, replied Michael. I think that sounds like a good plan, Michael, and I hope Orochimaru pay for what he did to Kyuubi. But what are we going to do about Karr? Asked Sakura. Well, you four should continue with the Chunin exams, and me and the original Kitt here will go to Night Industries and meet with Madara, as we contacted him on our way here to help you with Karr, replied Sarah. Yes, but I would like you all to call me Viper since I am in the Viper Defender body, and it will help you all not to confuse me with Kitt here, said Viper. I think that is a good name. But how are we going to make past the second part of the Chunin exams without a Earth Scroll? Asked Michael. I have that all covered for you, said Sarah, throwing a Earth Scroll that Sakura caught in her hand. How did you manage to get a hold of a Earth Scroll? Asked Sakura, confused. Well, you see, on the way here a team of ninja thought it would be wise to attack me, and Viper, thinking it would be easy, expect the fact that Viper used his EMP to knock him out, and since according to Madara you four had a Heaven Scroll and the ninja we encounter had a Earth Scroll, I decided to take it with us, knowing you would need it to pass the second part of the exams, replied Sarah. Thanks a lot, Sarah, said Itachi. Don't mention it. Now if you can excuse me. I have to get going to Night Industries and tell Madara what I know about Karr and think of a plan to destroy him once and for all, said Sarah. With that, Sarah got inside of Viper and they drove off towards Night Industries to talk to Madara. Anko then look at the four of them. I have to get going to and report all of this to the Hokage and something tell me he knows all about this from you, Michael, said Anko looking at Michael. With that, she disappeared in a breeze of leaves, leaving the four genin alone. We better get going to the tower as we have both scrolls and something tells me that Orochimaru and Karr are not done with us, said Michael. With that, they all took off towards the tower. After traveling for 2 hours, they finally reached the tower as it was starting to get dark and came to a door that led into the tower. Alright Kitt, I want you to head back to the house and tell Kyuubi and Ayami everything that happened here in the forest. Alright partner, said Michael looking at Kitt. I understand, Michael. I will let them know right away, replied Kitt. With that, Kitt took off heading towards the house to tell Kyuubi and Ayami everything that happened so far. Once Kitt was gone, Michael and the others opened the door and went inside the tower and look around. I think this is where we open both scrolls, said Sakura. I think you are right, Sakura. We should open both scrolls and see what happens, said Itachi. With that, both girls opened the scrolls and smoke started to fill the room and they dropped both scrolls on the floor, and when the smoke finally cleared they saw Iruka standing in front of them smiling. Congratulations you four on passing the second part of the Chunin exams 2 days early, said Iruka smiling. Iruka-sensei, what are you doing here? Asked Ino. Well, I am here to congratulate you four on passing this part of the exams and I felt it was only right if I was the one to tell you the good news, replied Iruka. So can you tell us what the next part of the Chunin exams are about, Iruka-sensei? Asked Michael. I am afraid I can't do that, Michael, as it is the Hokage job, since he will be there to tell you what the next part is about. But until then you four should get some rest as you must have had a long journey getting here and you will need it when the next part of the Chunin exams are explained 2 days from now, replied Iruka. With that, Iruka disappeared into a cloud of smoke, leaving the four of them alone again. So what do we do until the next part of the Chunin exams? Asked Sakura confused. Well, we should do as Iruka-sensei said and just relax and get some rest until the next part of the exams, replied Michael. That sounds like a good plan, as we do need the rest after the fight you had with Karr, said Itachi. And you can tell us more about what happened over the last 5 years since you were gone from the village and made everyone think you were dead, said Ino. I guess I can do that. But I will tell you it is a very long story. But since we got all the time right now, I think you deserve to know what happened to me during the last 5 years if we are going to any relationship, said Michael. With that, they all head to their sleeping quarters and listen to Michael's story about what happened to him over the last 5 years since he was gone. 2 days later, it was time for the next part of the Chunin exams, and the four of them had entered a huge room full of ninja waiting for the next part of the Chunin exams to start, and saw the other rookie genin had made it as well. Michael, it is good to see you and your team have made it, said Kabuto, who was next to him. Well, I am just glad we all made it through the forest of death and are here. So how are things going with finding a way of destroying Karr? Asked Michael. Well, thanks to Sarah showing us the blueprints of Karr's body, we are close to finding a weak spot in his design. But it is a good idea for us to talk in front of your teammates about Karr. Replied Kabuto, looking at Sakura, Itachi, and Ino. If you mean we know about Michael and Karr, then it is a little late for that, since we saw Karr and Michael told us the truth about everything, said Sakura. But you don't have to worry about us telling anyone about what we know, as we are in love with Michael and we don't want to worry the village about Karr, as no one would believe it, added Itachi. Well, since you three know everything, then allow me to introduce the real self. The name's Kabuto and I work for Night Industries and I am a friend of Michael and Kyuubi as well as Kitt, said Kabuto. So you work for Night Industries as Michael does? Asked Ino, curious. Yes, he does. But Kabuto also works for Orochimaru as a double agent for us, as does Tayuya, and they report anything that Orochimaru has planned. Such as the attack that Orochimaru is planning on the village that I told the three of you about, replied Michael. That is correct, and once I drop out of the exams like I always do at this point and report to Orochimaru, I plan on going to the Hokage and telling him what Orochimaru has planned for the village so the villages prepare for the attack, said Kabuto. With that said, they went back to waiting for the next part of the Chunin exams to start. After waiting for 20 minutes, the Hokage appeared on the stand in front of everyone with some Jonin looking at all the genin. Alright everyone. I have something to say to all of you before we get to the next part of the Chunin exams, said Sarutobi. With that, all the genin look at the Hokage, giving their full attention. Alright, since I got your attention. What I have to say is, since so many of you have passed the second part of the Chunin exams, I have decided to hold a set of preliminary matches to see which of you will make it to the finals of the Chunin exams. If you feel you are not ready for this and need rest, then just raise your hand and your other teammates can still complete, said Sarutobi. With that, Kabuto raised his hand and said he was too tired to go on in the preliminary matches and left the room with only Michael and the rest of Team 7 knowing why Kabuto decided to quit. Once Kabuto was gone, the rest of the genin went up to the balconies overlooking the room, and the proctor who would be overseeing the matches told everyone to watch the screen for the names to appear and come down to the floor for their match. With that, Michael watches the first match that was between Sasuke and another ninja started, and Sasuke managed to win it using a jutsu that he used to send the ninja into the ground, knocking him out. The next match was between Neji and Hinata, which Michael found out that the two of them were cousins. Neji ended up winning the match by defeating Hinata to the point to where he almost killed her and she had to be carried out on a stretcher, and Michael promised himself when he faced Neji he would make him pay for what he did to Hinata. The next match was between Sakura and Ino, which made it hard on the two of them as they were best friends. But after Sakura told Ino that they should see each other as ninja then friends, they quickly went after each other with all they got, and the match was declared a draw as both girls had ended up sending each other to the floor exhausted. The next match was between Itachi and Choji, which she won by using her Sharingan to keep track of Choji's moves and used her family's fire jutsu to knock him out. After that, Michael watched the next few matches until his name had been called and found out his opponent was Kiba, who had his dog Akaimaru with him. With that, Michael went down to the floor and saw Kiba looking at him smiling. Well, it looks like I am going to win this match easy since you don't look strong to me, new guy. Right, Akaimaru, said Kiba looking at his dog to bark in agreement. I hate to break to you, Kiba, but I am a lot stronger than I look, as I will prove it by beating you, said Michael putting on his sunglasses. Then go ahead and prove it, smart guy, said Kiba. With that, the match began and Kiba charged Michael with his claw-like nails, with Michael avoided thanks to using his Sharingan that was hidden thanks to his sunglasses, and then fired a ball of solid ice at Kiba that hit him in the chest, sending him to the ground on his knees. Michael then saw Kiba give Akaimaru a pill that turned him all red and bigger, and then Kiba made some hand signs and transform Akaimaru into a clone of himself and charge at Michael and trap him in a wall of wind, and he was getting hit by Kiba and Akaimaru from all sides. Man, I had enough of this playing around with these two fools. It's time to show them what Excalibur can do, thought Michael, taking Excalibur out of its scabbard and pointed it at Kiba and Akaimaru. At that moment, Kiba, though he was going to win the match when he saw Michael draw Excalibur, and all of a sudden he and Akaimaru were blinded by a bright flash of light that was as bright as the sun itself, and Michael used the chance to swing Excalibur at Akaimaru, sending him to the ground, knockout and back in his true form. Kiba, who was still blinded by the light from Excalibur, didn't notice Michael prepare a Rasengan in his hand and charge at him. By the time Kiba could focus, he was hit by Michael's Rasengan that hit him in the chest and sent him into the wall hard and landed on the ground, knockout. The winner of this match is Michael Knight, said the proctor. With that, Michael headed up to the balcony where Sakura, Itachi, and Ino were waiting for him, smiling. Michael, you won, said Sakura. Yeah, you totally beat Kiba, no problem, said Ino. Thanks, you too, replied Michael. So what was that sword you use on Kiba that made that bright flash of light? Asked Itachi, curious. That would be the legendary sword Excalibur that I found in an old tomb when I was on a mission given to me by Madara, and it happened to belong to a person called King Arthur, who ended up becoming a legend. But I will tell you more about it later when we are alone. Right now let's just watch the rest of the matches, replied Michael. With they looked back over the room and watched the rest of the matches. Once the rest of the matches were over, Michael stood with the rest of the finalists and looked at the Hokage. Now that you all have won your matches, the finals of the Chunin Xmas will be held a month from now. So I suggest you all get some rest and work on some new jutsu, since you know what everyone here is using. So until then, good luck and best of wishes to you all in the finals, said Sarutobi. With that he left, leaving them all alone, and Michael was looking at Sakura, Itachi and Ino. I hope Sarah can help Madara find a weak spot in Karr's design so me and Kitt can take Haidun once and for all before he and Orochimaru can harm any innocent people, and I can protect the people I love the most from harm. I promise that I will not rest until Karr is destroyed for good and the world is safe. That is a promise of a lifetime, thought Michael, determination in his eyes. It now had been 2 weeks since the preliminaries of the Chunin exams, and during that time Michael had been training hard to prepare for his match against Neji and working hard with Kitt to get stronger so they could defeat Karr the next time he show up. Also during that time Ayami and Anko had moved in with him and Kyuubi, as they thought since they were his girlfriends now, as were Sakura, Itachi, and Ino, it felt right that they should move in with their future husband, while Sakura, Itachi, and Ino decided to stay with their parents until they felt it was time for them to move in as well. Michael was in the living room of the house getting ready to go for a jog and thinking about everything that had happened so far since he got back to the village. I can't believe that Karr is still on the loose and working with Orochimaru. I sure hope Sarah can help Knight Industries find a weak spot in Karr's design, since her father built him and she showed Madara Karr's blueprints. Because right now Karr is too powerful for me and Kitt to take on alone. But I swear with my soul Karr will be destroyed once and for all before he can hurt any innocent people, and I can finally start a life with the 6 people I love the most, thought Michael. Something on your mind, Michael? Said a female voice. Michael looked in the direction of the voice and saw Kyuubi, Ayami and Anko standing there with concerned looks on their faces. Yeah, I am just thinking about how me and Kitt are going to defeat Karr once and for all before he can hurt any innocent people, replied Michael. Well, knowing you and Kitt, Michael the First, I'm sure you can defeat Karr no problem, said Ayami. Besides, Sarah is working on a way to defeat Karr by looking over his blueprints, trying to find a weak spot in his design. So I wouldn't worry about Karr since you have Sarah on the case helping you and Knight Industries since her father did build him, said Anko. You're right, you three. Knowing Sarah, I know she will find a weak spot in Karr's design that me and Kitt can use to destroy him once and for all, said Michael. That's more like it, Michael. You're thinking about the good side of things. So right now you should focus on training for your match against Neji and let Sarah and Knight Industries work on a way for you and Kitt to destroy him, said Kyuubi. Well, speaking of me training for the Chunin exams, I should go for my jog right now, that way I can take my mind off Karr for a while and focus on my training, said Michael. Well then you better get going then, Michael, and don't forget that Sakura, Itachi, and Ino are going over for dinner tonight, said Ayami. I promise I will not forget, Ayami, replied Michael. With that Michael gave Kyuubi, Ayami and Anko a kiss on the lips goodbye and went out the door and started his jog for the day. Meanwhile in Orochimaru's lair, Orochimaru was looking at Kabuto, who was in the room on one knee bowing to Orochimaru. So Kabuto, how are things going with our plan to attack the village? Asked Orochimaru looking at Kabuto. Everything is going according to your plan, Lord Orochimaru. The Sand Village has received your orders, are ready to attack with us at the finales of the Chunin exams as you wanted, my lord, replied Kabuto. That is very good to hear, Kabuto. Now how about Michael Knight? You have found out anything about him and Kitt? Asked Orochimaru. Well, I am very sorry to report I have found out nothing about Michael Knight and his friend Kitt, my lord. But me and Tayuya are continuing to find out what we can on them, replied Kabuto. Well, that is too bad, because I would like to have know where he came from and where he got Kitt from as well. But that doesn't matter as my plans to attack the village are going good. You can go now, Kabuto, and let me know at once if you find anything out about Michael Knight and Kitt, said Orochimaru. As you wish, my lord, said Kabuto bowing. And once we find out Karr's weakness, Orochimaru, then I am going to make sure you don't harm anyone else ever again, thought Kabuto as he left the room. Once Kabuto left, Orochimaru looked behind him at Karr, who had watched the entire thing. So what do you think of my plan to attack the village, Karr? Asked Orochimaru smiling. I think it is a good plan, as I am sure that Michael Knight and KITT will try to stop the attack, and no doubt that the original KITT will help them as well, which I am counting on, as I plan to destroy all three of them together. But I do have a problem with your servant Kabuto. I have a feeling he isn't as loyal as you think he is, as is Tayuya, as it seems that Michael Knight and KITT knew you were the one who reactivated me, replied KARR. Well, you're wrong about that, KARR, as I know for a fact that Kabuto and Tayuya would never think about betraying me, as I have given them power beyond anything they could dream about, said Orochimaru in an angry tone. All of a sudden Orochimaru was struck by a blot of lighting that came from KARR and sent him to the ground on his knees in pain. Don't ever tell me that I am wrong about something, Orochimaru, as I am never wrong about something like this. If I find out that Kabuto and Tayuya have been working with Michael Knight and KITT and they told him that you were the one who reactivated me, then it will be you that will be the one to pay for their betrayal if it happens. Do I make myself clear, you weak fool? Said KARR in an angry voice filled with killing intent. Crystal clear, replied Orochimaru in pain. With that, KARR cut off the lighting and Orochimaru felt the pain go away. Good to know you know who is the boss around here, Orochimaru. Now we should discuss my plan to take down Michael Knight and both KITTs, said KARR looking at Orochimaru, who had gotten back to his feet. Meanwhile, back in the village, Michael was jogging past the hot springs when he saw a man in his 50s with long white hair and 2 red lines on his face, dressed in a fishnet shirt, brown-gray shirt, with a red vest and black pants, with a headband on his head with the sign of Toad Sage on it. Michael noticed that the man was peeking into the ladies' room with a huge smile on his face. I don't believe this. What the hell is Jiraiya doing here in the village? Judging from the look of things, he is probably looking into the ladies' room for research for one of his books. While I better put a stop to this before something bad happens, which I know will, thought Michael, rolling his eyes over. With that, Michael went over to Jiraiya to stop what he was doing. At that moment, Jiraiya was looking into the ladies' room with a huge smile on his. Man, this is great stuff for my next book, said Jiraiya to himself, smiling. Jiraiya, what the hell do you think you are doing peeping into the ladies' room? Said Michael's voice, shouting. When Michael said that, about 15 women came out of the ladies' room and came over to Jiraiya and started to pound on him before he could do anything. After it was all over, Jiraiya was now face first in the ground with bruises all over his body. Who the hell just ruined my research? Demanded Jiraiya, angry. That would be me, Jiraiya, replied Michael. Jiraiya turned in the direction of the voice and saw Michael standing in front of him with an annoyed look on his face. Michael the First should have known it was you. You're the only one who ever does that to me, expect for Sunid. So care to tell me what you are doing in the village? Asked Jiraiya. Well, I am here in the village, Jiraiya, because I am a ninja of the village now and I am training for the finales of the Chunin Xmas, replied Michael. Well, that is very interesting to hear, Michael. So how are things with Kyuubi and KITT? Said Jiraiya, curious. Everything is going fine with the both of them. But something happened that I think you should know about, Jiraiya, replied Michael. Well, judging from the look on your face, I say it must be something bad. So what happened? Asked Jiraiya. Well, KARR has been reactivated and almost beat me and KITT in the Forest of Death, but the original KITT and Sarah Grayman managed to show up just in time and made KARR retreat, replied Michael. That is bad news if KARR has been reactivated. But who was the one who reactivated him in the first place? Asked Jiraiya, not wanting to know the answer. It was none other than Orochimaru who reactivated KARR. KARR told Orochimaru that he knew of a way of getting immortality if Orochimaru worked with him. Which we know KARR lied about so he could come after me and KITT and make Orochimaru work with him to complete his plans, whatever they are, replied Michael. Man, that isn't good to hear. If what you're saying is true, then it can only mean bad things if those two are working together. Which means you will have to watch your back at all times, as will KITT, said Jiraiya. I know that very well, Jiraiya. Which is why Madara and Sarah are going over the blueprints of KARR, trying to find a weak spot in his design so we can use it to destroy him once and for all. But until then, I have to train hard for the finales of the Chunin exam so I can defeat Neji and anyone else I have to face, and just be prepared when Orochimaru and KARR make their move, said Michael. While in that case, how about I train you for the Chunin exams since I trained you a few years ago when Sunit brought you to me to train you like I did your father so many years ago, said Jiraiya. You got a deal, Jiraiya. But only if you teach me more powerful jutsu and you don't peep on any woman while you train me, said Michael. You got a deal, Michael, said Jiraiya, shaking Michael's hand. All of a sudden there was a sound of an engine, and when Michael and Jiraiya looking the direction of the sound, they saw Kitt pulling up in front of them. Kitt, what are you doing here? Asked Michael, looking at Kitt. I am here to tell you Sarah wants to see you at once back at Night Industries and that it is something important you have to talk to her about as soon as possible, replied Kitt. So do you have any idea what she wants to talk about with me? Asked Michael. I don't really know the answer to that question, Michael. But I suggest we leave right now to see what Sarah has to talk about with you, replied Kitt. Alright Kitt, then we should head to Night Industries right now to see what Sarah has to discuss with me. Sorry about not getting our training started today, Jiraiya, said Michael, looking at Jiraiya. It's okay, Michael. We can train tomorrow since it looks like you have something more important to handle right now, replied Jiraiya. With that, Michael said goodbye to Jiraiya and hopped inside Kitt, and they headed towards Night Industries. After 10 minutes of driving, they came to the well where the villagers had thrown Michael down 5 years ago. All of a sudden, the ground near the well opened up to reveal a hole in the ground, which Michael and Kitt drove down into a tunnel, and the doors at the end open up and they came to the main room of Night Industries, and they park in the middle of the room, and Michael got out of Kitt and saw Madara standing in front of him. Good to see you could come, Michael, said Madara. Well, I am here, Madara. So where is Sarah? Asked Michael. I am right here, Michael, and I am glad you could come as I have something important to talk to you about, replied Sarah, appearing next to Madara. So what is it you want to talk to me about, Sarah? Asked Michael, curious. Well, just follow me. Madara's office is what I need to talk to you about. Is best if we talk alone, replied Sarah. With that, Michael followed Sarah to Madara's office, and once they were inside, Sarah closed the door behind them and looked at Michael. So now that we are alone, Sarah, what is it that is so important you had Kitt come get me when I was going to train with Jiraiya? Asked Michael. Well, you remember when I told you about my husband, the last Michael Knight, and our son, replied Sarah. Yeah, you told me all about them, Sarah. So what does this have to do with what you have to tell me? Said Michael, confused. Well, ever since I met you I have felt deep connection to you, like we are somehow related by blood. So I decided to run some DNA test out of curiosity as I couldn't shake off this feeling, replied Sarah. So what did you find out from the test results? Asked Michael, curious. Well, the feeling I had was right. The results showed you are the direct descendant of me and my husband Michael's son. Which means we are related to one another, replied Sarah. So this means your grandmother by over 1,000 years? Asked Michael, trying to grasp this new information. Yes, I am, Michael, and to tell the truth you remind me of my husband Mitchell by the way you act and treat other people, replied Sarah. So that must be why me and Kitt work so well together, because the last Michael Knight was my ancestor and that makes you my only living relative, said Michael, trying to get over the shock of the news. Yes, and I am glad I am related to you, Michael, as you are closest thing I have to Michael and my son left, said Sarah. Well, I am glad to that I have someone in my family that I am related to. But does this mean I can call you Grandma? Said Michael. Yes, you can, but only in front of me and your mother Sunit. Is that understood, Michael? Replied Sarah. Yes, Grandma. So how are things going with trying to find a weak spot in Kar's design that me and Kitt can use to destroy him once and for all? Asked Michael. Well, so far I haven't been able to find a weak spot in Kar's design from his blueprints, but I am sure there must be one in his design that I have overlooked somewhere in K's blueprints, replied Sarah. Well, I know you will find a weak spot in Kar's design sooner or later, and when you do we can use it against him to destroy him once and for all, said Michael. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Michael. But I think right now you and Kitt should head back home, and when I find out Kar's weak spot I will contact you. Besides, you still have to train for the Chunin exam finales, said Sarah. You're right about that. So I guess I will see you later when you contact me about Kar's weak spot when you find it, said Michael. You can count on it. So just get going and train and let me and the rest of Night Industries take care of finding KARR's weak spot, said Sarah. With that, Michael left the room and got inside KITT and they head back to the house to rest. The next day Michael had shown up to the training ground where Jiraiya had told him to meet him to train. Well, this is the place where Jiraiya told me to meet him for our training. So I wonder where he could be. I just hope he isn't spying on the woman in the hot springs again, as I will make sure he will regret it if he is, thought Michael angry. With that, Michael waited by a tree for Jiraiya to show up. After 20 minutes of waiting, there was a gust of wind, and when it passed, standing in front of Michael was Jiraiya, who had now just decided to show up for their training. What took you so long, Jiraiya? You're late for our training, said Michael in an angry voice. Well, I am very sorry, Michael. But I was busy trying to find information on Orochimaru's plans, replied Jiraiya. Well, telling from the tone of your voice. You are telling the truth. So what are you going to be teaching me today, Jiraiya? Said Michael. Well, I plan on teaching you a very powerful and forbidden jutsu that will help you in the finals of the Chunin exams and might come in handy if you face Orochimaru in battle, replied Jiraiya. So what kind of jutsu are you going to teach me? Asked Michael, curious. Well, I think it will be better if I showed it to instead of telling you what it is, replied Jiraiya. With that, Jiraiya turned to a tree and put his hands together, and a ball of blue light appeared in his hands, and with a forward motion a beam of blue light shot out and engulfed the tree, and there was a huge explosion, and when the smoke cleared there was now a huge crater where the tree once stood. This jutsu is called the Kamehameha and will damage your opponent depended on how much chakra you put into it. Now that I showed you how it works, I want you to practice trying to master it until it becomes second nature to you, said Jiraiya. As you wish, Jiraiya, said Michael. With that, Michael did the same thing Jiraiya to create the Kamehameha, but to no success. After 3 hours of not getting a result, Michael was starting to get angry. I can't believe this, I am doing everything that Jiraiya showed me. But I still can't pull off the jutsu. What can I be doing wrong? Thought Michael. Michael decided to try it one more time by putting all his chakra into the jutsu, and he was surrounded in a gold aura, and with a burst of chakra a gold beam of light escaped from his hands and hit the trees in front of him, and when the smoke cleared there was a huge crater where the trees once stood. What the hell just happened? Asked Michael, confused. Well, telling from the look of things, I say you probably took the Kamehameha up to a new level of power. But I highly suggest you don't use it unless it is a life or death situation. Is that clear, Michael? Replied Jiraiya, looking at him. I understand it very clearly, Jiraiya. I will not use this jutsu unless my life or the lives of the people I care about are in danger, said Michael. That is good to hear, Michael. I think that will be it today for our training. Now just go home and relax, and we will train you to master the Kamehameha over the next 2 weeks, said Jiraiya. With that, Jiraiya left the area and Michael headed for home. 2 weeks later, it was the day of the finales of the Chunin exams, and up in the stands Sakura and Ino were sitting next to Kyubi, Ayami, and Anko, and looking down at the arena floor at Itachi and Michael, who were waiting for the matches to begin. Sakura, do you think Michael and Itsaki have a chance to win their matches? Asked Ino, worried. I know they will, Ino. But what worries me is what is going to happen if the two of them have to face each other in a match, as I know they don't want to hurt each other, replied Sakura, worried. Well, I wouldn't worry about that, Sakura, as I know no matter what happens between the two of them it will not change their feelings towards each other like how we all feel towards Michael, said Kyubi. Yeah, I know no matter what Michael and Itachi will go all out, as that is the way they would want the other to do if they face each other in a match, said Ayami. So don't worry about Michael and Itachi, you two, as I know they train very hard to reach the final, like you two have trained to become a lot stronger, as I can tell you from watching the two of you train over this past month, said Anko, smiling. Thanks a lot for saying that, you three. It sure does help a lot, said Ino. Yeah, it helps the two of us feel better about what will happen if Michael and Itachi end up fighting each other, said Sakura. With that, they looked down towards the arena floor to watch the first match, which was between Michael and Neji. Meanwhile, up on the top of the arena, the Hokage was sitting next to Orochimaru, who was disguised as the Kazekage. So what do you think of the ninja that will be in the finales, Lord Kazekage? Asked Sarutobi. Well, from the looks of the ninja this year, I can say that this year's Chunin exams will be very interesting. But I want to know more about this Michael Knight and his metal summon KITT, replied Orochimaru, curious. Well, all you needed to know, Lord Kazekage, is that any information on Michael Knight and KITT is a S-rank secret and is between me and him, said Sarutobi. Well, that is too bad to hear, Lord Hokage, as I wanted to know more about Michael Knight and this KITT, said Orochimaru. Well, since that is settled, Lord Kazekage, how about we watch the matches, said Sarutobi. Yes, I think that would be a good idea, Lord Hokage, said Orochimaru. With Orochimaru looked down to the arena floor while Sarutobi looked at Orochimaru. Well, go ahead, relax, Orochimaru, since thanks to Kabuto, I know you plan on attacking the village with the Sand Village and that KARR isn't too far away from here. But little that you know that the village is prepared for your little sneak attack, and when you decide to spring it, then I will be ready to kill you once and for all, as I should have when I had the chance in the past. But I willn't make that mistake ever again, thought Sarutobi angry. With that, Sarutobi looked down to the arena floor as well. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Michael was looking at Neji. So you're ready to lose, Michael, as destiny is foretold I will win this match, said Neji. I would not count on that, Neji, as I plan on making you pay for what you did to Hinata in the preliminaries, replied Michael, smiling. Then prove it to me, Michael Knight, said Neji. With that said, Michael put on his sunglasses and activated his Sharingan while Neji activated his Byakugan. Alright, since it appears both of you are ready, let the match begin, said the proctor. With that, Michael and Neji charge at each other. Michael quickly made a few hand signs and made about 20 shadow clones, each arm with a kuni in their hand, and they all attack Neji, who used his Byakugan to read the movements of the shadow clones and use his gentle fist to hit each of the clones and make them disappear into clouds of smoke. Neji then went after Michael, who tried to avoid Neji's attack using his Sharingan but was not quick enough. Neji then hit Michael right in the chest and sent him flying backwards in a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared, where Michael was supposed to be was a solid block of ice that was in the shape of Michael. Neji quickly turned around the arena to see where Michael was hiding. Where the hell could that fool be? Thought Neji, angry. Right behind you, Neji, replied Michael. Neji turned his head behind him and ended up being hit in the face by Excalibur's blade that sent him flying across the arena floor. When Neji looked up, he saw Michael staring at him with anger in his eyes. It's time to finish this, Neji, and I know just what to do to make you pay for hurting Hinata, said Michael. With that, Michael bit his thumb and a drop of blood appeared on it, and he went through a series of hand signs and slammed his hand to the ground and performed a summoning jutsu, and there was a cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, facing Neji were two dragons. The first dragon was blue and white with what looked like feather-like scales on its wings and gold eyes, and the second dragon was all white with blue eyes, and both of them had mouths full of teeth, and they were looking right at Neji. Neji, I would like you to meet Stardust Dragon and Blue Eyes White Dragon. These dragons come from a place called the Shadow Realm, where there are other creatures like them called jewel monsters. You see, I happened to come across a contract scroll for these creatures a few years ago and sign it with able me to summon these two dragons and any jewel monster I want, depending on how much chakra I put into it. Now I think it's time to show you how powerful these dragons are. Stardust Dragon and Blue Eyes White Dragon, hit Neji here with all your power, said Michael to the two dragons. With that, the two dragons fired a beam of energy from their mouths that head towards Neji at a fast speed. Neji couldn't do nothing as the beams were coming too fast for him to avoid. When the beams hit Neji, there was an explosion of light, and when it faded, there was a crater in the ground and Neji was in it, knockout. The proctor went over to Neji and saw he had passed out. Since Neji is unable to continue the match, the winner is Michael Knight with a knockout blow, said the proctor. With that, Michael went back to the balcony where the other finalists were waiting for their matches to begin. All of a sudden, Michael was hugged by Itachi, who gave him a kiss on the lips. Michael, that had to be the best match I have ever seen, said Itachi. Well, what do you accept, Itachi? I made a promise to make Neji pay for what he did to Hinata and I kept it, replied Michael, smiling. With that, they looked down at the arena floor as the other matches were just beginning. The next match was between the Sand Ninja Temari and Shikamaru, who ended up giving up because he was almost out of chakra to hold Temari in his Shadow Possession Jutsu, and Temari was declared the winner. After the next match that was supposed to between Kankuro and Shino, which Kankuro forfeited and Shino was declared the winner, it was finally time for Itachi's match against her brother Sasuke, and Michael noticed she looked nervous. Itachi, what's wrong? Asked Michael worried. It's nothing, Michael. It's just that Sasuke has always been better than me at being a ninja, and all I ever hear from my parents is how powerful he has become since becoming a ninja. I don't know if I can beat him in this match, replied Itachi sadly. I wouldn't worry about Sasuke winning this match, as I can tell from all the training you did over the past month that you have becoming even better than your brother, and you only have to believe in yourself, and I know you will beat him, Itachi, said Michael, giving her a kiss on the lips to reassure her. Thanks a lot for saying that, Michael. It sure makes me feel better, said Itachi, blushing. Don't mention it. Now go down there and show your brother who is the best ninja in the village, said Michael. With that, Itachi leaped off the balcony to the arena floor to face her brother in their match, with Michael watching her. I know Itachi will win this match, but something tells me that Orochimaru will launch his attack very soon. It's good thing Kabuto told me and the others as well as the Hokage what the signal is that will launch the attack, as Orochimaru will be in for a very big surprise when the attack starts. But I have a bad feeling that Karr is up to no good, and I hope me and Kitt are ready to face him no matter what he has in store for us, thought Michael. Meanwhile, up in the stands disguised as Anbu was Kabuto, who was ready to give the signal to start the attack on the village. Well, I better give the signal as Orochimaru ordered me to. But of course, unknown to Orochimaru, he does realize that Lord Hokage has the village prepare for the attack since me and Tayuya told him about it and what Orochimaru has planned. I just hope Karr isn't around in the area, as I know the village isn't prepared to face someone like him, thought Kabuto worried. With that, Kabuto made a series of hand signs and feathers started to appear in the arena, and the crowd started to fall asleep except for Sakura and the other ninja up in the stands who knew what Orochimaru had planned, thanks to Kabuto and Tayuya telling the Hokage, who told every ninja in the village to be prepared for Orochimaru's attack. Back on the arena floor, Sasuke and Itachi were battling it out, neither one giving the other advantage, when both of them saw the feathers in the arena and saw the crowd starting to fall asleep. Looks like that's the signal the Kabuto and Tayuya told us was to signal Orochimaru and his troops to attack the village. I just hope Lord Hokage is going to be alright facing Orochimaru by himself, even though Tayuya will be up there with him to step in if Lord Hokage needs help, thought Itachi worried. Meanwhile, up on the top of the arena, Sarutobi and Orochimaru were watching what was happening to everyone in the arena. Sarutobi then looked to Orochimaru, who looked at the two sand ninja next to him, and then out of nowhere there was an explosion in the area and there was a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, there standing in each corner of the area was the sound four, including Tayuya, and Sarutobi saw he was being held by Orochimaru. Lord Kazekage, what is the meaning of this? Asked Sarutobi, pretending he didn't know who was holding him. What does it look like, Sarutobi-sensei? It's my plan to destroy the Leaf Village once and for all, replied Orochimaru, taking off his mask as Sound and Sand Ninja started to attack the arena. Orochimaru, I know it was you all along under that mask, as I knew you were the only one crazy enough to attack the village. But I knew along you plan on attacking the village, since one of your ninja told me you plan on doing it and had tricked the Sand Village into helping you. Which is why I had my ninja prepare for your attack, said Sarutobi, smiling and getting free of Orochimaru's hold and facing him. Orochimaru looked down to the arena and saw a lot of Leaf Ninja appear and start to attack his ninja, fighting him back. Tell me right now, old man, which one of my ninja told you of my attack on the village, and maybe I might let you live, demanded Orochimaru. I will not tell you nothing, Orochimaru, as I plan on killing you right here and now, as I should have done a long time ago, replied Sarutobi. Then prove it to me, old man, as I will make sure you die right here and now along with the Leaf Village, said Orochimaru. With that, they both charge at each other. Meanwhile, on the arena floor, Michael was fighting Sand and Sound Ninja as well as Itachi, with the both of them taking down as many as they could. Itachi, are you alright? Asked Michael, looking over to Itachi. Yeah, I am fine, Michael. But I can't say the same about these Sound and Sand Ninja. It seems the more we take down, the more that keep appearing out of nowhere to attack us, replied Itachi. I know what you mean, Itachi. But at least it can't get any worse, said Michael. As soon as Michael said that, there was a loud explosion in the wall in front of them, and when the smoke cleared, there was a giant hole, and driving through and stopping in front of them was none other than Karr, who was facing Michael and Itachi. Well, Michael Knight, it seems you have your hands full with these ninja, said Karr with an evil laugh. What the hell do you want, Karr? Demanded Michael. I want to know where Kitt is right now, replied Karr. Well, Kitt isn't here right now. But how about I destroy right now by myself? Said Michael. Like a weak human like you can hope to defeat me. I will ask one more time, where is my brother Kitt? Ask Karr. I am right here Karr, said Kitt's voice. All of a sudden from out of nowhere Karr was hit by missiles that sent him backwards a few feet, and when Karr looked, standing in the hole he had made was Kitt facing him in attack mode. Well, looks like you finally decided to show up Kitt, said Karr. I would suggest to you Karr give up now or I will make sure the next missile destroys you, said Kitt. I think that would not be a good idea if you did that Kitt, as I have something here that Michael cherishes, said Karr. What the hell do you mean you have something that I cherish? Asked Michael confused. I think instead of telling you, I will show you instead, replied Karr. With that Karr started to change, and when the transformation was complete Karr was now in his robot mode, and in his hands were two girls the same age as Michael. The first girl had long silver hair and eyes and was dressed in an orange shirt and blue jeans and white sneakers, and the other girl had long golden blonde hair that came down to her waist with pink eyes, dressed in a black shirt and blue jeans and black sneakers. Eve Rio. How can it be possible that the two of them are alive? Said Michael confused. Meanwhile up in the stand, Sakura and the others who were fighting the ninja as well had seen who Karr had in his hands and saw the expression on Michael's face that showed his recognize the two girls that Karr held in his hands. This can't be, those two I suppose have died 3 years ago, said QB shock. QB, who are those two girls that Karr has? Asked Sakura curious. The names are Rio and Eve, and they were the first two girls that Michael fell in love with after he freed me when he met them on a mission with Kitt to capture some missing ninja, when he ended up rescuing them from the missing ninja and brought them back to Night Industries, where they ended up falling in love until 3 years ago when they went with him and Kitt on a mission to capture a gang of missing ninja. When they caught up to the ninja, there was a big fight and there was huge explosion as one of the ninja set off a very powerful paper bomb. When the smoke cleared, Michael looked for their bodies but couldn't find them. But Michael still thought they died, as he thought no one could have survived an explosion as big as that. After it happened, Michael swore that he wouldn't ever fall in love with anyone else but me, as he didn't want to lose anyone he loved ever again, said QB. That's sad. But if those two are alive, then how did Karr ended up finding them and holding them hostage? Asked Ino confused. Something tells me Orochimaru somehow found them and held them prisoner, and when he reactivated Karr must have figured out they were contacted to Michael and Kitt and decided to use them against Michael and Kitt so he could destroy the both of them, replied QB. That's just low. Using two people that Michael cared about when he was younger just so Karr could destroy Michael and Kitt without them putting up a fight, said Anko angry. I know what you mean, Anko. But I know Michael and Kitt will figure out a way to free both of them, said QB. Meanwhile back on the arena floor, Michael was looking at Karr with a look of pure hate on his face, which Karr was enjoying. So what will you do now, Michael Knight, that I have the two most important people in your life in the palm of my hands, said Karr. I plan on freeing Rio and Eve from you and making you pay for even thinking about trying to use them against me, replied Michael angry. I wouldn't make threats, Michael Knight, as I might decide to end the lives of these two girls right now, said Karr. With that Karr started to squeeze Rio and Eve with both of his hands tight. Michael, don't worry about us. Just destroy Karr, said Rio. Yeah, just do what is right and stop Karr before he hurts anyone else, said Eve. Michael watched as Karr started to squeeze the life out of Rio and Eve. Karr, stop it right now. I will do whatever you want, just don't hurt them, pleaded Michael with tears in his eyes. I am glad you are finally starting to see things my way, Michael, said Karr. With that Karr eased the pressure on Rio and Eve, who caught a breath of air. Now that we understand each other, I want you and Kitt to meet me near the Forest of Death within 10 minutes and fight me to the death, and of course I want the original Kitt there as well. If you manage to do this and beat me, then I will let these two girls go with no problems, said Karr. With that Karr transformed back into his car mode and look at Michael and Kitt one more time. Do as I say, Michael Knight, and don't bring anyone else with you, or you will regret not following my orders, as I will kill these two girls with my bare hands. You have 10 minutes to show up, said Karr. With that, Karr drove away, leaving Michael and Kitt alone with Itachi. Michael, what are we going to do? Asked Kitt. We will do as Karr says, as I don't want to lose Rio and Eve a second time. So contact Sarah and Viper and tell them to meet us near the Forest of Death and tell them what the situation is, replied Michael. As you wish, Michael, said Kitt, quickly contacting Sarah and Viper and told them what was going on with Karr. Michael, you and Kitt can't go and face Karr by yourselves, as he is too powerful for you two alone, said Itachi. I know that, Itachi. But he has Rio and Eve hostage, and I can't let them die by his hand, as I can't afford to lose them a second time, as I can't stand to lose you and the others. So just stay here and hold back any sound and sand ninja that try to attack, while me and Kitt will go after Karr and save Rio and Eve, and I promise I will come back and all of us can live a peaceful life, said Michael. With that, Michael got inside Kitt and they drove off towards the Forest of Death to meet Karr and save Rio and Eve, leaving Itachi standing there with tears in her eyes as they drove off. Meanwhile, on top of the arena, Sarutobi was having a hard time fighting Orochimaru, who had managed to summon the first and second Hokages to fight him, which Sarutobi was holding them back with King Enma in his bow form. This is getting me nowhere. I have tried everything to defeat the first and second Hokage. I guess there is only one thing left to do, said Sarutobi. Don't tell me, Sarutobi, you plan on using that jutsu? Asked Enma, shock. Yes, my friend, I have to use the jutsu that the fourth Hokage taught me. At least this way I can correct the mistake I made by letting Orochimaru live when I should have killed him all those years ago when I had the chance, replied Sarutobi. Then I wish you the best of luck, my friend, and I hope you take Orochimaru with you when you die, said Enma. I plan on it, my friend, said Sarutobi. With that, Sarutobi made a few hand signs and made two shadow clones, and then he made some more hand signs and a ghost-like figure appear over him. Good, thanks to this jutsu I am the only one that can see the Shinigami, with means Orochimaru will not expect me attack, thought Sarutobi, smiling. What are you smiling for, Sarutobi-sensei? As you are going to die right here in front of me, asked Orochimaru, smiling. You are mistaking Orochimaru, for it is you that will be the one who dies here, replied Sarutobi. Then show me, you old geezer, said Orochimaru. With that, the first and second Hokage attack Sarutobi, and all Sarutobi two shadow clones grab a hold of the first and second Hokage, and the Shinigami reach out his arms through the shadow clones and into the bodies of the first and second Hokage and pulled out their souls as their bodies started to crumble apart, and Orochimaru had a look of pure shock on his face. What the hell just happened? Asked Orochimaru, getting scared. That would be the jutsu that the fourth Hokage used to seal the Kyuubi into his own son to save the village, and now I plan on using it to kill you, but of course I have to give up my own life in order to use this jutsu, replied Sarutobi, smiling. You aren't going to use that jutsu you on me, you old fool, as I will not give you the chance to grab me, said Orochimaru. I would be wrong about that, Orochimaru, said Tayuya's voice. All of a sudden Orochimaru felt himself being held by two pairs of hands and saw that Tayuya and Kabuto were holding onto him, making sure he couldn't move a muscle. Kabuto, Tayuya, what is the meaning of this? Demanded Orochimaru, angry. It's called as betraying you, Orochimaru, replied Tayuya. Yeah, we're here to make sure that Lord Hokage kills you before you can hurt any more innocent people. Telling from the look on your face. I am guessing you're surprised that me and Tayuya have decided to betray you. But here's a fact you didn't know, Orochimaru. Me and Tayuya have been working as double agents for the past 4 years with Michael Knight and Kitt to make sure you didn't harm any more innocent people, and we know you were the one who reactivated Karr, as I told Michael since the beginning of the Chunin exams, and I was the one who told the Hokage about your attack on the village, said Kabuto, smiling. I can't believe this, being betrayed by two of my best ninja. I should have listened to that pile of scrap metal Karr when he told me that you two were going to betray me. If I get out of this, I will make sure the two of you pay for your betrayal, shouted Orochimaru with venom in his voice. I wouldn't count on that, Orochimaru, as it will be you who dies here today, said Sarutobi, walking over to him. With that, Sarutobi grabbed a hold of Orochimaru, and Orochimaru could see the Shinigami hand reach into his body and started to pull out his soul. Orochimaru started to fight Sarutobi to keep his soul from being eaten by the Shinigami as Sarutobi tried his best to pull out Orochimaru's soul with all his strength. After 10 minutes of trying to pull out Orochimaru's soul, Sarutobi could feel his body started to weaken and realize he couldn't pull out Orochimaru's soul. I can't believe this, it seems my body is too weak to pull out Orochimaru's soul and I am so close to doing it, thought Sarutobi angry. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi and could tell that his body was starting to give in as his soul was starting to retreat back into his body. Well, looks like you don't have the strength, old man, to finish me off. Which means I win, and when I get free from you I will kill the two traitors here who help you, said Orochimaru smiling. I might not be able to take you with me to my death, but I can still take away all your jutsu you have acquired, replied Sarutobi in a weak voice. All of a sudden Sarutobi took out a kuni and sliced the piece of Orochimaru's soul that was still sticking out, and it was then eaten by the Shinigami, and Orochimaru could feel his arms starting to feel numb and not able to move. What the hell did you do to me, you old geezer? Demanded Orochimaru. I have taken away all your jutsu, Orochimaru, and your arms are now useless. You will never be able to make another hand sign forever, replied Sarutobi in a weak voice. With that, Orochimaru saw Kabuto and Tayuya standing over the Hokage and look at him with killing intent in their eyes. You may have taken my jutsu away, old man, but that will not stop me from reaching my goal of immortality, and when I do reach it, then I will make sure you two traitors pay for ever betraying me, and I will destroy this village once and for all, said Orochimaru angry. With that, Orochimaru disappeared in a cloud of smoke, as did the ninja in the arena as well. Kabuto and Tayuya looked at Sarutobi and saw that he was now dead, and both were thinking how they were going to break the news to Michael when he returned. Meanwhile, outside the Forest of Death, Michael and KITT had finally reached the area where KARR told them to meet him, and both of them saw KARR standing still with both of his windows down, and Michael could see Rio and Eve strap into KARR's seats tight, and both of them look very scared but otherwise alright. Well, good to see the two of you could finally make it here on time. But where is the original KITT, as I want to destroy him as well, said KARR. I am right here, KARR, replied Viper as he appeared next to KITT in his defender mode with his rocket launcher pointed at KARR ready to fire. Well, I am glad you decide to finally show yourself, you weakling, said KARR. Enough talking, KARR, we are all here. So just let Rio and Eve go so we can start this fight already, said Michael. I don't think so, Michael Knight, as I think I will keep these two as insurance that you don't pull anything fast. Besides, I want to know right now who is behind the wheel of the original KITT, as it has bugging me since he showed up, said KARR. That would be me, KARR, said Sarah, sticking her head out the door of Viper. Well, this is a surprise. I didn't expect the person behind the wheel of the original KITT to be Sarah Grayman, the daughter of the man who built me. This is even better than I plan, as I can take my revenge on the daughter of Charles Grayman as well, said KARR with an evil laugh. Enough talking, KARR, let's get this over with, as I plan on rescuing Rio and Eve from you and destroy you once and for all, said Michael. I agree with you, Michael Knight. The time for talking is over and the time for me to destroy all of you has begun, said KARR. With that, KARR transform into attack mode and charge them. KITT quickly responded by transforming into attack mode as well and avoided KARR missiles as KARR came towards them, while Viper fired a few harmless rockets towards KARR as they did not want to hurt Rio and Eve, as the two girls were inside of KARR. KARR quickly avoided the rockets and fired a barrage of missiles at KITT and Viper that ended up hitting the both of them and sent the two of them flying backwards, and then KARR fired his laser at the two of them and both KITT and Viper took a lot of damage. KITT damage report. Ask Michael. We have lose most of our weapons systems as well as the repair systems with are offline for the next 20 minutes, replied KITT. Sarah, what is the status on Viper? Ask Michael. Viper has the same damage as KITT has taken and it will be a few minutes before I have Viper's repair systems online again, replied Sarah. That's not good. We need to stop KARR right now before he finishes us off. But we can't destroy him without killing Rio and Eve in the process, said Michael, slamming his fist on KITT's dashboard. I might have an idea on how we can stop KARR for a few minutes while me and Viper can get our repair systems back online and allow you to save Rio and Eve from him, since what I have planned will take KARR offline for about 10 minutes, suggested KITT. I am all ears, KITT. What is this plan of yours? Asked Michael, curious. While me EMP isn't offline, and I am thinking we can use it to make KARR go offline for the next 10 minutes, giving you enough time to save Rio and Eve and allowing me and Viper to get our repair systems back online, replied KITT. That sounds like a good plan, KITT. But there is one problem with that, said Sarah. What would that be? Asked Michael. Well, you see, both Viper and KITT were designed to make EMP useless on the both of them, as it is on KARR as well. Which means KITT's EMP would not affect KARR at all, replied Sarah in a sad tone. That would be true, Sarah. But what I plan is to have Michael infuse my EMP with his chakra, which would be powerful enough to knock KARR offline for 10 minutes, said KITT. You mean to tell us I infuse your EMP using my chakra? Asked Michael, shock. Yes, but we have better hurry, as it appears KARR is starting to head towards us with the intent to end our lives, replied KITT. All right, KITT. I will do as you say, as you have never steered me wrong before in my life, said Michael. With that, Michael started to gather his chakra together and infuse KITT with it. At that moment, KARR had stopped in front of KITT and Viper with all his weapons aimed at them, ready to finish them off once and for all. Do any of you have any last words before I kill all of you? Asked KARR in an evil voice. Yeah, I do, KARR. KITT. Release the EMP now, shouted Michael. With that, KITT released his EMP infused with Michael's chakra and fired it at KARR, which hit him, and before KARR knew what happened, he was offline from the blast. Michael, KARR is offline. Now is your chance to rescue Rio and Eve from him, said KITT. You got it, KITT, said Michael. With that, Michael quickly got out of KITT and ran over to the now offline KARR and opened the passenger side door and quickly undid the straps that were holding Rio and Eve and quickly got them out of KARR, and both girls looked at him. Michael, we knew you would save us from KARR, said Rio. Yeah, we thought we would never see you again, said Eve. I am glad to see the both of you again after all these years. But KARR will come back online any minutes now, and I want you ran and hide as far away as possible before he does, said Michael. Whatever you say, Michael, said Rio. With that, Rio and Eve quickly ran over to the trees about 10 yards away and hid. Once Michael saw that the two of them were safe, he started to run back over to KITT, when all of a sudden he was stopped by KARR, who was now back online and in his robot mode with his machine guns pointed at Michael. Smart move, Michael Knight, using KITT's EMP infused with your chakra to knock me offline so you could rescue Rio and Eve from me. But now that I am back online, I have you where I want you, and there isn't nothing that will stop me from killing you, said KARR angry. With that, KARR was ready to fire his machine guns at Michael when all of a sudden KARR was hit by a barrage of missiles that sent him flying backwards about 30 feet, and when he got back to his feet he saw KITT and Viper fully repaired and with their weapons locked onto him ready to destroy him. Give up, KARR, you lost this time, said Viper. So are you ready to be destroyed once and for all, KARR? Asked KITT, aiming his weapons at KARR. I will tell you this to you both. You may have surprised me with that EMP, infused with chakra. But you will not destroy me today or any other day, as I promise I will destroy all of you and Knight Industries once and for all, and I will rule this world with the humans as my slaves and with machines like myself ruling over them with me. But until that day comes, I will continue to live, and the next time we face each other I will destroy the both of you along with Sarah Grayman and Michael Knight, replied KARR with venom in his voice. With that, KARR fired his machine guns and missiles and was covered in a cloud of smoke. When it cleared, KARR had vanished once again. Looks like KARR got away again, said Michael. Yes, but next time we will destroy him once and for all for my father's sake, said Sarah. All of a sudden Rio and Eve came out of nowhere and tackled Michael to the ground. Michael, you and KITT totally sent KARR packing, said Rio. Yeah, you taught that machine a lesson about messing with you and KITT, added Eve. Thanks, you too. But do you think you can let me up now as you are holding me to the ground? Said Michael. With that, Rio and Eve got off of Michael and let him get back on his feet. So what do we do now? Asked Michael, curious. Well, I think you and KITT should bring Rio and Eve here back to the village, as I have the feeling something bad just happened to the Hokage, and me and Viper will head back to Night Industries and try to find a weak spot in KARR's design that we can use to destroy him once and for all, replied Sarah. That sounds like a plan, Sarah. Let me know if you and Viper find anything, said Michael. We will, Michael, said Viper. With that, Sarah got inside of Viper and they headed back to Night Industries while Michael had KITT transform into a SUV, and he, Rio, and Eve got inside KITT and headed back to the village. Once they got back to the village, Michael found out from Kabuto that Sarutobi had died trying to kill Orochimaru but was only able to take away all of Orochimaru's jutsu. When Michael heard that, he fell to his knees and started to cry, as Sarutobi was one of the first people who had cared about him since he was born, and Saka hugged Michael trying to comfort him. When Michael stopped crying and got back to his feet, Anko told him that the funeral would be in a week. With that, they all headed back to their homes to prepare for the Hokage's funeral. 1 week later, and it was the day of the Hokage's funeral, and Michael was in his house with the girls he loved, all dressed in black, ready to head for the funeral to pay their respect to the Hokage. I can't believe that Lord Hokage is dead, said Sakura. Yeah, I know what you mean. It seems impossible that someone like him could have died, said Itachi. How come the Hokage had to die when he didn't deserve to? Asked Ino, starting to cry. I know what you are feeling, Ino. But we have to remember that the Hokage gave his life to make sure the village was safe from people like Orochimaru, said Anko. Anko is right, Ino. The Hokage was the most bravest and honorable person I have ever met, as was the 4th Hokage, said Kyubi. So what do we do now? Asked Rio. We will go to the funeral and pay our respects to Lord Hokage, as it would mean a lot to him for us to be there, replied Michael. So are you going to be alright, Michael, as it seems you took the death of the Hokage real hard? Asked Eve, concerned. I will be alright, Eve. But it will take time for me to get over losing the Hokage, as he was like a grandfather to me, replied Michael. With that, they all headed out the door and headed towards the funeral along with KITT, who followed behind them at a slow speed. Once they reached the funeral, they could see all the ninja of the village had come to pay their respect to the Hokage. As they were standing there, Michael saw Konohamaru cried over the loss of his grandfather, and Iruka put his hands on him and said a few words to comfort him. One by one, each ninja went to the coffin with the Hokage's picture on it and said a few words. After a while, it was finally Michael's turn, and when he got to the coffin, he decided to say something. I want to say to everyone here that the Hokage was the most caring and bravest person I have ever met in my life. He gave his life for this village without thinking about himself, as he cared about everyone living in the village, and for that I am glad I got to know him, as he was a person you could look up to and count on to give their life for you. So if you can hear me, Lord Hokage, I just want you to know that you have made everyone in this village stronger by giving up your life for them, and that we will never forget you forever, said Michael. With that, Michael put his flower on TH coffin and walked away with tears coming down his face as he did so, and he swore that Orochimaru and KARR would pay for attacking the village and making the Hokage give up his life, and that was a promise he attained to keep no matter what. 3 months later. It now had been 3 months since Orochimaru's attack on the village, and the 3rd Hokage had died protecting the village. During that time, Michael's mom Tsunade had come with Shizune and had become the new Hokage, since Jiraiya had talked the council into making Tsunade the Hokage, since the village needed one to help start the rebuilding of the village. And a month after that happened, Michael had gotten married to his 8 girlfriends, and they had all moved into his parents' house, and Michael had been working non-stop with KITT to prepare for when KARR decided to attack them again in order to destroy the both of them. Right now, Michael was outside his house working on KITT's weapons systems to make sure everything was ready for the next time they face KARR. So KITT, how are things looking with the weapon system so far? Asked Michael. Everything so far is looking fine according to my scans, Michael, replied KITT. That's good to hear, partner, as we need to make sure every one of your systems are working the next time we face KARR in battle, as I have a feeling it will not be long before he makes his next move, said Michael. Michael, what are you doing? Asked Kyubi's voice. Michael looked up and saw Kyubi and his other wife standing out in the front of the house looking at him with looks of concern on their faces. I am just working on KITT's weapon systems to make sure they are ready for the next time we face KARR, replied Michael. Well, I am sure every one of KITT's systems are working just fine, Michael, since you keep working on them day and night like for the past 3 months, said Anko. Well, Anko, I can never be too careful when it comes to KARR since he has slipped past me and KITT twice and I don't want to make it a third time, said Michael. Well, knowing you and KITT, I am sure you will be able to take down KARR once and for all, said Sakura. Yeah, you and KITT will destroy KARR the next time you fight him, added Ayami. Well, thanks for the support, you two. But something tells me you 8 aren't just here to see how things are going with me and KITT, said Michael. You would be correct there, Michael. As we all came to tell you something important, said Itachi. So what is it you 8 have to tell me that is important? Asked Michael, curious. Well, do you remember our wedding night and how you made love to all of us, said Ino. Yeah, I remember that happening that day was the happiest day in my life, said Michael, thinking back to that day. Well, you see, Michael, 6 weeks after that we all started to came down with a bad case of morning sickness and we all had Lady Sunid check us out to see what was wrong with the 8 of us, said Rio. So what did my mom find out that was wrong, you the 8 of you? Asked Michael, figuring out where this was all going to go. Well, she found out the 8 of us are pregnant with your kids and we all decided to tell you the good news that you are going to be a father. We hope you are not angry with the news, replied Eve. Why would I be angry with the 8 of you? That is the best news I ever heard in my life. So I am going to be a dad, said Michael, giving each of them a kiss on the lips. Well, we are glad you are happy with the news as we all are, said QB. All of a sudden there was a beeping noise coming from KITT. Michael the first hate to break up the celebration, but I am receiving a message from Sarah and it sounds urgent from the sound of it, said KITT. Okay, KITT, patch her through, said Michael. With that, KITT opened up the line to Sarah and she appeared on KITT's screen. Michael the first, I'm glad I finally got through to you, said Sarah. Well, I am glad you did, as KITT said you had something urgent that you wanted to talk about from the sound of it. So what is it you have to tell me? Asked Michael. Well, I have good news to tell you and KITT. I have finally found a weak spot in KARR's design that you and KITT can use to destroy KARR once and for all, replied Sarah. That is good news to hear. So can you tell me and KITT anything about KARR's weak spot we can use to destroy him once and for all? Asked Michael, curious. Yes, I do, Michael. But I prefer to tell you in person since we can be sure that KARR doesn't overhear this using his jamming signal to listen in. So how about we talk about it over in the Hokage's Tower in your mom's office, as I know it will be the safest place to tell you, as I know you don't want to leave the village unprotected, replied Sarah. That sounds like a good idea. I will meet you there in 10 minutes so you can tell me all about KARR's weakness, said Michael. You got it, Michael. I will see you there in 10 minutes, said Sarah. With that, Sarah cut off the transmission and the screen went blank. Me and KITT have to head to the Hokage's Tower so Grandma Sarah can tell me more about KARR's weakness that me and KITT can use to destroy KARR once and for all, said Michael. We understand, Michael, since KARR posse's a threat to the village and the world as long as he is still alive, said Sakura. So you and KITT should head to the Hokage's Tower to see what KARR's weakness from Sarah, as it could help you to defeat KARR once and for all, said Itachi. Thanks you, and I promise after K has been destroyed for good, we can all settle down and spend some time together. That is a promise I attain to keep to you 8, said Michael. With that, Michael gave each of his wives a kiss on the lips and he got inside KITT and they drove off towards the Hokage Tower to see what Sarah had found out about KARR's weakness. Meanwhile, far away inside of Orochimaru's lair, Orochimaru was sitting down and in pain from the jutsu that the third Hokage had used to take away all his jutsu 3 months ago. I can't believe that old geezer took away all my jutsu, and the fact that Kabuto and Tayuya were working with Michael Knight and KITT for the past 4 years as double agents. I swear if I ever get my arms healed I will make those two pay for ever betraying me in the first place, said Orochimaru with venom in his voice. Well, I warned you before about those two, Orochimaru, but you decide not to listen to me, and now look at you, said Karr, who was behind Orochimaru. Don't you dare mock me, you stupid piece of scrap metal. If it wasn't for me, you would still be shut down in that room deep underground where I found you. So I suggest you just shut up and leave me be, said Orochimaru. All of a sudden Karr transformed into his robot mode and grabbed Orochimaru in his hand and started to squeeze tight. What the hell do you think you are doing, Karr? Asked Orochimaru, breathing hard. What I am doing is getting rid of you once and for all, Orochimaru. As I told you before, you would pay dearly for Kabuto and Tayuya betrayal if it happened, and I decided now is a good time for you to pay with your life, replied Karr, squeezing tighter. You can't do this to me, Karr. You still need me to help you defeat Michael Knight and KITT, and you promised to help me with my goal of immortality like you promised me, said Orochimaru. You weak human fool, you are no longer useful to me as I can defeat Michael Knight and KITT by myself, and I only told you I could help you reach immortality as I decided it would help me trick you into working with me. Now I think it time for you to die, Orochimaru, as you have outlived your usefulness to me long enough, said Karr in an evil tone. With that, Karr pointed his machine guns at Orochimaru and fired them, putting many bullets into Orochimaru and crushing every bone in his body until he was dead. Once Karr's scanners told him that Orochimaru was no longer alive. He let go of Orochimaru's body and let it drop to the ground, now lifeless. Now that I have dealt with Orochimaru, I can now focus on my plan to destroy Michael Knight and both KITTs as well as Sarah Grayman and Knight Industries once and for all. And once they are all out of my way, then I can proceed with my plan to take over this world and make the humans build machines like me, and we will rule over them, as I will prove to Michael Knight and KITT that machines are far superior to humans, said Karr. With that, Karr transformed back into his car mode and took off to put his plan to destroy Michael Knight and KITT into action. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade was waiting with Sarah for Michael to show up when all of a sudden the door opened and Michael came in the office. Michael, good to see you could make it, said Tsunade to her son. Well, Mom, when Granadma Sarah told me that she found a weak spot in Karr's design, me and KITT rush over as soon as we could to her what she found out, replied Michael. Well, I am glad you could come, Michael, as what I have to tell you is very good news, as it will allow you and KITT to take down Karr once and for all, said Sarah. So care to tell me about Karr's weak spot and how me and KITT can use it to destroy him once and for all? Asked Michael. Oh, course, Michael. I have been going over Karr's blueprints ever since Karr reappeared non-stop, and yesterday I finally found Karr's weak spot, and it was staring me right in the face the entire time. You see, there is a flaw in Karr's cockpit when he is in robot mode and in his car mode that is very weak in design from the rest of his body, replied Sarah. I can understand that. But how is this going to help me and KITT in destroying Karr for good? Asked Michael, confused. Well, I am thinking if you use KITT's turbo boost at the right time and in the right place, when you hit Karr dead on, he should be destroyed right away from that one flaw in his design, as it was never fixed, and that means you and KITT should be able to take him out for good, replied Sarah. Well, that sounds like a good plan. But what we don't know is when Karr will make his move and attack me and KITT, and the fact he is working with Orochimaru, which makes it even worse, said Michael. I don't think Orochimaru isn't going to be much of a problem, Michael, as he can't use any jutsu anymore, and I am thinking Karr see Orochimaru as useless and probably plan on killing him, since it appears that Karr has had enough of Orochimaru failing to destroy the village. So it probably will not be too long before Karr makes his move, and when he does, it will be his last, as you and KITT will be able to take him out once and for all, since you now know his weakness and he doesn't know that you do, replied Tsunade. So until Karr decides to show himself, all I can suggest is you and KITT relax and spend time at home and be prepared for when he decides to attack the village, which he will probably do, knowing him, said Sarah. I guess you are both right, and besides, I think I allow it to myself to spend time with my wives as much as possible, since I have the feeling Karr will not go peacefully when me and KITT destroy him for good, said Michael. Good, now I think you should head home with KITT, as I know your wives must be worried sick about you, said Tsunade. Yeah, you're right, Mom, I should go home, as QB and the others are wondering what is taking me and KITT so long to get back from seeing you and Granadma Sarah. So I will see you two later, said Michael. With that, Michael left the office, and when he got outside, he got inside of KITT and they headed back home to spend time with the others. Once they got to the house, Michael got out of KITT and went inside to see QB and the others sitting at the table with dinner already made. "Michael, you finally back," said QB as she and the others had noticed Michael walk into the house. "Yeah, I am, and I am sorry that me and KITT kept you waiting for us to return," said Michael. "That's okay, Michael, as what Sarah had to tell you was important since it meant you and KITT would be able to destroy KARR once and for all," said Anko. "So what did Sarah tell you about KARR's weakness?" asked Ayami, curious. "Well, she told me that she found a flaw in KARR's cockpit in his robot and car mode that is extremely weak that me and KITT could use against him the next time me and KITT face him," replied Michael. "Well, I have no doubt in my mind you and KITT will defeat KARR once and for all," said Sakura. "You two are the best team there is in the world," added Ino. "Thanks for the support, as I think me and KITT will need it when KARR decides to show himself," said Michael. "Well, don't worry about it too much, Michael, as you need to relax for a little while," said Itachi. "Besides, you owe it to us to spend some time with the 8 of us," said Rio. "Well, I do owe it to spend some time with your 8, as I have spent the last 3 months working on KITT's systems non-stop," said Michael. "Well, that is good to hear, Michael, as we need to spend more time together, as we will not be able to when KARR decides to make his move," said Eve. With that, Michael sat down at the table and they all ate the dinner. After they finish eating and clean up, they decide it was time to get some rest, as they would need it since they didn't know when KARR would show up. With that, they all headed upstairs and went to bed. Later that night, Michael couldn't sleep as he couldn't stop worrying about what KARR had planned and decided to go outside to clear his head. With that, Michael got out of bed and went downstairs and went out the front door to the front of the house and sat down on the porch and looked up at the night sky to clear his head. "Michael, what are you doing up this late?" asked KITT, who had saw Michael come out the door. "Well, KITT, I couldn't sleep very well, so I decided to come out to get some fresh air and clear my head," replied Michael. "So you're still worried about what KARR's plan? Am I correct?" said KITT, figuring out why Michael couldn't sleep. "Yeah, I am, KITT. I don't why, but I have a bad feeling that KARR is up to no good and has something planned for the village. I just hope whatever KARR plan is, we can stop him for good," said Michael. "I wouldn't worry too much, Michael, as I know we will destroy KARR once and for all, and once that happens, everyone can live in peace without worrying about someone as evil as KARR harming innocent people," said KITT. "I guess you are right, KITT. Once we destroy KARR, we don't have to worry about him ever again," said Michael, feeling a little better. "That's good to hear, Michael. Now I think you should head back to bed and get some sleep, as you will need it when KARR decides to show himself to us," said KITT. "You're right as always, KITT. I will head back to bed and get some rest, and thanks for the pep talk," said Michael, getting to his feet. "You're welcome, Michael," replied KITT. With that, Michael went back inside the house to get some sleep, as he knew he would need all his strength for when KARR decided to attack. The next day, Michael was in the forest outside the village on patrol, looking for any sign of trouble, while KITT had decided to search the other side of the forest to patrol as well, looking out for any danger. Michael was starting to get bored of keeping an eye out for danger, as nothing had happened so far, and it was starting to make him worried. "Man, so far there hasn't been a sign of any enemy ninja or KARR anywhere, and things in this forest are too quiet. I just hope I don't run into KARR, since I don't have KITT with me, as I know I can't take him on by myself," thought Michael, worried. All of a sudden, from out of nowhere, Michael saw a barrage of Kuni come out from the trees and headed straight towards him. Michael quickly dodged the Kuni just in the nick of time and quickly took out Excalibur and looked to see who was the one who threw the Kuni. All of a sudden, a ninja leaped out of the tree where the Kuni had come from, and Michael saw that it was male ninja about 20 years old with black hair and eyes, wearing grey pants and a shirt, and had the Sound Village headband on his forehead. "Well, looks like you managed to avoid my attack, Michael Knight," said the ninja. "Well, I couldn't let you kill me before I had the chance to ask you why you were here outside the village gates alone," replied Michael. "I came here to deliver a message from Lord KARR," said the ninja. So you work for KARR now. So what happened to your leader Orochimaru? Asked Michael. Lord Orochimaru was too weak to lead us, which is why KARR killed him and told me and the others if we follow his orders then he would give us power beyond what Orochimaru could ever dream of, replied the ninja. Well, I hate to tell you, but KARR can't be trusted as he doesn't care about anyone but himself, said Michael. You're lying, you fool. KARR would never lie to us like Orochimaru did, said the ninja. Fine, have it your way. So what is the message you have from KARR? Asked Michael. Well, Lord KARR wants you and KITT to meet him for a final battle to the death at Training Ground 7 and he only wants you two to come alone or else you will be very sorry if you don't follow his orders, replied the ninja smiling. Well, all I can say to that is that KARR is going to go down once and for all and I will make sure you and the rest of the Sound Village go down with him, said Michael. Well, since you put it that way, I guess I will kill you right here and let Lord KARR take care of your friend KITT and I will just tell him you refuse to do as he said the ninja taking out a kuni. Well, you're not killing to me today as it will be you who dies here today, said Michael pointing Excalibur at the ninja. Like to see you try, you fool, said the ninja. With that said, the ninja charged at Michael with the intent to kill him. Michael quickly used Excalibur power to blind the ninja and avoid his attack and cut the ninja across the chest with Excalibur. When the ninja recovered from the flash of light caused by Excalibur, he looked at Michael and saw a ball of gold light appear in his hands, and before he could do anything a beam of gold light shot out of Michael's hands and headed straight towards the ninja and hit him. When the beam hit the ninja there was a huge explosion and a cloud of dust. When the dust cleared there was a huge crater where the ninja once was and there was no sign of him anywhere. Looks like that took care of him, thought Michael smiling. All of a sudden Michael heard a sound of an engine and looked to see KITT coming over to him as he had heard the sound of the explosion and had come to check on Michael. Michael, are you alright? Asked KITT concerned. Yeah, I am just fine, KITT. But we better head to Training Ground 7 as KARR is waiting there for us to show up. So contact Madara and Sarah and tell them what is going on, replied Michael. As you wish, Michael, said KITT. With that, Michael got inside of KITT and they headed towards Training Ground 7 as KITT contacted Sarah and Madara to tell them what was going on with KARR. Meanwhile at Training Ground 7, KARR was waiting with two Sound Ninja waiting for Michael and KITT as he knew Michael had gotten his message and would come alone with KITT like he had planned since he knew they wanted to end this battle against him once and for all. After 10 minutes of waiting, KARR heard a sound of an engine and saw KITT driving into the training ground and stop about 50 feet away in front of him, and Michael got out of KITT and looked at KARR with an angry look on his face. Well, I am glad you and KITT had decided to show up alone like I wanted, Michael Knight. I do hope the ninja I sent to give you my message didn't give you too much trouble, said KARR in an evil voice. I wouldn't sound too confident, KARR, as me and KITT plan on destroying once and for all, and once we do then I will make sure you are never rebuilt again, replied Michael. I wouldn't be so cocky to say something like that as you will live to regret it, said KARR. What do you mean by that? Asked KITT confused. I think of telling you too. I will show you what I mean, replied KARR. With that, the two Sound Ninja that came with KARR came forward, and Michael looked with a shocked look on his face as he and KITT saw four girls about 5 years old being held by the two ninja. The first girl had dark skin and gold cat-like eyes with long dark pink hair with cat ears and a tail. The second girl had dark skin with long black hair with pink bangs and black eyes. The third girl had short dark violet with brown eyes and a dragon-like mark on her right arm. The fourth girl had long aqua blue hair with green eyes. Michael noticed all four of the girls looked scared and were crying. Why do you have these four innocent little girls with you? Asked Michael in a shocked voice. The reason I have them with me is for insurance, to make sure you and KITT do not try to pull anything on me. You know I had to kill their entire clans just to get a hold of them. You should have seen the looks on their faces as they watched me kill their entire families right in front of them, replied KARR with an evil laugh. You bastard, you killed their entire clans just so you could use them as hostages. That isn't right. Even Orochimaru had more honor than you, KARR. You are pure evil and me and KITT are going make sure we destroy you once and for all so you can't kill anyone else, said Michael with pure hate and venom in his voice looking at KARR. I would like to see you try, Michael Knight. And once I am done with you and KITT, I will then destroy Sarah Grayman and the original KITT, and then I will destroy the village hidden in the leaves and wipe it off the face of the earth, said KARR. Then let's get this battle over with, said Michael getting inside of KITT. Yes, I had enough of you too long enough, said KARR. With that both KITT and KARR charge each other. KITT fired his missiles at KARR, which KARR avoided, and fired his own missiles at KITT that hit him and sent him backwards a few feet. Michael then had KITT transform into attack mode and charge KARR, and KARR transform into robot mode and fired his machine guns at KITT and then hit him with one of his hands that sent KITT flipping backwards a couple of feet and landed hard upright, and then KARR fired his missiles at KITT and Michael, who barely dodged them just in the nick of time. Michael the First don't know how much longer we can take a beating from KARR before we are destroyed, as he has knocked out most of my weapon systems, said KITT worried. I know what you mean, KITT. But we can't give up until KARR is destroyed once and for all. If we can't outmuscle him, then we have to outsmart him. Do we still have turbo boost? Said Michael. Yes, turbo boost is still working, Michael, replied KITT. Good, then leave everything to me, and when I gave the word you use turbo boost, said Michael. With that, Michael turned KITT around and headed start towards KARR, who fired his machine guns and missiles at them, which they avoided and kept on heading start towards him at full speed. When they got within 20 feet, Michael decided it was time to end this. KITT turbo boost now, shouted Michael. With that, KITT activated the turbo boost and launched himself right into the air and right at KARR. As soon as KITT hit KARR, he went right through him, and there was a huge explosion as KITT and Michael went right through KARR, and he blew apart into millions of pieces of scrap metal. Once they landed, KITT looked damaged but was otherwise alright, as was Michael, as they watched the remains of KARR hit the ground. Looks like it is finally over, Michael, said KITT. Yes, it is, KITT. But we still have one more thing to take care of before we head home, said Michael. With that, Michael and KITT headed over to the two ninja who were still holding the four girls hostage. The two ninja watched as KITT stop in front of them, and Michael got out and looked at the two ninja with an angry look on his face. You two let these four girls go before what happened to KARR happens to you, said Michael with hate in his eyes, telling the two ninja he meant what he said. Sure thing, Mr. Michael Knight, replied the first ninja. Yeah, we was getting tired of working for people like Orochimaru and KARR. I think we will just leave before something bad happens to us, said the other ninja. With that, the two ninja took off, leaving Mikhail and KITT alone with the four girls. Are you four all right? Asked Michael. Yes, we are, thanks to you too, replied the girl with cat ears and tail, trying to hide her tears. That's good to know. My name is Michael Knight, and this here is my friend KITT. What are your names, may I ask? Said Michael. My name is Pink, replied the first girl. My name is Rose, said the girl with black hair and pink bangs. The name's Akiza, said the girl with dark violet hair. And my name is Runo, said the girl with aqua blue hair. Michael, what are we going to do with these four girls since KARR killed their entire clans? Asked KITT curious. Well, I am thinking of adopting these four as my daughters since they have no place else to go. That's if they don't mind, replied Michael, looking at the four girls. Why would you want to adopt us since you just met us? Asked Pink, confused. Because like you four, I lost both my birth parents when I was born, replied Michael in a sad voice. So you mean you are going to be a dad from now on? Asked Rose, curious. Yes, I will, and I know my wives will be happy to raise you four as well as their own children, replied Michael. So this means we don't have to be alone anymore? Asked Akiza. Yes, it does, and I know you four will be happy once you meet everyone, replied Michael. This is the happiest day of our life since we are going to have a family again, said Runo, hugging Michael. I know it will be for you four. KITT, can you transform into your SUV? Foreman, contact my mom and tell her to meet us back at the house, and tell QB and the others we are bringing some new members of the family with us, and tell Mada and Sarah to send some people to pick up the remains of KARR at once, said Michael, looking at KITT. As you wish, Michael, replied KITT, contacting Sunid and the others to tell them what had happened and contacting Madara and Sarah to send some people to pick up the remains of KARR. With that, KITT transformed into his SUV. Foreman Michael got inside of KITT with Pink, Rose, Akiza and Runo and headed straight for the house. After 20 minutes of driving they finally reached the house, and Michael headed inside with the 4 girls and saw Sunid and QB sitting at the table with the others waiting for him. Michael, you made it back, said QB. Yeah, I did, and we don't have to worry about KARR anymore as me and KITT destroyed him once and for all, said Michael. That's good to hear, Michael. But who are these 4 little angels with you? Asked Sakura, looking at Pink, Rose, Akiza, and Runo. These 4 are Pink, Rose, Akiza, and Runo. KARR killed their entire clans and took them hostages to make sure me and KITT didn't pull anything on him, replied Michael. You mean KARR killed their entire clans just so he could use them as hostages? Asked Itachi, shock. Yes, he did, Itachi, but me and KITT made sure KARR paid with his life for killing off the clans, replied Michael. So what are they going to do now since they have no place else to go? Asked Ino, concerned. Well, that is why they are here with me. Because I plan on adopting them and raise them as our daughters, if that is fine with all of you, replied Michael. That is fine with us. Besides, who wouldn't want to take these 4 and raise them as their children? They are so cute, said Ayami. So does this mean you will adopt us? Asked Pink, curious. Of course we will. As far as we are all concerned, you are members of this family from now on, said Anko, looking at Pink. This means we can all go, you are moms? Asked Rose. Yes, you can, said Rio. Yeah, and from now on you can go this pace your home, said Eve. Thank you very mommy Eve, said Akiza. Well, since it appears things are settled, I will let you all get some rest, and tomorrow I will come back with the papers as it appears you all need rest after what happened with KARR, said Sunid. Yeah, we will see you tomorrow, Mom, said Michael. Before Sunid could leave, she was stopped by Runo, who had grabbed onto her leg. What do you think you are doing, young lady? Asked Sunid, looking down at Runo. I just wanted to say goodbye to my new grandma, replied Runo, smiling. Well, since you are a member of this family now, that does make me your grandma. So I will come here tomorrow to see you and everyone else, said Sunid, smiling. With that, Sunid gave Runo a hug and left the house to finish the paperwork she had to do. Once she left, Michael and the others decided it had been a long day and it was time for bed. They went upstairs, and QB and Sakura showed Pink and the other 3 girls to the spare rooms where they would be staying and told them tomorrow they would go shopping for their new clothes. Once they were in bed, Michael decided to head to bed as well and told everyone good night. Once he was in bed, Michael was thinking about everything that had happened to him over the last 7 years and was happy that KARR was now finally destroyed for good and he and KITT could relax and not worried about everything for a long time. With that, Michael looked at the full moon out his window and then fell asleep, happy that everything was finally over with KARR and that he could now live a peaceful life at last. 9 months later. It now had been 9 months since KARR was defeated and Michael and his wives had adopted Pink, Runo, Rose and Akiza, and during that time Michael had been working real hard on the nursery with KITT helping him with the blueprints to get it ready in time for when the babies would come, and after almost 9 months the nursery was finally ready and Michael was real proud on how it turned out. Now Michael was sitting at the table eating dinner with his 8 wives and his 4 daughters along with his mom Sunid and Sarah, talking about everything that had happened to them since KARR had been destroyed. So Michael, have you and your wives decided what to name your children when they are born? Asked Sunid. Well, we haven't come up with any good names yet, Mom. But I am sure when the time comes we will give them good names, replied Michael, smiling. Well, I am sure you will give your children some good names. Which remains me. Do you want them to be all boys or all girls or maybe both? Said Sarah. Well, Sarah, me and the other girls have talked about this with Michael and we wouldn't mind if they were all girls, said Sakura. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a little girl as well, and I know Michael here wouldn't mind as well, said Ino. Well, that is good to know, said Sunid. So Sarah, how are things going with keeping Kar's remains locked up so no one could rebuild him ever again? Ask Ayami curious. Well, me and Madara have put Kar's remains in a close-off room at Night Industries that can only be accessed by Michael here, so we shouldn't have to worry about Kar for a very long time, replied Sarah. That's good to know, as I would hate to have Michael and Kitt have to face him ever again, said Anko. So how are things going with Pink and the other girls? Asked Sunid. Everything is going great with them, Sunid, and they could hardly wait for the babies to be born, replied Itachi. You see how eager they are for the babies to be born, Sunid. They are very excited at the idea of being big sisters, replied Kyubi. So where are they right now? Asked Sarah curious. Well, right now they are over at Kurenai's house to visit her, and I can imagine they must be telling Kurenai all about the babies like for the 100th time, replied Rio. They should be back in about an hour, as I know they want to see the grandmothers, said Eve. Well, I know they are. And of course I have been working non-stop with Kitt working on his systems to make sure me and him are ready in case of any danger to the village, said Michael. Well, I know you want to be prepared for any attack as always, Michael. But I think you should just relax, as we don't have to worry about anyone like Kar causing trouble for a long time. Besides, you need to focus on your family as they needed you now, said Sunid. I know you are right, Mom. So I promise I will focus on my family as they come first before anything else, said Michael. That is good to hear from you, Michael, said Sarah. With that they went back to eating the dinner. When all of a sudden Michael saw Sakura and his other wives clutch their chest like they were in pain. Sakura, are you and the others all right? Asked Michael. I don't think so, Michael. I think my water broke, replied Sakura. Yeah, all our waters broke as well, Michael, said Kyubi. Mom, can you call the hospital and tell them that Sakura and the others' waters have broken and are in labor, said Michael looking at Sunid. Of course, Michael, said Sunid going over to the phone. What do you want me to do, Michael? Asked Sarah. I want you to call Kabuto and Tayuya and tell them to come over and wait for the ambulance to come and pick up Sakura and the others to bring them to the hospital, while me and Kitt go and pick up Pink and the other girls, and we will meet you all at the hospital as soon as we can, replied Michael. Of course, Michael, said Sarah. With that Michael ran out the door as Sunid and Sarah had everything covered and got inside of Kitt, who saw the look Michael had on his face. Michael, what is the matter? Asked Kitt concerned. While Kitt, Sakura and the others are in labor and we need to head over to Kurenai's house and pick up Pink and the other girls and head over to the hospital at once to meet the others, replied Michael. With that Kitt transformed into his SUV. And they drove off towards Kurenai's house to pick up the girls at once. Once they got to Kurenai's house and pick up the girls, they quickly drove to the hospital and got there within 20 minutes, and Michael and the girls headed inside, leaving Kitt outside since he couldn't go in the hospital since he was a car. Once they got inside, Michael saw Sunid and Sarah sitting with Kabuto and Tayuya in the waiting room. Mom, what has happened so far? Is everything alright with Sakura and the other? Asked Michael worried. Calm down, Michael, everything is alright according to the doctors so far, and Sakura and the others should be ready to deliver the babies anytime now. So don't worry too much, replied Sunid in a calm voice. That's good to know then, said Michael, calming down. Daddy, is something wrong with Mommy, Sakura and the others? Asked Pink concerned. Everything is alright, Pink. Mommy, Sakura and the others are just in the hospital to give birth to your baby siblings, replied Michael in a calm voice. Your dad's right. Everything is going to be just fine, as your grandma Sunid is going to be the one to deliver the babies when it is time, said Kabuto looking at Pink. You mean Grandma Sunid is going to be the one to deliver Mommy, Sakura and the others' babies? Asked Runo. Yes, I am, Runo, and you and your sisters don't have anything to worry about since I will be right there with your mothers at all times, replied Sunid. Yeah, Sunid is right, Runo. Everything is going to be alright, we are right there with your mothers delivering the babies, added Tayuya. So is Mommy, Sakura and the other going to have girls or boys? Asked Akiza curious. Well, we don't know that right now, Akiza, as we have to wait for the babies to be born, replied Michael. Well, I hope they will have all girls, Daddy, said Rose. Well, you know what, Rose, something tells me you are right about that, said Michael, shaking her hair. With that they sat down in the waiting room to wait for when it was time for the babies to be delivered. After 2 hours, the doctor came out and told Sunit it was time for the babies to be delivered, and she got up and looked at Michael. Michael, the first want you to stay here while I go into the delivery room and help deliver the babies, since you are not allowed into the delivery room. Do I make myself clear? Said Sunit, looking at Michael. Crystal clear, Mom, replied Michael. Good, now I have to go and get ready to go into the delivery room to help deliver the babies. But I will come back as soon as possible to tell you and the others how everything went, said Sunit. With that, Sunit headed towards the delivery room to get ready to deliver the babies. Once she was gone, Michael took the watch on his left arm that kept him in contact with KITT and held it to his face. KITT, can you read me? Said Michael into the watch. Yes, I can hear you, Michael. What is it you want? Replied KITT. I want you to tap into the cameras in the delivery room and record everything that happens in there as the babies are born. Do you understand that? Said Michael. Yes, I do, Michael. But why do you want me to do this thing for? Asked KITT, confused. Because since my mom said I can't go in the delivery room and watch my children being born, I decided to have you tap into the cameras in there and record them being born, since that why I can watch it later with Sakura and the others and I know what happened in there. Do you have a problem with that, KITT? Replied Michael. No, I don't, Michael. I will do it right away, said KITT. With that, Michael turned off the communication line and KITT did as Michael asked and tap into the cameras inside the delivery room and started to record everything. Meanwhile, in the waiting room, Kabuto had heard what Michael had asked KITT to do and decided to talk to Michael. Michael, what do you think you are doing asking KITT to tap into the cameras in the delivery room for? Asked Kabuto, curious. Well, Kabuto, my mom told me not to go in the delivery room, but she never said I couldn't have KITT tap into the cameras in there and record my children being born. Besides, this way I have something to watch with Sakura and the others to remember this day for a long time, replied Michael. You know what, Michael, you sure can be sneaky sometimes when you want to be. But I have to agree with you. It sounds like a good plan. But if Sunit yells at you for doing it, if she finds out, then don't drag me in the middle of it, okay? Said Kabuto, rolling his eyes over. Oh, course I wouldn't dream of it, Kabuto, said Michael. With that, they went back to waiting in the waiting room. After 6 more hours, Sunit finally came out into the waiting room to tell how everything had went with the delivery. Mom, how did everything go in the delivery room? Are Sakura and the others all right? Asked Michael, concerned. Yes, they are all right, Michael, as are the babies, replied Sunit. So are they boys or girls, Grandma Sunit? Asked Runo, curious. Well, Runo, your Sakura gave birth to twin girls while the rest of your mothers each gave birth to a girl, replied Sunit, smiling. So where are they now? Asked Michael. They are all in the recovery room resting with the babies, and I think you should go see them now alone, since you should spend time with them, replied Sunit. Oh, course, Mom. Lead the way, said Michael. With that, Michael got up out of his chair and followed Sunit to the recovery room where Sakura and the others were resting with the babies. Once they got there, Michael went inside as Sunit went back to the waiting room to see the others. Michael saw Sakura holding 2 little girls in her arms while the others each had a little girl in their arms. Michael saw that the first girl in Sakura's arms looked just like her, while the other girl had red hair and green eyes. Michael looked over to Anko and saw the girl in her arms had the same hair and eyes as her. Michael then went over to Kyubi and Ayami and saw that the girl in Kyubi arms looked just like her with fox ears and 9 fox tails, and the girl in Ame arms had her brown hair and eyes. Next, Michael went over to Ino and Itachi and saw the girl in Ino arms had white hair and pink eyes with pink leaf marks on the right side of her body, and the girl in Itachi arms had Itachi's hair and eyes. Finally, Michael went over to Rio and even saw the girl in Rio arms had the same sliver hair and eyes as her, and the girl in Eve's arms had the same gold hair as Eve but with Michael's dark emerald green eyes. You 8 did a great job. Our daughters are the most perfect things in the world, said Michael, giving each of them a kiss on the lips. We are all glad you are happy as we are, as our children are the most perfect things in this world, said Sakura. Yeah, just look at them. They are precious, said Anko. Meanwhile, Sunit had led the others to the recovery room and saw Michael and the others resting with Michael holding the girl with red hair and eyes, smiling. Daddy, are these baby sisters? Asked Runo, curious. Yes, they are, Runo, replied Michael, smiling at her. So what are their names? Asked Sarah, curious. Well, me and Michael decide to name the girl who looks like me Sakura after myself, and the girl with red hair and green eyes we decided to name after Michael's birth mother Kushina, replied Sakura. Well, me and Michael decided to name a little girl here Kurenai after my best friend, said Anko. Well, me and Michael have decided to name our girl Sasam, said Ayami. Me and Michael here have decided to name our little girl Kagura, said Ino. Well, me and Michael have decided to name our daughter here Crystal, said Itachi. Well, me and Michael decided to name our girl Sarah after you, of course, Sarah, said Kyubi. Michael and me have decided to name our little girl here Rin after one of Michael's father's students, said Rio. Well, me and Michael have decided to name our little girl here Sunid after you, Lady Sunid, said Eve, smiling. Well, those are some good names for them, said Tayuya. So when will Sakura and the others be ready to leave the hospital with the babies? Asked Kabuto, curious. Well, according to the doctor, Sakura and the others will be ready to leave the hospital in a week with the babies, replied Michael. Well, that is good to hear, as that gives us time to prepare for what we have in store for you and them, said Sarah. What do you mean by that, Granadma Sarah? Asked Michael, confused. While you will have to just wait and see when you all come home. But until then, Sakura and the others should get some rest, as they needed it from the delivery. And oh, Michael, KITT told me you told him to tap into the delivery room cameras and record everything that happened in there, and I told Sakura and the others before I came to get you. But don't worry, you're not in trouble, as I can understand why you did it. But next time just ask me before you go ahead and do something like that again, replied Sunid, smiling. With that, Sunid and the others left Michael and his wives alone. 1 week later, Michael and his wives had come home with their children, and Michael opened the door to the house. When they all got inside, they saw everyone waiting inside the house with a huge banner that said "Welcome Home." So this is what you all have been up to over the past week? Asked Michael, surprised. Of course, we decided to throw you all a welcome home party for you and the babies, replied Kurenai, smiling. So what do you guys think of our surprise? Asked Tayuya. All we can say is thank you all very much for thinking of us and the children, replied Sakura. While that is good to hear. But how about we get this party started? Said Kabuto. With that, the party started, and everyone talked about what had happened over the past year to them, and were very glad that there was now peace in the world at long last. After the party was over and everything was clean up, Michael was sitting at the table with his mom Sunid, as Sakura and the others had put the children to bed and were now sleeping as well. So what did you think of the party, Michael? Asked Sunid. Well, it was something that me and the others will never forget. But something tells me you want to talk about something more important than just the party, replied Michael. Just I do have something important to talk with you about, Michael, as it can't wait until the morning, said Sunid. So what is it you want to talk about, Mom? Asked Michael, confused. While you see, Michael, the first talk to the council yesterday about who was going to replace me as Hokage when I retired, and I told them I wanted you to be the one to become the next Hokage, and since everyone in the village still thinks you are dead, it made it easier for the council to agree with me. But I want to know if you want to become the next Hokage, as I need to tell the council by tomorrow your decision before they make any announcements by that time. So will take my place as Hokage when the day comes. I will have to retire and protect this village with your life, replied Sunid. Well, Mom, it has been my dream since I was young to become Hokage to protect this village, and I think it would honor my birth parents and the old man if I took the job. So I will become the next Hokage just to honor their memories and protect this village with my life, replied Michael. Well, I am glad to hear that from you, Michael. Now if you can excuse me, I have to get back to my office and finish off the rest of my paperwork and tell the council what you have decided. So I will see you and everyone else later, said Sunid. With that, Sunid left. Once she was gone, Michael looked out the window at the full moon and smiled. I hope I can live up to the legacy of my parents and the old man and become a good Hokage, as I know it means the world to them, and I will do whatever it takes to honor them and protect this village with my life, and that is a promise of a lifetime, thought Michael with hope in his eyes. With that, Michael got out of his seat and headed upstairs to get some rest and spend some time with his family. 5 years later. It now had been 5 years since Michael and KITT had defeated KARR, and now inside the Hokage's office, the 6th Hokage Michael was sitting at his desk looking out the window at the village and thinking about everything that had happened to him over the past 5 years. I can't believe it has only been 5 years since me and KITT destroyed KARR and my daughters were born to me. I mean, it only seems like it was yesterday they were only little babies and now they are 5 years old and my 4 adopted daughters are already 10, thought Michael, smiling. All of a sudden there was a knock at the door and Michael told whoever it was to come in, and all of a sudden he felt 2 small bodies jump on him and sent him to the floor of the office and saw it was his 2 daughters Kushina and Sakura smiling at him. Kushina: Sakura, what do you two think you are doing here in my office? Asked Michael. We came to see you, Daddy, replied Kushina, smiling. Yeah, we wanted to know what you were up to and wondering when you would be done with all that boring paperwork, added little Sakura. Sakura: Kushina, what do you think the two of you are doing sending your poor father to the floor? Said Sakura, who was standing over them. We were just saying hi to Daddy, Mommy, replied Kushina. Yeah, we were just happy to see him, said little Sakura. Well, you two said hi to Dad. Now how about you two get off of him and let him get to his feet, said Runo. With that, Kushina and Sakura got off of Michael and he got back on his feet. Sorry about Kushina and Sakura sending you to the floor, Michael. They just got overexcited to see as they were wondering if you were going to show up at the birthday party, said Sakura. It's okay, Sakura. They were just happy to see, and I am almost done with all the paperwork so we can all head over to my little girl's birthday party, said Michael, giving Sakura a kiss on the lips. Well, from the looks of things you might be here a few hours, Dad, said Runo. You forget, Runo, I always have my secret weapon for finishing off this paperwork when I am in a hurry, said Michael. With that, Michael made a hand sign and made about 20 shadow clones, told them to finish the rest of the paperwork, and Michael and the others left the office and headed towards the birthday party. When they got outside, Michael saw KITT waiting for them in his SUV. Form. KITT, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be at the birthday party with the others waiting for us to show up? Asked Michael, looking at KITT. I was, Michael, until Anko, Sarah, and your mom started to worry if you would ever show up. So they sent me here to come pick you up and bring you and the others to the birthday party as your mom told me to, replied KITT. Well, that is just like your mom, Michael. Always worrying about you even though you're the Hokage now, said Sakura. Yeah, I know, Sakura. But that is why I love her, as she was always looking out for me. But since KITT is here, we should all head to the birthday party, as I know the others were wondering what is taking us so long to get there, replied Michael, smiling. With that, they all got inside of KITT and they headed towards the house where the party was being held. After 15 minutes they reached the house, saw everyone was there waiting for them. When they got out, Michael was suddenly jumped by 2 small bodies who grabbed him by his legs and saw it was his daughters Sasam and Kagura, who both had smiles on their faces. Daddy, you finally came to the party, said Sasam. Yeah, we were starting to worry you would never show up, added Kagura. Well, you can both see I am here, as I would never miss my little girl's birthday ever, replied Michael, roughing up their hair. Let me guess you use the shadow clone jutsu to finish off the rest of your paperwork, said Ino's voice. Michael looked up and saw his wives Ino and Ayami looking at him with smiles on their faces. I guess I can never hide anything from the two of you. Now can I? Said Michael, giving each of them a kiss on the lips. Well, I think we can let it slide this time, Michael, as it is our daughter's birthday today, said Ayami. So where is everyone else? Asked Michael. While Mama Anko and Itachi are talking to Grandma Sunid, and Kurenai and Crystal are with them as well, replied Pink, who was next to Ino. Well, I think I will go over and say hi to them, as I know they must be wondering what was taking me so long getting here. And after I talk to them I will go say hi to everyone else, said Michael. With that, Michael left them and started to head over where he saw his mom talking to Anko and Itachi with his other daughters. All of a sudden he was caught in a hug by his wife Anko, who was starting to squeeze the very life out of him. Michael, you finally showed up, said Anko, squeezing Michael tighter. Well, I am glad to see you too, Anko, but can you let go of me as I am having a little trouble breathing, said Michael, breathing hard. Mommy, I think you should do as Daddy said, as his face is starting to turn blue, said Kurenai. Anko looked at Michael and saw her daughter was right and let go of Michael, who was now trying to catch his breath. Sorry about that, Michael. I guess I just got overexcited seeing you here, said Anko. It's okay, Anko, sometimes you forget how strong you really are when you are excited, replied Michael, giving her a kiss on the lips. Well, you're right about that, Michael. Anko does forget how strong she is sometimes, said Itachi, who had shown up with Crystal and gave Michael a kiss on the lips. Well, I am just glad I am here to see my little girls turn 5 today. Right, Crystal, said Michael, looking down at his daughter. I am glad you could show up, Daddy, as everyone was worrying about you, replied Crystal, smiling. Well, you know I could never miss this special day for the world, said Michael. Let me guess, you use the shadow clone jutsu again to finish off your paperwork, said Tsunade. You would be right there, Mom. As I can never hide anything from you, said Michael, smiling. All of a sudden, from out of nowhere, Michael was tackled to the ground by his daughters Rin and Tsunade. Rin: Tsunade, what the two of you think you are doing tackling your father to the ground, said Eve as she and Rio had shown up to say hi to their husband along with Akiza. We were just saying hi to Daddy, said Rin. Yeah, we're just happy to see him, added little Tsunade. Well, you two said hi to Dad. Now get off of him this instant before Mama, Rio and Eve ground you, said Akiza. With that, Rin and Tsunade got off of Michael and let him get to his feet. Sorry about tackling you to the ground, Daddy, said Rin. Yeah, we were just so happy to see you, said little Tsunade. It okay, you two. You were just happy to see me and got overexcited, replied Michael, smiling at the two of them. Well, they better be careful next time or they will end up being grounded if they do, said Rio. So how is everything going at the office? Asked Eve, looking at Michael. Everything is going great at the office, replied Michael, giving the two of them a kiss on the lips. Well, we are just glad you could make it to the party, said Rio. We just wish Kabuto and Tayuya could have shown up as well, said Everything. I know, but they had to go on an important mission in the land of lighting. But both of them send their regards to everyone and will see us very soon when they get back. So where is QB and Sarah at? Said Michael. Well, they're with Rose talking to your grandmother Sarah and Viper about her work with Madara, replied Rio. Well, then I guess I will go over there and say hi to them before it is time for the birthday cake, said Michael. With that, Michael headed in the direction of where QB was with Sarah and Viper and saw QB talking to Sarah about something when all of a sudden his daughter Sarah came running over to him and jumped into his arms. Daddy, you finally showed up. Mommy and Grandma Sarah were worried about you as me and Rose were too, said little Sarah. Well, as you can see, I am right here as I would never miss my little girl's birthday for the world, said Michael, giving her a hug. Well, looks like you finally decided to show up, Michael, said QB, giving him a kiss on the lips. Of course I decided to show up, QB, and it was nice that KITT decided to come get me and the others, replied Michael. Well, since you were running late, I decided to have KITT go after you so you could make it here to the party on time, said Sarah. Well, I am glad you did, Grandma Sarah, as I didn't want to miss my children's birthday party for the world, said Michael. So I take it you use the shadow clone jutsu again to finish off your paperwork as you always do when you're running late, Dad, said Rose. Well, looks like I can never hide anything from my family. So how are things over at Night Industries, Grandma Sarah, said Michael, looking at Sarah. Everything is going great over there since Madara is making everyone work hard to make sure everything is in order. I am just glad he let me and Viper come to the birthday party as he knows how important it is to me to see you and your children as you are all I have left of Michael and my son in this world, replied Sarah. Well, we are all glad you and Viper could come today, said QB. So how is everything going with guarding the remains of KARR? Asked Michael, curious. Everything is going well as KARR's remains are locked up and secure as his main chip has been shut down for good and he can never be reactivated ever again and rebuilt, replied Viper. That's good to know as I don't want to ever face him again as I know KITT doesn't either. But I think right now it is time for my 9 little birthday girls here to get ready for cake and ice cream, said Michael, smiling. With that, they all headed over to the table where the others were sitting and Tsunade brought out the birthday cake and everyone sang happy birthday to the 9 girls and Michael told his daughters to make a wish and blow out the candles, which they did. After that, the cake was cut and was served as was the ice cream and everyone talked about what happened to all of them over the past 5 years and how lucky they were to have each other as family. Meanwhile, deep inside of Night Industries, a guard was walking past the room that held KARR's remains and did a quick check to make sure everything was in order. The guard did a quick look and saw nothing out of place and moved on. Once the guard had left and the lights in the room had shut off. All was quiet and peaceful until the part of KARR that had the scanner with the light all of a sudden came to life and flash a amber yellow light back and forth. The end. That will be it for this video. If you want more, comment down below, like, subscribe. And see you guys later.